nation's capital.
After days of protests around the homes of conservative Supreme Court justices, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is calling out Attorney General Merrick Garland to enforce the law.
One would think a DOJ run by the former chief judge of the D.C. Circuit would need no prodding to protect judicial safety and judicial independence.
Two Democrats have split with the White House and other members of their own party on protests: House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer and Senate Democratic Whip Dick Durbin.
I think it's reprehensible. Stay away from the homes and families of elected officials and members of the court.
The Senate Majority Leader is on the other side of this issue.
If protests are peaceful, yes. My house there's protests 3-4 times a week outside my house.
Unlike protesting politicians, judges are a special category. Title 18, Section 1507 of U.S. Code says it is illegal with the intent of influencing any judge to pickets or parades in or near a building or residence occupied or used by such judge, juror, witness, or court officer. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin is asking Fairfax County authorities to extend security parameters around the homes of 3 justices who live there. The county said no. The Commonwealth's Attorney General says the Justice Department must step up too.
It's a clear violation of Section 1507, and they're trying to intimidate Supreme Court justices.
The Justice Department has prosecuted cases before for people disrupting oral arguments in their workplace at the court. Some experts suggest protesters could also be charged with obstruction of justice for acts aiming to intimidate and influence the Supreme Court justices. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Mike Emanuel for that report. And we do want to let you know that at 10 a.m. Eastern time, we have gotten word from our Fox News team in Washington, D.C., that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and House Democrats are going to be joined by pro-choice advocates for a press event on the Supreme Court draft decision on Roe v. Wade. So we will be sure to stream that for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, taking you back out to our nation's capital, a look as the sun has not yet risen. It is only it is about 5:12 here on the East Coast, but we are continuing to follow the fallout of the January 6th Capitol riots. Now, we do know that yesterday the House committee investigating the January 6th riot at the Capitol subpoenaed 5 Republican lawmakers, and the panel believes that they have information which could help them piece together events of what occurred that day. So this is something that Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has been following. She's got the details from Washington this morning.
In a fairly unprecedented move, the House committee investigating the January 6th Capitol riot subpoenaed 5 Republican members of Congress. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy and Congressman Andy Biggs, Mo Brooks, Jim Jordan, and Scott Perry.
We feel they have an obligation to tell the truth and to help us move forward and heal.
The panel has been investigating McCarthy's conversations with former President Trump on the day of the attack. All 5 have been asked to speak voluntarily to the committee, but no one has complied.
I think it is unusual. I think the committee is illegitimate. I thought it was that way when it started.
The move marks a dramatic escalation as the committee prepares for public hearings next month.
Do you think that the House, if they don't comply with these subpoenas, that the House should vote to hold them in contempt?
If they don't comply, yes, I do, and I look forward to doing that.
That's pretty rare to do that because the House has its own...
Excessively rare, but then again, so are insurrections.
But with midterm elections quickly approaching, some warn Democrats could face retribution should Republicans take back the House.
People have asked, does this set a precedent for the issuance of subpoenas for members of Congress in the future if there are coups and insurrections? And I suppose that it does.
If the members don't comply, the House could vote to hold them in contempt, and that could trigger a prosecution by the Department of Justice. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Madeline Rivera for that report. Meanwhile, I do want to bring you some more news that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. We do know that a controversial social media law in Texas is back on the books for now. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals reinstated a Republican-backed law in Texas preventing social media companies from banning users due to political views. The court did not explain its reasoning or rule on its constitutionality, simply allowing it to be enforced as it moves through lower courts. Now, this law was blocked last fall with a judge ruling that private companies have the right to moderate content. So this is something that we are going to continue following for you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, something that we are continuing to follow as well, the continued concern and fallout for the baby formula shortage. We've officially got the Biden administration reacting. So I do want to play for you the latest report from Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Einrich.
According to Politico, a former employee at Abbott's Sturgis, Michigan plant reported safety concerns to senior FDA officials in October, but the FDA didn't interview that whistleblower until December. The plant inspection didn't happen until January 31st. Then the recall happened February 17th.
So is that timeline acceptable to the White House? And if not, what is the White House doing to correct that at the FDA?
I'm sure there will be plenty of time to take a look at if there are any issues that could have been improved here. I don't have any specific analysis of that at this moment in time. What I will note is that there has been work ongoing on this for months.
The White House revealed some of that work in a new fact sheet today, telling the USDA to allow buyers paying with WIC benefits to use them for a wider variety of products, calling on the FTC to crack down on price gouging and ramping up imports from abroad, while pushing manufacturers at home to produce more. But while the president has unveiled plans to increase competition in other consolidated markets like meatpacking, so far it's not on the agenda for formula.
It's a good question. I have not been made aware of that being a concern here, but I'm happy to raise it and see if there's more to tell you.
Republicans are pushing Democratic leaders in Congress to move up their timeline.
House Democrats' plan is to have a hearing 2 weeks from now. I can tell you as a new mom, families and moms and dads and babies can't wait 2 weeks.
The Biden administration is considering invoking the Defense Production Act, but first trying to ensure it would deliver the intended outcome. In the meantime, the White House is not issuing guidance for families on what they should do if they run out.
Is there a hotline that they can call? Should they take a baby to the hospital? What should they do?
Well, I would say those are important public health questions, but what I can report on here, or what I can convey to all of you, is what we're doing to address exactly that concern.
The White House says because of its actions, manufacturers have produced more formula in the past 4 weeks than the 4 weeks preceding the recall. But Abbott says after it reopens its plant, it's going to take another 8 weeks for that formula to reach store shelves. And in the meantime, parents driving around searching for formula are also paying record high gas prices. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jackie Einrich for that report. And be sure to stick with us here on Live Now from Fox at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. We are going to be touching base live with Fox News correspondent Doug Lazader as he also follows this story for us this morning. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to bring you the very latest on the Russian invasion into Ukraine. It officially entered day 79 today. And we are following the fact that a rogue Kentucky senator is holding up Ukraine's funding as the conflict in Eastern Europe is continuing on. After unanimously passing in the House, that $40 billion aid package for Ukraine is officially stalled in the Senate, and that is all because of Kentucky Senator Rand Paul. Meanwhile, we're going to bring you some more video from on the ground there in Ukraine, and we are also anticipating and monitoring any feeds coming from Germany this morning as G7 foreign ministers are meeting to discuss the global impacts that the war in Ukraine is having on all of us. So stay with us, all that coming up after this quick break.
вимогою статті 438 Кримінального кодексу України. Секретар, будь ласка, хто прибув підготовче судове засідання? Прокурор Офісу Генерального прокурора Синюк.
You are streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, May 13th. We are live and worldwide pretty early here this morning as we have just gotten this feed into our Live Now desk. We are actually live from a courthouse in Kyiv, Ukraine, which is the capital, where a captured Russian soldier accused of killing a civilian will face trial, marking the first time since the start of the invasion when a Russian soldier will be prosecuted for an alleged war crime. So obviously they are speaking in Ukrainian, so we are just going to continue kind of bumping in and out of this feed because we are working to get some translations for you here. But just wanted to show you this because obviously there have been several full meetings and UN Security Council discussions and, you know, remarks from global leaders talking about how Russian President Vladimir Putin and his forces are committing war crimes out there with so many civilians being burned, being killed while trying to get bread, trying to escape, them really, you know, going back on their promises to give humanitarian corridors a couple of hours, which means civilians would have X amount of time to get out of these war zones safely. So we are going to continue monitoring this feed for you here on Live Now from Fox. But again, pretty monumental at the fact that this is the first time since the start of the war where a Russian soldier is sitting in a courtroom and could potentially be prosecuted for an alleged war crime. Meanwhile, I do want to continue on with some coverage of the invasion here on Live Now from Fox. We are continuing to follow the very latest when it comes to how we are responding here in the United States. We're also monitoring the fact that G7 foreign ministers are meeting in Germany as we speak to speak on the war's impact on the world, specifically when it comes to food and economies. So we are going to bring you out there when we do get some feeds coming from Germany as well. But when it comes to here in the United States, we're actually learning this morning that the Roe, Kentucky senator, who is named Rand Paul, if you're familiar with him, he's holding up Ukraine funding as this conflict in Eastern Europe is reaching day 79. Now, after unanimously passing in the House a $40 billion aid package for Ukraine has stalled in the Senate, and that is because Rand Paul has delayed Senate approval until next week, despite the wishes of leaders from both parties. Now, the bill still seems set to pass as Ukrainian forces try and slow Russian advances in the southeast. But again, we're going to continue to monitor this news for you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to head out live to the White House here on Live Now from Fox as well. That is because the United States would pledge their support to Finland and Sweden if they become NATO allies. Now, this sentiment was actually expressed by White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki yesterday during the White House daily press briefing. So I do want to play for you some of her remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
If Finland and Sweden are successful in their attempts to join NATO, that would put the U.S. on the hook, again, for military defending those countries, even potentially with nuclear weapons. What benefit is that to U.S. citizens?
Well, first let me say that we would support, the United States would support a NATO application by Finland and or Sweden should they choose to apply. We, of course, will respect whatever decision they make. Both Finland and Sweden are close and valued defense partners of the United States and of NATO. I would say in terms of how this benefits the American people, I think is sort of what you're asking about. Having a strong NATO alliance, a strong Western alliance, which is a defensive alliance, by the way, is good for our security around the world. And certainly having a strong partnership with a range of countries, including Sweden and Finland, if they decide to join, should be reassuring to the American people about our own security interests.
And then finally, when
Now, Finland says it will apply for NATO membership, and Sweden has yet to make an announcement regarding their decision, but it is expected to happen over the next few days. The decision to join NATO comes in the shadow of all of the turmoil regarding Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Meanwhile, the Kremlin also reacting to Finland and Sweden's bid to join NATO, which they are saying is threatening to take retaliatorial steps as this war rages on. So Fox senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Pocket, he has been out there on the ground in Ukraine giving us basically a daily update on what's going on out there. So I do want to bring you his latest report from Kyiv this morning on Live Now from Fox.
The shockwaves from the war in Ukraine reached further today. Finland saying it would break decades of neutrality and apply for membership to NATO. Russia's aggression directly responsible.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine has altered the European and Finnish security environment.
It means Russia would double its shared border with NATO countries by another 800 miles. Sweden also looks like it will join NATO ranks. Approval from the alliance is expected. Russia is threatening unspecified actions.
NATO expansion does not make our continent more stable and secure.
And that's not all from Moscow. With U.S. and Western military aid pouring into Ukraine, former Russian President Medvedev warned that could push the conflict into a direct war between Russia and NATO. And with economic sanctions biting, President Putin is grousing as well.
These sanctions largely provoke the global crisis.
Russian testing is perhaps a sign all is not well on the battlefield. Russian troops pulling back from Ukraine's second city of Kharkiv, grinding slowly on the eastern front, as the Ukrainian fighters in the Mariupol steel mill still hold out. Amid more signs of Russian military brutality, the UN saying today more than 1,000 Ukrainian civilians were killed by Russian troops during the occupation of suburbs north of Kyiv, including the town of Bucha, where locals are returning. Markets are reopening. Buildings are being repaired. The town's mayor sounded determined. It is our moral obligation to improve the city after the atrocities here, he says. But with scars of Russian horror all around and services and jobs still in short supply, residents aren't so sure.
Of course, we all want to restart here, but our feelings are pretty bad.
The street that gentleman lives on just about a month ago was littered with dead bodies, Ukrainian civilian victims of Russian killing. Actually, that man ended on a positive note, telling us, we will win and we will live. People here can only hope. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Greg Palkot, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Greg Palkot for that report. Some really stellar reporting from him over there from the last few weeks. Meanwhile, we do know that Ukrainian forces are very skeptical over Russia's end goals. I do want to play for you some video here on Live Now from Fox. This is some of the footage that we've continued to get from on the ground there in Ukraine. We do know that officials believe Russian President Vladimir Putin still plans on capturing the capital of Kyiv and wants to absorb Ukraine as a new state in the Russian Federation. Russia withdrew its attempts at capturing Kyiv in late March, focusing instead on efforts in the southeast of Ukraine. Now, Ukrainian officials also believe pro-Russian forces in other areas will help Putin in his efforts to take the country back. So as we continue to follow the fallout from this war, wanted to bring you that update here on Live Now from Fox. Also, a very wild update to bring you as well. The United Nations saying that 14 million people have been forced from their homes since the war with Russia started back in late February, adding that women and children have sustained the, quote, heaviest price, according to the Assistant Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs. We actually did hear from her in the latest United Nations conference. I do want to play for you some of her remarks here really quickly on Live Now from Fox. All right, and it does look like we don't have volume on that. We are going to work to get that for you. But basically, she said, quote, that women and children have sustained the heaviest price, and that she detailed how schools and hospitals where women and children have been seeking shelter from Russian forces have been heavily targeted. Now, UNICEF's Omar Abdi called the war a, quote, child rights crisis. And actually, as we speak, we can also let you know that we are monitoring this feed feed from out there on the ground in Ukraine. This is actually in the capital, which is Kyiv. This is a Russian soldier taking the stand in court after he's accused of killing a civilian. Now, this is actually the first time that a Russian soldier could be prosecuted for alleged war crimes. So we're going to continue monitoring this feed for you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to send some of you to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, each and every day of this war, basically, we have been joined on Live Now from Fox by Mr. Hal Kempfer. He is a retired United States Marine Corps counterintelligence officer, and he has joined our very own Andrew Kraft, and he's also spoken with some of our hosts here in Orlando, Florida as well, about every angle, every development coming out of Ukraine and how surrounding nations as well as us here in the United States are responding. So when we come back, we are going to bring you his full conversation with Andrew Kraft that happened just hours ago. Don't go anywhere.
Diplomatically speaking, everyone is talking about Finland at the moment. I'm joining right now national security expert Hal Kempfer with the latest as well. Hal, good to see you tonight. That is what everyone is talking about. The Finns are talking about joining NATO. They say that they are in favor of applying for NATO membership. This is a really huge development. You and I have talked about it, but it seems like it's going to be happening in the next couple of days, at least the application. It seems like internally within Finland, all signs are go.
Andrew, it's fascinating. You know, talk about miscalculation with Putin. He has managed to do something in 3 months that the entire Cold War and World War II couldn't accomplish, which is to cause, you know, Finland and Sweden to end neutrality and to join NATO. What I was hearing today was they said they've already cleared out offices at NATO headquarters for the Swedes and the Finns. So they're ready. This is going to be expedited. Of course, the top leaders of Finland had said they're going to apply and ask for it to be expedited. Every indication from NATO is it'll be expedited. And it's very possible within a few weeks in June that Finland could be a member. Sweden has said for some time that they're looking at what Finland does, and if Finland applies for a membership, then they were inclined to apply for membership. So then Sweden would apply. This is just, it's enormous because the combined forces of Finland and Sweden are very substantial. There's been a number of countries that have joined since the end of the Cold War whose forces are not that huge. You know, Slovakia, good NATO member, but not the largest military force by any by any means throughout Europe. And I'm not picking on Slovakia. I'm just saying there was a number of countries. They didn't have huge militaries. Finland and Sweden are different. These are very large militaries. Also with Finland, it has an 830-mile border with Russia. In NATO terms, the amount of border with Russia more than doubles with Finland added on. So it's an immense amount of territory. Strategically, geostrategically speaking, it's immense. Their military, although their active military is rather small, when they mobilize the active duty with reserve, they can get up to 280,000 organized military. And then they have this national conscription system, universal conscription of all males, and they can do kind of like what you saw with Ukraine. They can actually mobilize up to 900,000 people in fairly short order. That's just an incredible amount of personnel, military personnel. They're well equipped. They're well trained. They know exactly how to defend Finland. They have all the equipment they need to really be a formidable force. And then you have Sweden, which has always been neutral, but always been a major power right next door. So with those two countries coming in, depending on how you measure combat power, it increases NATO combat power by anywhere from 20 to 30%, depending on how you measure that. That's a substantial increase, and the exact opposite of what Putin said he wanted, his goal was at the beginning of the war, which was he wanted to restrict NATO.
Yeah.
Well, now he's vastly expanded in ways that frankly, I'm a little stunned with how fast this has happened.
Totally. So the Finnish ambassador to the U.S., Mikko Hautala, was on Fox News today, and they said that essentially Finland has been integrating with NATO for the last 30 years. And they said, we have always said for the past 20 years, NATO is one of the options that we have. They went on to say it's a step, it's not a leap. So I think we've been communicating also to the Russians that this may someday happen, and I think now the day has come. Can you offer our viewers some insight into what the application process to NATO would look like? We know that Ukraine has been vying to join NATO for years. They don't quite make the cut in this outlined criteria. What is the criteria that NATO leaders have to look for to take on another member?
Well, in general, they look at the stability of the government. There's a lot of criteria they look at. They also look at the military forces. One of the big things they look at is, are the military forces politicized? That's always been a big issue. And frankly, if you go back to the history of NATO, there's reasons why. We don't remember this now, but back in the 70s, there was a time where I think 2 NATO members were run by military juntas. Portugal was run by a junta at one time. I think Greece was at one time too, and then Turkey was run by a junta. So NATO, we set these standards for NATO, but they haven't always met these standards historically speaking. But that was a Cold War, and frankly, we just need an alliance to oppose the Soviets. So we overlooked some things. But now we look for stability of the government. We look for an apolitical military. We also look for a military that's professional, that has certain standards of training and readiness, and maintains itself in a way that'll be a credible partner. There's just a whole list of criteria they go through. It's a little bit different, and I would say that the NATO nations themselves are so different that it's tough to say there's one uniform standard. It's just a criteria of things. But what I get is that they have already pre-vetted Finland for quite some time. To what you raised there, there has been a big push with Arctic security, and the Arctic has really become a major security issue. Climate change has a little bit to do with that, because certain areas that were pretty much, you couldn't use them. With climate change, all of a sudden you have all sorts of things going on, and of course things like glaciers they're moving, and all of a sudden there's mineral deposits, and wherever you got that, you have economic interest. But with that, there's also been a lot more integration with military integration with the northern latitudes, and there's been a lot of exercises, a lot of training, a lot of exchanges with Finland. There's been a lot of back and forth with Sweden as well, but especially Finland. And so this is not a big leap. They have already been integrated into working jointly with NATO forces. So a lot of that has sort of been pre-vetted, if you will, to allow for this expediting. And you can also be assured that this is not something where it's just a decision today. Over the last few months, they have been working hard. And when I mentioned that thing about NATO clearing out desks, my impression of what they said was they started clearing out desks a couple of months ago and making office space because they pretty much felt this was a kind of a done deal. So both those countries meet all the criteria. There really is an elite there. Ukraine's a little bit different. You know, it doesn't have the history of the stability of the government. You know, it had a force that was still westernizing. Although I will say this, at some point here, don't be surprised as this war winds on that there might be an attempt to bring Ukraine into NATO. EU's a little different, but bring it into NATO faster, which is historically it's the other way around. They kind of almost said, go EU and then we'll let you into NATO. I could see something where, you know, it's not written they have to do it that way. So they might get into NATO sooner, which that would be a complete upside down with what Putin's stated goals were.
Yeah, and Hal, you know, because Finland is so close and it borders Russia, it's always had to play kind of both sides of the coin. It's been very Western focused as well, but it's always had to have good relations with Russia, with Putin. There's this term known as Finlandization that was kind of the post-Soviet world and how they interacted with the leaders in Russia. But the ambassador was asked today on Fox if they are worried about sacrificing their good relations with Russia over this move. Of course, we've been hearing from the Finnish leader, the prime minister there, and he is very close with Putin, and their relationship has soured and has changed really for the worse since the Ukraine war began. He's essentially saying he doesn't know the Putin of yore that he kind of grew up with as they came up as leaders. So I think the whole relationship has changed. But do you think they are going to be sacrificing the goodwill they have, or they at least had before the war, with Russia when they do ultimately join NATO?
Yeah, you know, yes. In short, there's real tension there.
Bad blood.
But they recognize there's tension there. But they also recognize, Ukraine has changed everything. There's no going back. And everyone has remarked about Putin the same way. The Putin that they knew, whether it was 8 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, is not the Putin of today. The Putin of today looks a lot more like Stalin in terms of how he thinks, what he says, how, basically, if you match his words, which often are propaganda and hyperbole, with his actions, it reminds people of Stalin, reminds them a little bit of Khrushchev in that regard as well. So a very different leader. I think what's fair to say is that certainly Finland and other countries are looking beyond Putin, and they're looking beyond this conflict as to what comes afterwards. And I think everyone's anticipating that Ukraine is going to prevail. Whatever comes out of this, however this thing ends, you're going to have a dramatically diminished Russia. Politically, the influence will be much smaller. If Putin still manages to cling to power, it's going to be an economic basket case at some point, because the sanctions won't just go away. And the Russian economy is getting delinked from the global system. So certainly in Finland's mind, the advantages of maintaining cordial relations, particularly on the economic side with Russia, have dropped off so dramatically that they're saying, hey, look, we're a Western power.
Yeah.
We need to align with the West.
Yeah.
And that simply makes sense.
Last point on Finland and Sweden. Do you think they could be used as a bargaining tool to bring Russia and Ukraine back to the table? Do you think if there's a hypothetical scenario where, say, Putin does not want them to join NATO, he'll end the war if they don't? Do you foresee that ever happening?
I could see something like that could have been discussed, say, in early March, maybe. But you have to remember, these are sovereign countries. They're going to make up their own minds.
Right.
And believe me, I don't know if you spent any time with in Finland or Sweden or with the Swedes or the Finns. I don't think they'll ever think of themselves bargaining chips between the big powers. All right, let's just say that they feel very strongly about their national identity and where they are, hence why they've been neutral for so long. I don't see them wittingly going along with something like that. They're going to do what makes sense. And frankly, I think there's a tremendous amount of respect that the United States and NATO has for Finland and Sweden. I can't say the Russians have any respect for anybody anymore, but we have so much respect for them. I just don't see us doing something like that. It just to use them as a bargaining chip. I don't think they'd be thrilled about it, to say the least, and I don't think we'd want to do that because of the long-term implications that would imply.
Okay, I want to move on to yet another major power, China, that so much of this conversation has been kind of on the margins of with the Russia-Ukraine war. There was an interesting piece in Foreign Policy magazine. The British Defense Secretary, Ben Wallace, said Beijing views Moscow as an increasingly inconvenient friend. They were quoted in this piece saying that after the damage Putin has caused in Ukraine, how many world leaders are going to be taking Putin on line two? That is such a telling quote. I know it comes from a Western leader there in the UK, but just with the China angle, maybe Xi Jinping is increasingly embarrassed about how this has gone.
Well, he has to, we've talked about this. He has to be looking at the political economic reality of where he's at. Initially there was a lot of discussion of, okay, Russia goes into Ukraine, China's watching this closely because they kind of want to do the same thing with Taiwan, and they're going to watch how this plays out. Well, Russia has performed so badly across the board. It's on the one hand, the atrocities, the global reaction is one thing. The other hand is just that they've just been so incompetent with what they've done. It is embarrassing, and it's embarrassing for China to even be in any way associated with this, like they were. When this thing started, there was no distance between them, and they were the best of friends, and all this going into it. And of course, Russia early into the conflict was asking China to send it aid that include armaments to support its fight in Ukraine, and China just kept slow rolling that, without a diplomatic break, basically slow rolling and just not doing much, because I think they sensed that if they got any closer to Russia, they could really end up alienating the rest of the world, and they could invite potentially, depending on what they did, sanctions upon China. Beyond sanctions that were already on China, but or tariffs and everything else, but genuine sanctions on the order of kind of what we've seen against Russia. Belarus is in that boat right now because Belarus has basically ceded its sovereignty for all intents and purposes to Russia, and so Belarus is in the same sanctions regime for the most part that Russia's in. And I think China is nervous about that. There's other countries around the world that are also nervous about that. If you start sending aid to Russia, and it's very clear that aid is turning into what's going into their combat power, what they're putting into Ukraine, inevitable with democracies is that people will become upset, and they are upset. And every day they see these atrocities, like the video today that shows, the 2 Ukrainians being shot in the back.
Yeah.
In the total scheme of things, it's not a huge statistic,
right?
But that video has dramatic political pull. I mean, it just makes Russia look like cold-blooded murderous thugs, which frankly they are. Mm-hmm. But it does that, and that has an impact, particularly in Western democracies. Yeah. And it makes it more difficult, no matter what the country. China's looking at this, and just below the line, below the radar, India is also looking at this too.
Interesting. Let's get to what is going on down on the ground. We're coming up on day 80 over the weekend since this war began. The Donbas, the eastern region of Ukraine, is essentially at this point Russian controlled. There are advances, though, in the northeast around Kharkiv and many of these small towns where Ukraine is putting up a fight. Where does it stand now? Have you seen any movements that pique your interest? Well,
what piques my interest is in the Donbass itself, incremental moves by Russia. they use overwhelming firepower, artillery and rockets, just to saturate an area, destroy a village, and they say, we took the village. Well, half the time when they take the village, there's not really a village left to take by the time they get done. And they've been using this overwhelming combat power to move forward. Even then, they've moved forward very, very slowly, and they're taking villages, but they're not taking any sizable towns. And that's significant. You go further up north, the Ukrainians are moving rather quickly east of Kharkiv, and they've been moving across. And there's also an area north of Izium. There's this, I think we talked about before. There's this big circle, all right, where basically surrounded by Russian forces, and the Ukraine forces are holding it. And there's been talk for months that the Russians will swing south through this little. It's almost like a little finger that comes down as Russian occupied into Izium, and that they would swing south and cut them off. Well, they have not done that. And now there's a very, very good chance that the Ukrainians may actually move so quickly headed east that they could cut off the supply lines to Izium. And if they cut off the supply lines to Izium, that's going to leave about 20 to 22,000 Russian troops plus all their equipment literally cut off from Russian forces. And this could be a major battle of the war. This could change things. It's also hitting about the same time that Ukraine is trying to find a bargaining chip with which to repatriate its forces out of Mariupol. I'm not saying those two things are directly connected, but I will say that they've been talking about doing prisoner swaps. And certainly if they were to do something like this, where they cut those forces off, unless something miraculous happens, I don't see the Russians fighting their way out very well. They tend not to fight their way out of anything very well anymore. And you might see a dramatic, tons, thousands, tens of thousands of prisoners of war. And frankly, I'm one of those who have seen tens of thousands of prisoners of war surrendering to you before. And it's interesting. And it's a logistics challenge too. So it would be a heck of a bargaining chip if they pull it off. That would be a dramatic change. And if they move that far east, if they can push some of the units are reportedly within 10 kilometers of the Russian border. I mean, they have really moved fast. If they can move that far east and they cut off that Izium finger, that area coming down south, and they do have this opportunity to seize this advantage, then I look at the Donbass with different eyes, because there's a different avenue of approach into the Donbass and the possibility of doing a flanking maneuver as opposed to what we've seen so far, and possibly doing some things where they cut off some of those units in the Donbass region as well. That's I'm pushing too far out. I don't want to speculate, but I just say that it's an amazing offensive up north, and there are truly some potential impacts which could change that whole eastern campaign.
Yeah. Hal, I just want to get kind of philosophical like we sometimes do, but to me, we've kind of gone a few weeks. We know the fighting is very, very heavy in the east, but there doesn't seem to be kind of that linchpin watershed moment. We know Ukraine is doing very well. They're staving off some of these advances in the east. Of course, they defended Kyiv so successfully. They drove everyone out of Kyiv, the Russian forces rather. Horrible atrocities in their wake nonetheless. But are you, like me, kind of waiting for that moment, the next phase of this, the next announcement, the next move either with Ukraine or Russia? I guess I'm just waiting for something to happen that could maybe change the course, change the direction of this in order to bring about a resolution, to bring them to the table, something.
That's why I'm looking at that area east of Kharkiv I just talked about.
Okay.
If they do something like that, that encirclement, it almost reminds me of Stalingrad in reverse,
okay,
if you will. And if they were able to cut off tens of thousands of Russian troops like that, and it depends on what the Russian troops do. Do they surrender? Do they try to fight their way back? That would be an interesting proposition. I don't know if they would. The will to fight has been fairly weak of all reports. Would they try to, somehow, do some sort of, egress out of there and try to infiltrate back into their lines? I don't see them doing it with that size of force. Whatever they would do, it would change. That would be a big thing. But there have been some watershed moments. The Battle of Kyiv. I think we're going to look back historically 10 years, 50 years, 100 years from now and talk about the fact that the Ukrainians won the Battle of Kyiv as a major turning point in this war. Another major turning point in this war was sinking of the Moskva. With that ship going down, the flagship of the Black Sea Fleet, that historians will look back and say that's what neutralized the naval threat and the amphibious threat to Odessa and to anywhere along any Ukrainian areas along the Black Sea. That was so substantial. So they're going to be looking at that. And they may be looking at, in a different context, the ability of this force in Mariupol to hold out for so long. That has tied those Russian forces up there for a very long time. That has inspired Ukraine across the board. And it's truly stunning what they were able to accomplish. It also goes back to the beginning of the war when we talked about, urban warfare.
Yeah.
And you may recall we talked about you have to have a force ratio of sometimes 5 to 1, 10 to 1.
Right.
Look at the force ratio in Mariupol. Look at what the Russians have down there, as opposed to this very small force of now hundreds holding out in that steel plant. Right. But they're still able to hold out. I think there's a big lesson there.
Lots of lessons. We will wait, though, for the next pivotal moment in this conflict as we approach Day 80. Hal Kempfer, is always so good of you to bring insight into this conflict. We're going to keep doing this each and every day of this war to bring clarity to it. We know it's very complex. Hal, have a good night.
All right, you too, Andrew. Good night.
Diplomat.
Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, May 13th. Friday the 13th. Everybody be careful out there. Wishing you all the best of luck. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our Orlando, Florida studios. I'll be with you live for the next several hours as we bring you all of the latest developments on top stories that we're not only following here in the United States, but internationally as well. We're expecting some live feeds into our desk literally within minutes and within the next couple of hours. course, and then we'll also have some live interviews for you regarding all of those major headlines also to start your Friday morning off. So I do want to give you a look at some of the major top stories that we are following for you here on Live Now from Fox to start your day. I do want to start off first by letting you know that we are monitoring any feeds coming out of northern Germany today. That is because top diplomats from the G7, otherwise known as the Group of 7 wealthy nations, are gathering in Germany for a 3-day meeting centered around Russia's war in Ukraine, which has officially entered day 79. But they're really speaking on the wider impacts that this war has had around the world, particularly on food and energy prices. Now, German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock, who is the meeting's host, said the conflict already has become a global crisis because shipments of staple crops are stuck in Ukraine. This is actually something that President Biden addressed from a farm in Illinois just days ago. Now, the foreign ministers of Ukraine and neighboring Moldova, who fears it could become the next target of Russia's aggression, they've been invited to attend the meeting as guests. Now, Indonesia's foreign minister, whose country chairs the group of 20 major economies this year, is also expected to join remotely for part of the meeting today when relations with China are on the agenda, and they are also attending the meeting in Weissenhaus. We do know that foreign ministers of Canada, France, Italy, and Japan are going to be in attendance as well. Under Secretary of State Victoria Nuland, she's representing the United States there. That's because Secretary of State Antony Blinken is recovering from COVID-19. So again, when we do get feeds coming in from Germany, we'll be sure to bring it to you here live, raw, and unfiltered. We had some opening remarks and meet and greets a little bit earlier this morning before really a lot of people were awake. Meanwhile, we also do want to let you know that we are monitoring the latest when it comes to the fallout of Title 42. We do know that a hearing regarding the injunction of the Biden administration rolling back the use of Title 42 is scheduled to happen today. A federal judge extended that temporary restraining order that prevents the Biden administration from rolling back Title 42 public health orders to expel migrants at the border. That happened on Wednesday ahead of this May 23rd end date, and that hearing on the request for the preliminary injunction is happening today. So we're going to monitor any feeds coming out of that for you here on Live Now from Fox. We also have White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki. It is her last day in the White House. She is officially going to be replaced by her deputy, Karine Jean-Pierre. And Jean-Pierre is going to represent a very historic choice for the role. She's going to be the first Black press secretary and openly gay press secretary in the history of the position. She has been viewed for months as Psaki's likely successor. Now, there are reports that Psaki could be heading to MSNBC as a commentator, but we hopefully will get some more insight as to where she is going, what she is doing in her last press briefing from the White House, which is happening at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Meanwhile, as we talk about live, raw, and unfiltered events for you this morning, it does look like we are getting an update from officials in Mariupol, which is the port city in Ukraine, which has seen very extensive damage and Russian attacks. It looks like the advisor to the Mariupol mayor is holding an online briefing on the situation in the Azovstal steel plant. So I'm going to raise the volume and see if there is an English translation for you here. And if there is, we'll listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Mariupol regions, so they cannot get to Zaporizhia, and because of financial challenges, they are forced to go back to their homes. So we see that the number of people is increasing. Unfortunately, the delivery of food still remains a big challenge. Russian troops resumed water supply. There were a lot of utility lines damaged, but it is also very dangerous because there might be humanitarian disaster. The problem of water waste and drainage is absolutely threatening because all this drainage will end up in the sea eventually. There is also a huge amount of people whose bodies are still under the debris and no one is burying them. So that is also a big threat, because it can lead to epidemics in the city, because by the end of this year we might have 10,000 people dead because of humanitarian catastrophe. The situation is very threatening, so the situation is absolutely dire. People cannot leave the city because of green corridors being blocked. We have a question from our guest. Do you have any connection with people in Azovstal? Can you help the wounded? Can you provide them with food and medication? I cannot comment because security and safety issues is above all. Any other questions? A more generic question. Oh. It's been almost 3 years since the war started. We can already make some conclusions about the plans of Russia regarding Mariupol, Donbass, and Ukraine in general. So what are your thoughts? Mariupol is a very demonstrative example, because what we hear from the Russians, from collaborators, from their surrounding, they don't need Mariupol as such. No one is trying to improve the humanitarian situation in Mariupol. For them, it's just geographical location on the map. They cannot resume the port because it's very labor and financial and time-consuming process. So it's going to be converted into ghetto. And the absence of occupational core means that they will probably marginalize the population. They will just organize gangs that will be controlling the city. Unfortunately, this is the most pessimistic, the worst case scenario. But that's according to us. We also saw that there were attempts to legalize this occupational regime. They were trying to even organize the referendum. They were even mentioning the date of the referendum, the 15th of May. But now I see that they're trying to strengthen the reintegration of Mariupol into Russia. They are already integrating their system with the mobile connection of Russia. We know that Russian banks are trying to enter Mariupol. Educational system has been converted into, has been organized in line with the Russian Ministry of Education. So hopefully that all will end well. So they say that Mariupol is fully occupied. I believe that the annexation of Mariupol will be done without legal grounds. So I understand that first they were trying to get port, but port is not working. I cannot hear you, unfortunately. I will repeat that initially they wanted port, but now they understand that that the port is difficult to rebuild and resume the operations in the port. So they are going to convert it into ghetto. That is correct. They are trying to attack Azovstal, Azov Steel, a military facility. So what are the reasons that they keep attacking this facility and they keep spending so much time? Is this just to satisfy the sick ambitions of Putin? We can compare this situation to what happened in Kyiv or near Kyiv. They were trying to capture the city in 3 or 4 days. They understand that it's very difficult to withdraw their troops because they created this propaganda circle around Azov Steel. They cannot attack it, they cannot capture it, but they cannot withdraw. So this is basically a vicious circle for them. I understand that they are also sustaining losses. Yes, daily. So daily they are losing their soldiers. It doesn't make any sense for the Russians to continue. even if they are ready to take all their forces away, we can guarantee that these are the best soldiers that we have in Azov. At the moment, you cannot reach any agreement with Russians. We can't. We just keep hoping. The hope is the last thing. So I understand what you say. Thank you for finding the opportunity to be with us, and thank you for what you are doing for Mariupol and for Ukraine. Our guest was Petro Andrushenko, advisor to Mariupol mayor. My name is Vadim Krasnov.
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox on this Friday, May 13th, live and worldwide for you this morning, as we did just get in that feed of Mariupol officials bringing us the latest update on the Azovstal steel plant situation. So as you know, that Azovstal steel plant was completely honed in on by Russian forces. We did get reports and information saying that thousands of women and children and family of Ukrainian soldiers that were fighting against them had been evacuated safely days ago, and they were brought to neighboring cities. But then there were reports of the fact that there were some more civilians that weren't able to get out. So you heard an official from Mariupol saying that there is a huge shortage of food, water, and basic resources, that this is basically similar to what they did in Kyiv, trying to capture Mariupol. They tried to in about 3 to 4 days. Now, we did hear from Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky on the situation in Mariupol almost on a weekly basis, and he basically said that the city itself is nearly 95% destroyed, but that does not mean that Ukrainian forces are not putting up a fight. In the moment, you heard the officials say that they have not reached an agreement with Russian forces, and they are just continuing to hold out hope. So live, raw, and unfiltered news, that is what we are all about here on Live Now from Fox, so we did want to bring you that update as we just got it to our desk. 6:13 a.m. here on the East Coast. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to bring you the very latest on a major concern for parents and their children. We are going to bring you all up to speed on what the Biden administration is doing to combat this baby formula shortage, how they are responding, and what parents and people across the nation are doing to try and help mothers and guardians in the midst of this crisis, is what it's being called now. So stay with us. We're going to get on top of that, plus some COVID-19 related news as we slowly approach a grim milestone of marking 100 million COVID-19 related deaths in our nation. Stay with us for all that news. All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox. One of our top stories for you here today, and something that we've been following for the last several days at this point, worries continuing to mount regarding the nationwide shortage of baby formula. President Biden is acknowledging more needs to be done, and Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Einrich has this story and his entire response, the response from his administration, here on Live Now from Fox this morning. Let's listen in.
According to Politico, a former employee at Abbott's Sturgis, Michigan plant reported safety concerns to senior FDA officials in October, but the FDA didn't interview that whistleblower until December. The plant inspection didn't happen until January 31st. Then the recall happened February 17th.
So is that timeline acceptable to the White House? And if not, what is the White House doing to correct that at the FDA?
I'm sure there will be plenty of time to take a look at if there are any issues that could have been improved here. I don't have any specific analysis of that at this moment in time. What I will note is that there has been work ongoing on this for months.
The White House revealed some of that work in a new fact sheet today, telling the USDA to allow buyers paying with WIC benefits to use them for a wider variety of products, calling on the FTC to crack down on price gouging and ramping up imports from abroad, while pushing manufacturers at home to produce more. But while the president has unveiled plans to increase competition in other consolidated markets like meatpacking, so far it's not on the agenda for formula.
It's a good question. I have not been made aware of that being a concern here, but I'm happy to raise it and see if there's more to tell you.
Republicans are pushing Democratic leaders in Congress to move up their timeline.
House Democrats' plan is to have a hearing 2 weeks from now. I can tell you as a new mom, families and moms and dads and babies can't wait 2 weeks.
The Biden administration is considering invoking the Defense Production Act, but first trying to ensure it would deliver the intended outcome. In the meantime, the White House is not issuing guidance for families on what they should do if they run out.
Is there a hotline that they can call? Should they take a baby to the hospital? What should they do?
Well, I would say those are important public health questions, but what I can report on here, or what I can convey to all of you, is what we're doing to address exactly that concern.
The White House says because of its actions, manufacturers have produced more formula in the past 4 weeks than the 4 weeks preceding the recall. But Abbott says after it reopens its plant, it's going to take another 8 weeks for that formula to reach store shelves. And in the meantime, parents driving around searching for formula are also paying record high gas prices. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jackie Einrich for that report. Meanwhile, in San Diego, one milk bank is actually asking for donations to try and help babies and parents in need during this shortage, during this crisis. So this is something that Fox's Liberty Zabala is in Mount Hope with this story on. Let's play it for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Good evening. New mothers across the country are struggling to find baby formula on the store shelves, and this San Diego milk bank is making sure milk is available to the most vulnerable babies. These bottles of pasteurized donated breast milk are on their way to newborn intensive care units and babies in need.
The biology in mother's milk is amazing.
This University of California Health Milk Bank mainly serves sick or premature infants when parents do not have a sufficient milk supply for their baby's nutritional needs.
It's premature babies, babies with cardiac illness, and other sick babies that would be typically given donor milk if mother's milk is insufficient. At home, we're really not talking about healthy full-term babies unless the family has an interest in feeding the baby donor milk. What we're talking about is these really very ill children.
It is the first milk bank in San Diego and has only been open for the last 2 years. As mothers across the nation struggle to find baby formula on shelves, this milk bank is working to get breast milk to the sickest babies.
Problems with formula supply, and that there may be a need, especially for children with medical requirements, to access other types of milk, such as donated human milk.
The milk here is also tested and processed using high-quality laboratory practices. Healthy breastfeeding or pumping mothers who have 100 ounces or more of extra frozen milk are also welcome to donate.
There's a shortage going on right now, and I think one of the big messages I would like to send is that there are women out there who have extra milk and may be interested in helping other families. And a way to help other families and make sure that milk gets to the most fragile kids among us is to donate to an approved milk bank.
To learn how you can donate milk or order milk, just head to our website at fox5sandiego.com and click on the Scene On tab. For now, in Mount Hope, Liberty Zabala, Fox 5 News.
All right, thank you to Liberty Zabala for that report. Meanwhile, as we continue to touch base with our owned and operated stations who are covering this major story, I do want to head out to some coverage from our very own Fox 13 Tampa team, as their health reporters are taking a closer look at how the formula shortage is impacting people here in Florida, and overall how the Biden administration is working to respond and search for answers.
The baby formula shortage has federal lawmakers holding a hearing as calls grow for FDA action. Our consumer reporter Sabani Banerjee joins us with the latest. Sabani.
Hi, everyone. A House committee will be holding hearings later this month on the ongoing baby formula shortage across the country. The panel's chair is calling the situation increasingly alarming. The House Energy and Commerce Committee, they're going to be focusing on understanding the causes of the shortage, first of all, then looking at what's been done to increase production and supply so far. Also, what has to happen to ensure access to safe formula? The current shortages stem from that February recall by a top supplier, Abbott Laboratories. They offer name brands like Similac, Alimentum, and Elecare. And then formula made it its plant in Sturgis, Michigan. It all had to be recalled after complaints of bacterial infections in infants who consumed the products. It even included 2 deaths. Several reported illnesses were a situation as well.
And we've been covering the shortage in stores ever since. So what's the current situation?
Yeah, you know, major retailers, Target, CVS, Walgreens, they all have limited in-store and online formula purchases still. Supply chain snags and decades-high inflation, that's only compounding the shortage. Analysts have said that about 40% of baby formula products are out of stock nationwide, 40%. Infant formulas are also not easily interchangeable. Parents know that, right? So some infants, they might develop allergies or sensitivities. Others require specific formulas based on their own medical conditions. So right now, lawmakers are pushing for the Food and Drug Administration to build in more redundancies and analyze supply chains to prevent future shortages. There's also a discussion about better funding, getting money for community health centers to provide lactation consultants.
So what is Abbott doing, and how are they responding?
They actually announced that they could restart production at their Michigan plant. They now say that they plan to resume production of certain baby formulas within 2 weeks, after approval, of course, by the FDA. Abbott issued the voluntary recall in February after those bacterial infections I mentioned, but they maintain that after reviewing all of the available data, they found no evidence linking their formulas to those illnesses. Here's the thing, though, even with production back up, it could take 2 months before the products get to the store shelves themselves.
Wow, that's a long time for mothers feeding their babies.
For sure.
All right, thanks, Sabani.
All right, everybody, we do have some breaking news to report for you here on Live Now from Fox. We have been following Elon Musk's Twitter venture for quite some time now. Well, this morning we have seen this tweet come into our desk just moments ago. Twitter shares down 18% in pre-market trading already after Elon Musk said in this tweet that a deal for the company is temporarily on hold. Now, no other details are available at this time, except for the fact that you could see here in his tweet, it says Twitter deal temporarily on hold pending details supporting calculation that spam/fake accounts do indeed represent less than 5% of the users. So, to kind of backtrack here for a second, Twitter's board accepted Musk's offer in late April to take the social media giant private at $54.20 per share. Now, Musk, who is the world's richest man and the chief executive of Tesla, had said that one of his priorities would be to remove spam bots for the platform. Now, the company had earlier this month estimated that false or spam accounts represented fewer than 5% of its monetizable daily active users during the first quarter. It also said it faced several risks until the deal with Musk is closed, including whether advertisers would continue to spend on Twitter. So Twitter did not immediately respond to a request for comment by our Fox News team. But again, this is some breaking news that we wanted to report to you here on Live Now from Fox. Elon Musk taking to Twitter himself to say that his Twitter deal is temporarily on hold pending certain details that support calculations of spam and fake accounts representing less than 5% of users. So we are going to work to get you some more information regarding this news. But in the meantime, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to switch to some weather-related news for you here on Live Now from Fox. We have been following the fallout and the damage that is now being assessed from the coastal fire in Laguna Niguel, California. We do know that dozens of multi-million-dollar mansions near the Laguna Hills area in Orange County have been destroyed, and we're going to hear from some people that are unfortunately sifting through that damage, as well as an update on the efforts to combat that fire that officially came to an end just yesterday. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, May 13th. We are continuing to monitor this breaking news that just came into our desk. We are learning that Elon Musk has officially tweeted that his deal to buy Twitter, which was announced just a couple of weeks ago, that he was going to buy it for $54.20 per share. He tweeted just minutes ago that the deal was on hold temporarily due to some information that said that spam accounts only represented less than 5% of users. So we're going to continue monitoring this news for you here on Live Now from Fox. But as you can see to the left-hand side of your screen, something that we also have been monitoring is the fact that G7 foreign ministers are meeting in Germany for 3 days worth of meetings on how Russia's war in Ukraine is impacting global food and energy prices. So we do have Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba speaking in Germany. So I do want to head out there live here on Live Now from Fox.
After speaking, let me put it this way, I'm anticipating a month and a half of exciting conversations with some European capitals on the EU candidacy status for Ukraine. I had a very friendly and constructive conversation with Jean-Yves Le Drian today on this matter, and he assured me that the idea expressed by President Macron to launch the European Political Union is not designed at bypassing Ukraine or at finding an alternative solution for Ukraine's European aspirations. And this assurance was very important, because now we have a clearer picture of how to address the issue. And frankly, we do not see any contradiction between granting Ukraine the EU candidacy status at the summit in late June and launching the reform process of the European Union, be it European Political Union or any other reform initiative. These are the processes that can complement each other and meet each other at a certain point. So I know what arguments of skeptics are, and my conclusion is that these are not entirely rational arguments. These are arguments rather based on the fear to make historic decisions. And I think that Europe is in the process of change, where those who will dare to make historic decisions will get the biggest political profit from it and will write their names down in history.
Is there any negotiation with Russia about this?
We were talking with them on Odessa. We did not receive any positive feedback, but we are ready to engage with them on negotiations. In negotiations with them on the food security issue. The problem is that we do not see any appetite from their side to address this matter. And equally, someone asked me about political negotiations. It's the same there. Russia prefers war to talks. This is the fact. This is what we see on the battleground. We are ready to talk, but we are ready for a meaningful conversation based on mutual respect, not on Russian ultimatums thrown on the table with like take it or leave it approach. Guys, I do not want you to get wet, so thank you very much. Bye-bye.
All right, some very brief remarks there from Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba. He is in northern Germany joining other foreign ministers from G7 countries, meeting to talk on the war's impact on global food and energy sources. You did hear him talking about the war in his country, saying that they at any moment are ready for more peace talks, more negotiations with Russia. But a major quote that he just ended on, saying that Russia prefers war over peace talks. So again, when we do get any more remarks coming from that meeting there in Germany, we will be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to continue on with some more top stories that we are following for you here on Live Now from Fox this morning. As you could see, we are live in our nation's capital right now. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to bring you the very latest on the wildfires that we are monitoring, not only in California, but as well as New Mexico and other parts of our nation.
Said he is not under investigation, and so it's up to his constituents to make the decision to send him to Congress. I thought you were going to take it to choice or something. He is not pro-choice, but we denied him. We passed the bill with what we had. And by the way, this is one of the first Congresses that we have had with a Democratic president with a pro-choice Congress. When President Obama was president, the House Democratic Caucus, we didn't have 218 pro-choice votes. That's why the Affordable Care Act was the fate that it was at the end, because there were those on the outside who were saying, oh, it's about, Roe v. Wade and terminating a pregnancy, which it completely was not. But our members, even those who were not pro-choice, understood that that was not what the health care bill was about, but there was an attempt on the outside to paint it that way. Thank God for the nuns. Thank God for the nuns, the Catholic nuns who supported the legislation and helped us push open that gate to pass that legislation. Thank you all very much. Right now we have 9 heads of state from the ASEAN visiting. The president has called a meeting of ASEAN here in D.C., and we are welcoming them to the Capitol. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We ready to go? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for coming out today. I would like to thank you and invite you to House Republican National Police Week. We're going to have a press conference. Normally it would have been hosted by my friend Congressman Kat Kammack. She's wrapping up some work on the House floor, so I'll be here, Greg Murphy, just starting things off. Ladies and gentlemen, we're all here ultimately because we want safe and secure communities for our friends, families, and businesses. Today we need to address 2 of the biggest issues that are facing law enforcement today: rising crime and Biden's border crisis. The Biden administration has now had a record-setting crime wave that is a serious threat to our nation's security. Homicides are up 30% in 2020 alone, which demonstrates the single largest annual increase since these statistics have been kept beginning 60 years ago. In 2021, murders jumped an amazing and horrific 5%. A dozen liberal cities have homicide records since Joe Biden came into office. It is safe to say that our law enforcement is facing an uphill battle. If homicides, drug seizures, gang activity, aggravated assaults, and thefts were not enough, our police force are witnessing left-wing socialists calling for an end to policing. There is undoubtedly a correlation between Democratic anti-police rhetoric and attacks on our law enforcement agents. Under Biden, attacks on law enforcement and enforcement fatalities have set all-time record highs, with death rates now up 59% from 2020 levels. These tragic, deplorable, and unacceptable measures must be stopped. The left's defund the police movement is a massive threat to public safety, When Republicans take back the House, we will make public safety and law enforcement a very high and if not top priority. The horrific problem that we are experiencing is a wide open, porous southern border. Law enforcement is having to combat self-inflicted crises brought on by the Biden's open border agenda. In fact, the CDC yesterday reported for the first time 107,000 deaths occurred from opioid overdoses last year, up 15% from 2020, affecting disproportionately minority communities. In just a matter of days, Biden is set to repeal Title 42, one of the last remaining lines of defense against Biden's open border. It is completely unconscionable and unforgivable. According to CBP data, there were 221,000 migrant encounters last month alone. This is a new Biden-era high. More than 7,000 migrants are crossing the border every day. That's before Title II is removed. In addition, more than 2.4 million immigrants have been apprehended on our border, with 42 being on the terrorist screening list. Enough fentanyl has crossed into our country now to kill every single American 7 times over. The fact that Biden's progressive base wants to defund the police and abolish the police movement is one of our nation's greatest security issues. My colleagues and I are here today to show our support of law enforcement, and because we value public safety and the heroes in our community who keep us safe. I would encourage our Democratic colleagues to actually do the same. I would like to personally welcome two of my most appreciated sheriffs in the district, coming from Eastern North Carolina. First, I would like to recognize Sheriff Asa Buck from Carteret County and Sheriff Chip Hughes from Craven County in North Carolina. These are two of our most outstanding law enforcement agents that keep us safe in Eastern North Carolina. Their unwavering commitment is a shining example of the excellence, professionalism, and bravery that's been expected and exuded by law enforcement. Gentlemen, we thank you for your work. We thank you for being here today. They came all the way up from Eastern North Carolina to help us recognize National Police Week. Please know that Eastern North Carolina is grateful and deeply appreciative of your service and your presence here today. It is important to note that in North Carolina we celebrate and appreciate our law enforcement agents. Unfortunately, that many here in Washington, D.C. still want to defund or abolish the police. Let me assure you that these patriotic sheriffs, Congresswoman Kamek, and the rest of my colleagues behind me will not stand for this nonsense, and will definitely repeal this nonsense when we take the House back this fall. Protecting our communities should not be a political issue, and now more than ever, Congress must show our gratitude and appreciation for all of our law enforcement agents. In the National Police Week, I'm proud to recommit our total and complete support for law enforcement, and we back the blue. Thank you very much. I would like to introduce my fine colleague from the great state of Indiana, Representative Jim Banks.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy, and thank you to Kat Kamak for organizing this important press conference today. Thank you to all of my colleagues who I am joined by here today, but most importantly, thank you to the members of law enforcement who have joined us for this important occasion. I have tremendous respect for you and the work that you do. Police work is honorable work, very honorable work. On Monday, as chairman of the Republican Study Committee, the largest conservative caucus on Capitol Hill, I sent a memo to my Republican colleagues about America's crime crisis. In 2020, Democrats declared war on the police. They defunded and they disrespected our law enforcement officers. In 2 years, the murder rate has skyrocketed by a record 35%. And the retirement rate among police officers leaped 45% the past 2, and nearly 1 in 5 police officers have resigned over that period of time. In 2021, attacks against our police officers rose by 91%. Fentanyl seizures increased by 134%. And 11 major American cities broke their homicide records in 2021 alone. The American people are desperate for answers and leadership. It's clear that Democrats are the pro-crime party, and it's up to Republicans to make America safe. The Republican Study Committee and my conservative colleagues in the House are working on many initiatives, including to protect qualified immunity by passing my bill to codify these legal protections for our police officers. I'm proud that the Indiana State Police Association endorsed my piece of legislation. In the past 3 years, Democrats have voted twice to strip officers of their qualified immunity protections. This is a direct attack on police officers' livelihoods that would expose them to frivolous lawsuits from criminals and far-left nonprofits. The Republican Study Committee and my colleagues here with me today are working also to end no-cash bail by stripping federal funds from states that release violent criminals before their trial date. This is important, and Republicans are the ones who are leading the way to make America safe and secure and to support our law enforcement officers, and I appreciate your time today. With that, I yield to my colleague from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
Thank you, brother. God bless you all. Thanks for being here today. We recognize police officers and law enforcement professionals from sea to shining sea. This is a brotherhood that it carries to the depth of our souls those of us that have sworn an oath and worn a badge. On Tuesday of this week, just 2 days ago, I buried a police officer brother who was gunned down in an ambush. Was shot in the stomach, the chest, and the head by an evil man. He suffered unspeakably, he and his family, as he struggled to survive. The Lord called him home. We buried him on Tuesday. This story is repeated across the country in communities of every state. Crime has increased in a manner many of us never imagined possible. And yet, it's a reality we witness. In respect to my colleagues' time, I'll be very brief. You pay attention to me, criminals across the country. You might think you're on the street, but you do not. You're enjoying a little run right now. Some policies are encouraging your behavior, encouraging your actions. But you have men and women behind badges across the country that are not running. These streets belong to the law-abiding Americans that we serve. And we're not going away. You've been fairly warned. Thank you, Ms. Cat, for arranging this today, and God bless my colleagues and my fellow brothers of the Thin Blue Line that stand with us today. Oh.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Tough to follow Mr. Higgins, for sure. Thank you to all my colleagues, and thank you to my friend, Dr. Murphy, for kicking us off here today. I apologize, we were wrapping up debate on protecting our TSA workers. So, first and foremost, thank you to the team and my colleagues for joining us here today, but also to our law enforcement who have joined us here today for this press conference, but also for Police Week in our nation's capital. For the press that's here today, thank you. You don't probably hear that a lot, but thank you for covering this. Because it seems like these days there's not a whole lot of coverage, at least positive coverage, for our first responders, our law enforcement, and their families. So thank you. I stand here today not just as a representative of the 3rd Congressional District in Florida, the Gator Nation, but as the wife of a first responder. As many of you know, my husband Matt is a 15-year firefighter and SWAT medic serving the city of Gainesville. Together we have seen the assault on our brothers and sisters in blue and green who have bravely protected our communities and who have been under assault by our national leaders, political parties, and politically motivated organizations. Over the last year and a half of this administration, the Biden the Biden administration and congressional Democrats have falsely claimed that Republicans want to quote-unquote defund police. I have never heard more BS in my life. You want to talk about political spin? It's at the White House. It's the Democrats who are on the House floor screaming defund police. It is the Democrats that want to take our law enforcement officers out of our streets. Meanwhile, while they pay for private security to the tunes of hundreds of thousands of dollars in private security, but for an average American, everyday citizen, they clearly, in the eyes of the Democrats, do not deserve the same protection. That's BS. Crime is on the rise across America, in every city, in every community. In 2020, we experienced a 30% increase in murders, the single largest annual increase since we started keeping crime statistics. Murders of law enforcement officers hit an all-time high last year, with rates up to 59% from 2020, including unprovoked attacks, officer ambushes, and other violent attacks against our men and women in blue. And you know, when you just have to sum it up, last year was the deadliest year for law enforcement on record. Up here in our nation's capital, I have members of my law enforcement community, some of whom have served for decades. They tell me they have never seen it this bad. In fact, just about a month ago, in Marion County, Florida, 2 pounds of fentanyl was found. It's a brick. And on that brick was a stamp of a border cartel member. That is enough fentanyl to kill every man, woman, and child in Marion County, Florida. It's not a small county. It's not rural. We have seen enough fentanyl come across our southwest border to kill every man, woman, and child in America multiple times over. And as those drugs cross the border, they make their way into our communities where our frontline workers, like our brave men and women in uniform, are then dealing with it. If you can't defend your homeland, you cannot protect our hometowns. And as these drugs are making their way further inland, further into our country, these men and women who are brave enough to put on a badge, put on a vest, and go out every single day not knowing if they're going to make it back, they are at risk, because there is no such thing as an average traffic stop. There is no such thing as a normal average working day for our men and women in blue and green. So as we celebrate the tribute and give tribute to our law enforcement who put it all on the line every single day, as we pay tribute and thank their families for their service, and we remember those that gave the ultimate sacrifice, thank them, remember them. Remember what is at stake here. Behind us is the United States Capitol, and today we have half of a chamber that wants to defund police, and they want to let criminals on the streets. And we stand here today to say hell no. I want to associate myself with the remarks from Representative Higgins, former law enforcement officer himself. We are taking back our streets, and it starts this November. With that, I would like to yield to Sheriff Nels from the great state of Texas.
Thank you, Kat. Very well said. You know, there's a war going on, my dear friends, and I'm not talking Ukraine. I'm talking about the war on our streets right here in America. There's a war on law enforcement, but it's just not law enforcement. It's a war that's taking American lives each day at an alarming rate with no end in sight. Criminals across the country have been given free rein by corrupt liberal DAs and justices, and our law enforcement and citizens are paying the ultimate price for it. Over 120 officers have been shot in the line of duty this year alone. 19 of those officers have been killed, and the far left is pouring more fuel on the fire. every level of government. Homicide rates and violent crime in our nation's large cities are breaking records, and make no mistake, under the leadership of Democrat mayors and city councils. In my great state of Texas, DAs backed by liberal billionaires like George Soros are indicting good officers in Dallas and releasing criminals in Houston. Instead of backing our brave officers, liberals are actively working against them. This puts us all at risk, folks. Puts us all at risk. And as a former sheriff, I'm disgusted.
Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, May 13th. We are officially at the 7 a.m. Eastern time mark, only 4 a.m. out there on the West Coast. But regardless of where you are joining us from, thank you so much for starting out your day with us. I'll be with you for the next several hours here from our Orlando studios, bringing you all of the latest developments on top stories, some live events that we are anticipating to get into our desk. We've already been live and worldwide this morning in both Germany and Ukraine as we continue to monitor all of the latest developments surrounding the war over there as it enters day 79. And we are also monitoring some breaking news as well. And that is actually what I want to start off our hour with here on Live Now from Fox. Elon Musk saying this morning that his planned $44 billion purchase of Twitter is temporarily on hold pending details on spam and fake accounts on the social media platform, which is another twist amid signs of internal turmoil over this proposed acquisition. So as you can see, we have that tweet for you right here in front of your screen. The Tesla billionaire linking to a story from May 2nd, citing a financial filing from Twitter that estimated false or spam accounts made up fewer than 5% of the company's monetizable daily active users in the first quarter. You could see here that he said, quote, Twitter deal temporarily on hold, pending details supporting calculations that spam/fake accounts do indeed represent less than 5% of users, basically indicating that he's skeptical that the number of inauthentic accounts is that low. Now, it wasn't clear whether the issue could scuttle the deal. Stock in both Twitter and Tesla swung sharply in opposite directions, with Twitter's stock tumbling 18% and Tesla, which Musk has proposed using to help fund the Twitter deal, jumped 5%. Now, investors have had to weigh legal troubles for Musk, as well as the possibility that acquiring Twitter could be a distraction from running the world's most valuable automaker. And his deal, his tweet, I should say, comes a day after Twitter fired two of its top managers. They said that the company is pausing most hiring except for critical roles and is pulling back on non-labor costs to ensure that they are being responsible and efficient. So in a memo sent to employees and confirmed by Twitter, their CEO said the company has not hit growth and revenue milestones after the company began to invest aggressively to expand its user base and revenue. So again, not too many details at this point, but he did tweet this, as you could see, at 5:44 a.m. So this breaking news coming into us just within the last hour and a half. Elon Musk tweeting that his Twitter deal, which we did report for you weeks ago that he planned to purchase the social media giant for $44 billion, that is temporarily on hold. And according to this tweet, it is because of supporting calculations that spam or fake accounts represent less than 5% of users. So we are working to get some more insight to this breaking news. We will likely be touching base with our Fox Business reporters and working to get you any major developments, again, on this breaking news that has just come into our desk within the last hour and a half. Another major story that we are monitoring for you here on Live Now from Fox is the latest when it comes to the baby formula shortage. And I actually do want to start off some of our coverage here as we are past the 7 o'clock Eastern time hour with the latest report from Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater. That's because parents around the entire country are scrambling to find baby formula amid these severe shortages. Now, the White House is officially getting involved, but it could be weeks before this crisis is even slightly resolved. So again, we're going to head out to Washington, D.C. live right now. Here is a look at the White House in our nation's capital. Let's get the latest details on this story from Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater.
Both the White House and Congress are looking to take some action here, but nothing will be quick. This crisis has been months in the making, and it won't be resolved anytime soon. You better get every last bit. Baby formula right now is like gold.
It's kind of a nightmare, to be honest with you.
With store shelves empty in many parts of the country, parents are increasingly desperate.
A mother shouldn't have to worry about how is her child going to get fed.
But plenty of parents are worried now, and there are a number of causes, including supply chain issues. And manufacturer Abbott Nutrition was forced to shut down its Michigan plant back in February after 4 infants became sick and 2 died while taking its formula, although the company says there's no evidence of a link.
To families looking for baby formula, do you have a message to those families?
Yes, not in this case. I spent a couple hours on the phone.
The president spoke with manufacturers and retailers yesterday, and the White House says they have been aware of this issue for some time.
This is work that's been underway for months.
Some have accused the FDA of dragging its feet. The Congress has scheduled a hearing on the shortages, but not until May 25th.
I can tell you as a new mom, families and moms and dads and babies can't wait 2 weeks.
And one lawmaker circulated photos of baby formula stockpiled at the southern border for illegal immigrants.
I'm getting word from Border Patrol agents that there is a tractor trailer full of pallets of baby formula sitting in that storeroom. Come on now, this is exactly what America Last looks like.
And doctors are warning parents not to water down what formula they have, but many families are running out of options. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Lazater for that report. And in just a little bit, we will bring you that full press conference from House Republicans on that meeting to talk about potential solutions for this shortage. So be sure to stick around for that. We'll have that for you in just a little bit. Meanwhile, lots of people across the country working to scramble for solutions. I actually do want to head out to San Diego, California, where one of our Fox News teams is covering the fact that a milk bank is now taking breast milk donations.
Good evening. New mothers across the country are struggling to find baby formula on the store shelves, and this San Diego milk bank is making sure milk is available to the most vulnerable babies. These bottles of pasteurized donated breast milk are on their way to newborn intensive care units and babies in need.
The biology in mother's milk is amazing.
This University of California Health Milk Bank mainly serves sick or premature infants when parents do not have a sufficient milk supply for their baby's nutritional needs.
It's premature babies, babies with cardiac illness, and other sick babies that would be typically given donor milk if mother's milk is insufficient. At home, we're really not talking about healthy full-term babies unless the family has an interest in feeding the baby donor milk. What we're talking about is these really very ill children.
It is the first milk bank in San Diego and has only been open for the last 2 years. As mothers across the nation struggle to find baby formula on shelves, this milk bank is working to get breast milk to the sickest babies.
Problems with formula supply, and that there may be a need, especially for children with medical requirements, to access other types of milk, such as donated human milk.
The milk here is also tested and processed using high-quality laboratory practices. Healthy breastfeeding or pumping mothers who have 100 ounces or more of extra frozen milk are also welcome to donate.
There's a shortage going on right now, and I think one of the big messages I would like to send is that there are women out there who have extra milk and may be interested in helping other families. And a way to help other families and make sure that milk gets to the most fragile kids among us is to donate to an approved milk bank.
To learn how you can donate milk or order milk, just head to our website at fox5sandiego.com and click on the Scene On tab. For now, in Mount Hope, Liberty Zabala, Fox 5 News.
All right, thank you to Liberty Zabala for that report. We are going to continue on with some more top stories that we are following for you here on Live Now from Fox. The latest when it comes to the massive controversy that is continuing about the leaked Supreme Court draft on Roe versus Wade and the aggressive response that we've seen by pro-choice activists. This is a look at just some of the protests that we have seen across the nation since that leak first happened more than a week ago. At this point, the Justice Department finally did comment on the demonstrations that specifically have been taking place at the homes of some of the Supreme Court justices. So Fox News Chief White House correspondent Mike Emanuel has the very latest on this story. Let's listen in.
After days of protests around the homes of conservative Supreme Court justices, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is calling out Attorney General Merrick Garland to enforce the law.
One would think a DOJ run by the former chief judge of the D.C. Circuit would need no prodding to protect judicial safety and judicial independence.
Two Democrats have split with the White House and other members of their own party on protests. House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer and Senate Democratic Whip Dick Durbin.
I think it's reprehensible. Stay away from the homes and families of elected officials and members of the court.
The Senate Majority Leader is on the other side of this issue.
If protests are peaceful, yes. My house there's protests 3-4 times a week outside my house.
Unlike protesting politicians, judges are a special category. Title 18, Section 1507 of U.S. Code says it is illegal with the intent of influencing any judge to pickets or parades in or near a building or residence occupied or used by such judge, juror, witness, or court officer. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin is asking Fairfax County authorities to extend security perimeters around the homes of 3 justices who live there. The county said no. The Commonwealth's Attorney General says the Justice Department must step up too.
It's a clear violation of Section 1507, and they're trying to intimidate intimidate Supreme Court justices.
The Justice Department has prosecuted cases before for people disrupting oral arguments in their workplace at the court. Some experts suggest protesters could also be charged with obstruction of justice for acts aiming to intimidate and influence the Supreme Court justices. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Mike Emanuel for that story. We also do want to let you know that at around 10 a.m. Eastern Time, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi will be joined by House Democrats as well as pro-choice activists to hold a press event following that Supreme Court leak suggesting that some of the justices would look to overturn Roe v. Wade. They did fail in an attempt to codify Roe v. Wade into law just the other day. So we will likely be bringing you that event raw, unfiltered, and in its entirety entirety here on Live Now from Fox in just a couple of hours. However, as we continue on with some more top stories that we're following for you on this Friday, May 13th, we're going to head out live to our nation's capital. This is a look right now at the Capitol building. Pretty dreary morning out there in Washington, D.C. But major news that broke for us yesterday, the House committee investigating the January 6th riot at the Capitol officially subpoenaing 5 Republican lawmakers. Now, this panel believes that they have information which could help them piece together events of what happened on that infamous day. So Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has all of the details from our nation's capital this morning.
In a fairly unprecedented move, the House committee investigating the January 6th Capitol riot subpoenaed 5 Republican members of Congress. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy and Congressman Andy Biggs, Mo Brooks, Jim Jordan, and Scott Perry.
We feel they have an obligation to tell the truth and to help us move forward and heal.
The panel has been investigating McCarthy's conversations with former President Trump on the day of the attack. All 5 have been asked to speak voluntarily to the committee, but no one has complied.
I think it is unusual. I think the committee is illegitimate. I thought it was that way when it started.
The move marks a dramatic escalation as the committee prepares for public hearings next month.
Do you think that the House, if they don't comply with these subpoenas, that the House should vote to hold them in contempt?
If they don't comply, yes, I do, and I look forward to doing that.
That's pretty rare to do that because the House has its own...
Excessively rare, but then again, so are insurrections.
But with midterm elections quickly approaching, some warn Democrats could face retribution should Republicans take back the House.
People have asked, does this set a precedent for the issuance of subpoenas for members of Congress in the future if there are coups and insurrections? And I suppose that it does.
If the members don't comply, the House could vote to hold them in contempt, and that could trigger a prosecution by the Department of Justice. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Madeline Rivera for that report. That is definitely a story that we will continue bringing you any updates on here on Live Now from Fox. But as we get you up to speed on all the top stories that we're following here on this Friday morning, I do want to switch to some coverage of the Russian invasion of Ukraine officially entering day 79. Now, as you can see, one of the top stories to the side of your screen is the fact that we've got foreign ministers from G7 nations, as well as the foreign minister of Ukraine, meeting in Germany to talk about the war's global impacts on economic prices and energy sources. We do know that they are expected to hold a news conference out there at around 8 a.m. Eastern time, so we'll be sure to bring that to you live if we do get that feed coming into our desk in just about 45 minutes. But in the meantime, I do want to bring you some news as to how the United States is continuing to respond. We actually do know that after unanimously passing in the House a $40 billion aid package for Ukraine has officially stalled in the Senate. Now, despite the wishes of leaders for both parties, Kentucky Senator Rand Paul here in front of you has delayed Senate approval until at least next week. Now, the bill still seems set to pass as Ukrainian forces try and slow Russian advances in the southeast. And major news that we have also been following as of yesterday is the fact that the United States says that they would pledge their support to Finland and Sweden if they become NATO allies. This sentiment was actually expressed by White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki during yesterday's White House daily press briefing. So let's hear some of what she had to say here for just a moment.
If Finland and Sweden are successful in their attempts to join NATO, that would put the U.S. on the hook, again, for military defending those countries, even potentially with nuclear weapons. What benefit is that to U.S. citizens?
Well, first let me say that we would support, the United States would support a NATO application by Finland and or Sweden should they choose to apply. We, of course, will respect whatever decision they make. Both Finland and Sweden are close and valued defense partners of the United States and of NATO. I would say in terms of how this benefits the American people, I think is sort of what you're asking about. Having a strong NATO alliance, a strong Western alliance, which is a defensive alliance, by the way, is good for our security around the world. And certainly having a strong partnership with a range of countries, including Sweden and Finland, if they decide to join, should be reassuring to the American people about our own security interests.
And then finally,
All right, so wanted to bring you about that minute there of some of White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki's remarks on this situation. Now, Finland says it will apply for NATO membership. Sweden has yet to make that announcement regarding their decision, but it is expected to happen over the next few days. And the decision to join NATO comes, of course, in the shadow of all of the turmoil regarding Russia's invasion of Ukraine, officially entering day 79. The Kremlin also reacting to this news that Finland and Sweden plan to bid to join NATO, threatening to take retaliatorial steps as this war rages on. So Fox senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Pocket, he has been in Ukraine for weeks now and is bringing us more on what's going on down in the ground there in Ukraine, as well as the Kremlin's response to Finland and Sweden's alleged NATO bid. Let's listen in.
The shockwaves from the war in Ukraine reached further today. Finland saying it would break decades of neutrality and apply for membership to NATO. Russia's aggression directly responsible.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine has altered the European and Finnish security environment.
It means Russia would double its shared border with NATO countries by another 800 miles. Sweden also looks like it will join NATO ranks. Approval from the alliance is expected. Russia is threatening unspecified actions.
NATO expansion does not make our continent more stable and secure.
And that's not all from Moscow. With the U.S. and Western military aid pouring into Ukraine, former Russian President Medvedev warned that could push the conflict into a direct war between Russia and NATO. And with economic sanctions biting, President Putin is grousing as well.
These sanctions largely provoke the global crisis.
Russian testing is perhaps a sign all is not well on the battlefield. Russian troops pulling back from Ukraine's second city of Kharkiv, grinding slowly on the eastern front, as the Ukrainian fighters in the Mariupol steel mills still hold out. Amid more signs of Russian military brutality, the UN saying today more than 1,000 Ukrainian civilians were killed by Russian troops during the occupation of suburbs north of Kyiv, including the town of Bucha, where locals are returning. Markets are reopening. Buildings are being repaired. The town's mayor sounded determined. It is our moral obligation to improve the city after the atrocities here, he says. But with scars of Russian horror all around and services and jobs still in short supply, residents aren't so sure.
Of course, we all want to restart here, but our feelings are pretty bad.
The street that gentleman lives on just about a month ago was littered with dead bodies, Ukrainian civilian victims of Russian killing. Actually, that man ended on a positive note, telling us, we will win and we will live. People here can only hope. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Greg Palkot, Fox News.
All right, everybody, and on the topic of Russia-Ukraine, we actually do have some breaking news, a live feed coming to our desk from Moscow right now. This is an inside look as we bring you live to a court hearing that is supposed to happen on the extension of the detention period for U.S. WNBA star Brittany Griner, expected to happen any moment now. Now, if you remember, Griner was detained at an airport back in February after Russian authorities said a search of her bag revealed the fact that there was vape cartridges containing oil derived from cannabis. Now, this is something that we've been following very closely here on Live Now from Fox. It has actually been nearly 3 months since WNBA Phoenix Mercury star Brittany Griner was officially jailed, and there is still no clear prospect of her release. So hopefully we will likely get more information out of this court hearing in Moscow. We do know that Griner, again, was detained in February at that airport in Moscow after vape cartridges containing cannabis oil were allegedly found in her luggage. The hearing that you are about to see, that we are getting this feed from, could likely extend her pre-trial detention. So we are going to monitor this feed for you here on Live Now from Fox. It is likely that is not going to be in English, but if we do get any sort of translation, or if we see Griner herself, we will absolutely bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. This is the beauty and magic of our show, everybody. We always really like to say it because when news breaks, when major events happen, not only here in the United States, but internationally as well, especially in Russia, where they have really honed in on social media and what is broadcasted internationally and globally, we are able to bring you front row. This is a front row seat to a court hearing on the extension of the detention period for U.S. WNBA star Brittany Griner in Moscow. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are actually going to switch gears here to another major story out of California and some other wildfires happening across the east, I should say, throughout the entire nation. I do want to let you know when we come back, we're going to bring you the very latest on the coastal fire that damaged dozens of millionaire homes out there in Laguna Niguel, California. But we've also got other wildfires blazing in parts of our nation like New Mexico. One was also reported in North Dakota. So we'll have all of that latest information from our Fox News teams that have been covering the efforts to first combat the blaze, then assess the damage. We're going to hear from some people who unfortunately did have their home damaged, and then we'll get the latest update from officials that happened at this point just hours ago in the evening there on Pacific time. So stick with us for all that information coming up after this quick break. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, May 13th, almost 7:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. It's almost 4:30 in the morning out there on the West Coast, and that is where we are staying right now. This is some new video coming into our desk this morning of the chilling images that have been seen in the Laguna Niguel area of Southern California after the coastal fire destroyed multiple homes. We brought you basically wall-to-wall coverage from when this first happened, as well as some live reports with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team throughout the day yesterday. We will be touching base with them again a little bit later in the morning. But right now we're learning more about what officials say was the cause of this fire. They say that dry conditions definitely helped fuel some of these big flames. So I do want to bring you the latest information from Fox News national correspondent William LaJeunesse.
Multi-million-dollar mansions left completely gutted here in Laguna Niguel. Embers from the coastal fire made their way through vents and attics. Roughly 24 homes in this Orange County neighborhood destroyed. Today, firefighters were out dousing hotspots, trying to prevent the blaze from burning more structures. Hundreds of homes have been evacuated.
Within a matter of 15 minutes, it grew like triple in size, and the winds were just fierce. They just kept blowing, and they jumped from canyon to canyon in the lower canyon.
The fire remains small, scorching roughly 200 acres. It began near a water treatment plant Wednesday afternoon before rushing up a canyon. But this blaze was different from others. Unlike many fires that erupt across the West, this one was not fueled by dry Santa Ana winds or low humidity. Instead, chilly coastal gusts fanned the flames. Officials say the area's drought and topography combined to make this fire dangerous.
And what happens in that canyon where it started was at the bottom of the drainage. It started running up canyon and up slope. Those are two devastating factors.
Authorities are now trying to determine a cause. Southern California Edison told state officials there was circuit activity where the flames broke out.
Our fire investigators are looking at that right now, and they're going to look at all aspects of what could have caused this devastating fire.
Officials say California's drought will likely lead to a very busy fire season. In Laguna Niguel, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
All right, thank you to William Lajeunesse for that report. Our hearts go out to anybody impacted by that coastal fire. Lots of people assessing damage, like William Lajeunesse just said, just shocked at the fact that they had to evacuate their homes and that area so soon. It all happened within hours just the other night. And some who were impacted by this blaze are finding hope in the little things. So I do want to bring you this report from Fox's Jason Sloss this morning.
Neighbors in this Laguna Niguel community have little, if anything, to return to after a wind-driven brush fire destroyed and damaged multi-million-dollar homes.
Just move forward. So that's all I can say.
Keith Morey is staying positive after the coastal fire destroyed the home he's rented for 9 years and just about all he owned. But Morey and his wife had a moment to celebrate as firefighters saved their computer and a wedding photo.
Because they're the heroes.
Okay. I was happy. I was trying to find you, search you down, and glad we were able to hook up. So
unbelievable. Thank you so much.
Absolutely welcome.
So we were able to save our wedding picture. We got married 4 years ago, and we had some beautiful memories in this house.
Fire crews from all over the region, including San Diego County, have responded. Homes have continued to smolder, and what's left of burned-out structures remain unstable and are in danger of collapsing. San Diego Fire Captain Joe Amador says his crew arrived late Wednesday night to relieve local firefighters.
We've been here ever since, trying to support their mission, which is basically just to patrol and protect some of the remaining structures. We find it honorable to come up to another community and come help. This is what we signed up for. For us to come up here means that we can turn around. If something happens in San Diego, they'll be willing to come back and help us should the need arise.
We talked with some evacuees who spent the night at a nearby evacuation center set up by the Red Cross.
And I saw an orange glow coming in to my bedroom, and I looked out the window and I could see the hillside on fire. And my neighbor called me and she said everybody's evacuating, and the helicopters were behind my house.
But it was scary inside. I'm trying to keep it as a parent, trying to maintain composure. But I was scared, because it was coming so fast. It came up so quickly.
Throughout the day, residents walked the street in disbelief, checking in on their homes and their neighbors' homes.
Kind of heartbreaking. It's shocking. It's shocking what happened, but it's not surprising because we do have that canyon that has been dry. I've lived here 25 years, and it was, I hate to say, a matter of time.
Many neighbors in this.
Meanwhile, unfortunately, not the only wildfire that we have been monitoring here on LiveNOW from Fox. This is some video of the Calf Canyon and Hermit Peak fires growing to a combined 259,810 acres in northern New Mexico. This is all happening as residents of 4 different counties were told to remain on very high alert for road closures or even orders to evacuate. Now, the U.S. Forest Service said that they were expecting extreme fire behavior and rapid growth, especially to the north amid these very unfavorable weather conditions. They also said that residents of San Miguel, Mora, Taos, and Colfax counties should remain on high alert for changes to evacuation statuses and road closures. This video, specifically posted by Dale Shahan over the weekend, said that he filmed it near Las Vegas, showing flames climbing up and consuming trees. I also do want to touch base on some weather-related content, taking us to South Dakota. These are intense winds that carried a massive dust storm into Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Wind gusts as high as 70 to 90 miles per hour were forecast in the area as the storm blew in. This is according to the National Weather Service. So really remarkable footage showing just how large these dust clouds are hovering over these neighborhoods. People still trying to make it to their destinations on the roads there. This happening in the middle of the day. So very, very chilling footage that we wanted to bring you on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, we are going to send some of you on another quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to bring you the very latest press conference from authorities out there in California regarding the coastal fire, which has damaged dozens of multi-million-dollar homes. Stay with us for that update.
Good evening. My name is Sean Doran, Fire Captain and Public Information Officer with the Orange County Fire Authority. Thank you for joining us today for the press briefing for the coastal fire. Today we have two speakers, Orange County Fire Authority Division Chief and Incident Commander Shane Sherwood, and Orange County Sheriff Department Captain Asuncion. We're going to take individual speakers, and at the end we'll have questions all at the same time. Thank you for your cooperation.
Good evening. My name is Shane Sherwood, spelled S-H-A-N-E, Sherwood, S-H-E-R-W-O-D. I'm with the Orange County Fire Authority, and I'm an incident commander for the coastal incident. I'd like to start off with a couple numbers and updates for you. Currently, we're at 200 acres. We have a 15% containment. Right now, I would like to take the moment to thank all of our assisting agencies from LA County, Riverside County, San Diego County, and especially thank you to CAL FIRE and their resources. Without their assistance, we would not have the success that we have currently. Talk about damage and destroyed structures. Currently, we have 20 destroyed structures and 11 damaged. And that assessment has been completed, and we continue to work with the City of Laguna Niguel to handle and address any of the impacted residents in that community. Talking about our upcoming weather, we still had afternoon winds, and we expect the weather to get hotter and drier over the next 2 days, so that'll still continue to challenge all of our firefighters in our efforts toward containing this fire. Currently, we have 550 firefighters assigned to the incident. We have reported a second injury. I am happy to report all of our firefighters that have been injured have been assessed at the hospital and have been released. For the community, we want to take a moment and say thank you for all their patience. We are continuing to work diligently in all of our efforts to not only contain the fire, but to address all of those that have been impacted with their homes, and we will continue with that effort. But we want to thank them for their patience, and we will continue to work diligently each night until this fire is put at 100% containment. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Captain Virgil Asuncion, V-I-R-G-I-L, Asuncion, A-S-U-N-C-I-O-N. And I am the Chief for Laguna Niguel Police Services. First of all, I just want to reach out to the community and those individuals that have been affected by this fire. My heart goes out to you. We have approximately 900 residents evacuated from their homes in Laguna Niguel. We want to thank those residents who evacuated quickly, that assisted us to get our jobs done. We know we've lost some homes. This is devastating and has major impacts to our entire community. We are here to support you and support the city. Evacuation orders remain in place at this time. Updated maps of evacuation areas and road closures can be seen at ocsheriff.gov/coastal fire. The question on everyone's mind is repopulation. We have received more than 1,250 calls to our hotline. Most are asking about when they could go home. It is vital that it is safe to repopulate for the residents and for our fire personnel that is fighting the fire out there. The worst case scenario would be allowing people back into their homes, then having them to re-evacuate. We ask for patience from our residents. Information will be shared about repopulation on ocsheriff.gov/coastal fire and on the Twitter page of the Orange County Fire Authority at OC Fire Authority. Road closures remain in place. We ask anyone who does not have a legitimate reason to be in the area to please stay away. Again, thank you to our partner agencies and to the Laguna Niguel community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time and for being here. At this moment, we're going to open it up to a few minutes of questions. And after that, we'll conclude. In advance, thank you for your time for being here today for our 5 o'clock press briefing. Right.
Chief Sherwood, can you address, Chief Dennis's talked a lot about climate change and the impact that he believes that it has had on what's happened here. Can you please address that, the drought, the wind, climate change?
So I can comment on a few things. And so in the firefighting world, some of the things that we look at are what impacts or what drives a fire is the fuels, the topography, and the weather. And when all three of those come in alignment like we had yesterday, we have the devastation that we see today. So the fuels are extremely dry, as we know. Where the homes are located there off Coronado Point and Vista Montemar, they sit directly above some drainages that channel the winds. And the winds yesterday were extremely fast, extremely strong. And when all three of those components come together, there is very little that the firefighting efforts can do. The biggest thing that we want to do is get the folks out of the way. That's where the evacuations come into place. And so that's unfortunately what we had in the situation here on the coastal fire. It was really those fuels being as dry as they were, the strong winds, and the alignment on the topography which is what created the devastation. We are very fortunate. It is not more homes, and we have no loss of life, which is fantastic, and in our mind is success. So currently the investigators are still working on the cause, so it is still undetermined at this time, and they're still working on that. I don't have a comment. That investigators are still investigating what the cause of the fire is. I absolutely. I would expect the escalation of the containment as the days to come. However, we still have a lot of work, not only in the vegetation side of it, but also throughout the homes that have been impacted by this incident.
Chief, you mentioned 20 structures destroyed, 11 damaged. How many of those are like actual homes? You just said structures.
I'm sorry, all of those are residential homes.
Chief, on the southwest side of that fire, we have noticed there may be some yellow-red tape covering some area. Do you know if that is a possible ignition source? Do we have any idea if this is what you guys are looking at, where the fire may have actually started?
So not knowing exactly the area you're speaking of, saying the southwest, if you do see fire line tape out there, that could be an area of interest. It also could be a hazard on the fire line. I can't comment exactly what you're talking about.
Chief, how many stations do you have working on this fire?
How many? I'm sorry.
How many separate stations do you have helping with this fire?
I don't have exact stations. We have 550 firefighters on the fire line, and as I said, we have resources from LA County, Riverside County, San Diego County, as well as from CAL FIRE.
CAL FIRE came in and helped with a lot of air resources last night, yesterday afternoon and last night. Could you use more?
I would love to say we could always use more, but yes, absolutely, CAL FIRE was instrumental in the success we had with this fire. They were instrumental in bringing in all the fixed wing, as well as some of the rotary wing that we saw. As of last night, it was OCFA's helicopter that was responding after the sun went down.
Would you have liked more resources in the air?
Gosh, we would always love to have more resources, so yes. However, we were able to, have the success we had with the resources we were able to acquire.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox, listening in to the latest update from authorities in Laguna Hills, California, after a massive fire named the Coastal Fire engulfed more than a dozen multi-million-dollar mansions in flames. We do know that damage is being assessed this morning. We're going to touch base with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to send some of you to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to turn to a really cool story that a lot of people will be able to see this weekend. We've got a lunar eclipse headed our way, so when we come back, we are going to speak with a NASA scientist about what is happening and how you can see it this Saturday and Sunday. Don't go anywhere. This is Regina with Live Now. We're going to be taking you in about 40 seconds. All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, May 13th. We are shifting focus here to a really cool story. So many of us look up at the moon, and this Sunday specifically, the moon is going to give us a special show, a total lunar eclipse. And here to talk about why this weekend's moon is so special and the ongoing effort to return humans to the moon is NASA scientist Michelle Thaler. She is with us here on Live Now from Fox to talk all about it. Michelle, thank you so much for joining us. Really exciting stuff happening this weekend. So can you kind of tell us right off the bat what is going to be happening?
Oh, this is one of my favorite shows that the sky puts on. This is a total lunar eclipse. And very simply put, everything is perfectly lined up so that the moon will actually pass into the shadow of the Earth. The Earth will block out the sunlight that usually reaches the moon. So this takes course over about 2 hours, actually. You'll see that the shadow begin to go across the moon. And then at a little bit after midnight Eastern time will be the height of the eclipse. This is when the moon turns sort of a beautiful coppery red color. It's a gorgeous show.
Michelle, when it comes to this happening, we send people to the moon with the Apollo program. Now we're going back with Artemis. So what are we doing right now to get ready for this mission? I mean, you guys work with the moon on a daily basis.
Well, absolutely. So there are many things that you're going to see happening in the next couple of years. One thing that's worth mentioning is for the last 13 years, we've had the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter that has been orbiting the moon and mapping every little bit of its surface, looking for great landing sites for humans in the future. Now we're going to ramp up to actually do that with the Artemis mission. And we're going to be starting next year with some robotic explorers. This is an animation of the Viper rover that will be launched late next year, and we'll actually be looking for resources on the moon that astronauts may use sometime in the future. And then one thing I'm very excited about is our collaboration with the commercial space industry. We have about a dozen different companies that will be launching 40 instruments to the moon in the next few years. And they'll be looking at, again, landing sites for humans, scientific instruments. You're going to see a huge change about human presence on the moon leading up to finally having humans back on the moon, including the first woman and the first person of color on the moon. I think that'll be incredibly exciting.
That is so exciting. And yes, you guys do such amazing work there. So we definitely needed to showcase that. Now, switching back to that lunar eclipse here, when you talk about it turning red, why is that? I've always wondered that myself.
Absolutely. So you think that if the moon just goes into the Earth's shadow, it would just be black. It would just be blocking out all the light. What happens is that the only light that's reaching the moon at that point is light that's actually bending through the atmosphere of the Earth. So the Earth is in the way of the sun, but the air in our atmosphere actually bends some sunlight through it. And just like at a sunrise or a sunset, when light goes through the atmosphere of the Earth, blue light is scattered away more easily than red light. So the only light getting up to the moon, it's almost like all of the sunsets and sunrises all around the world, that orange light is being projected up to the moon, and that's why it turns that reddish color.
That is so awesome. All right, one last question. The nitty-gritty details. Do you know what time this is happening? When people should head outside? What can you tell us?
Sure. Well, I mean, the nice thing about a lunar eclipse is it's not just one moment. So even if it's cloudy outside, this goes on for more than an hour and a half. On the East Coast, you'll begin to see the shadow cross the moon a little bit after 10 p.m. And the height of the eclipse, when you'll see this beautiful reddish glow on the moon, is a little bit after midnight. And it will go on for about an hour after that. It's a wonderful lunar eclipse because here on the East Coast of the United States, we can see the whole thing. But, all around the world, people from New Zealand to Eastern Europe will be able to see at least a partial eclipse. So this is a really nicely aligned one.
Well, I'm a space nerd, so I'm really excited to see this. So Michelle Thaler, NASA scientist, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox to talk to our viewers about this very exciting moment this weekend. We really thank you for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Be sure to head outside on a Sunday to get a glimpse at that really, really cool lunar eclipse. Meanwhile, as we do stay on topic with some space-related news, we've had some major breakthroughs when it comes to the first picture of a black hole in our galaxy, as well as the potential to grow crops on other planets. Yes, you heard me right. So let's get the very latest from our Fox News team as they follow this news beyond our planet here this morning.
Massive black hole in the center of our Milky Way galaxy on Thursday. The outer space giant called Sagittarius A star is the second black hole in history to be captured on camera, allowing researchers to better study gravity, quantum mechanics, and how galaxies may have formed.
It has provided excellent confirmation of Einstein's theory of general relativity and has confirmed the mass of the black hole at the center of our galaxy, which is about 4 million times that of our sun.
Deriving the image was an intensive international effort involving several global telescopes joining forces to observe the black hole.
We connect radio dishes around the globe and we synchronize them with atomic clocks. They all look at the same black hole at the same time, and that creates a virtual dish as large as the Earth itself.
But the space discoveries don't stop there.
Holy cow.
Researchers at the University of Florida are using lunar soil to grow plants. Scientists took moon soil collected by astronauts like Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin and planted the seeds of a small flowering plant called the thale cress. And while all the seeds sprouted, the plant stopped growing shortly after. But still, like other scientific breakthroughs in history, officials say this shows what's possible for the future.
So it's easy to sort of look back at the Wright brothers now and say, hey, that was the first time, they're just trying it out, it worked, and look at where we are now.
The team is preparing to attempt the experiment again as NASA gears up to send astronauts back to the moon with its Artemis program within the next 3 to 4 years. Ted Lindner, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Ted for that report. Lots of space news to bring you here this morning. We always like to say we bring you live, we bring you worldwide, and sometimes we even bring you into our galaxy. So wanted to share all of those details with you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, heading back to that lunar eclipse happening on Sunday. Be sure to watch it. We'll have some coverage, and we'll play that interview segment that I just did with that NASA scientist once again a little bit later here in our show on Live Now from Fox, and as well as in our weekend shows. I'll be with you tomorrow here as well from Orlando, Florida. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to get into the latest business and consumer related headlines. We'll bring you back out to that breaking news of Elon Musk officially taking to Twitter this morning, talking about how his $44 billion deal to purchase the social media giant is temporarily on hold due to spam accounts, and really some more details on that. And then we'll get into some more information on the continued prices of not only gas, but everything we use as American consumers continuing to just get higher. So stay with us. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox. We are slowly approaching the top of the 8 o'clock Eastern time hour here. And before we get there, I do want to touch base on some business and consumer related stories that we're following. Obviously, a huge one, that baby formula shortage, but I'm going to bring you more information on that at the top of the hour because it is one of the big stories that we are continuing to follow today. However, I do want to talk about inflation for just a minute here on Live Now from Fox. We actually do know that legislation to control gas prices is making its way through the halls of Congress. We know that Congress will vote on legislation barring excessive or exploitative fuel prices, preventing increases during national energy emergencies. Now, this measure actually isn't likely to get enough support from Republicans to become a law. And as you know, gas prices have been soaring over the last 3 weeks, with diesel, mid-grade, and premium gas reaching record highs. Stay with us because actually at around 8:15 a.m. Eastern time, we are going to be touching base with Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses. He's actually doing a story about how gas prices in New York are actually going down a little bit. So some good news out there for New Yorkers. Meanwhile, between gas and rising inflation hitting Americans hard in all of these areas, we actually are learning this morning that despite inflation, many Americans are still sticking to their summer travel plans. This is something that Fox Business correspondent Kelly O'Grady has the latest on from California.
Well, travel is defying the odds with soaring bookings. Delta just had its best month, record sales. American is expecting to see business travel back at 90% of pre-pandemic levels by the summer. But Americans are bracing for rising prices, and inflation could impact how they travel. Now, airline fares are up 33.3% year over year in April, according to the latest inflation data released yesterday. But the number that's particularly shocking is the month over month. Airline prices jumped 18.6% in the month of April alone. That's the highest jump we've ever recorded. But despite being forced to pay these higher prices, travel demand is still high. Airbnb's revenue is up 80% over the same period in 2019 and a record 100 million bookings. And this particular listing is one of them. It's worth $10 million and rents for roughly $10,000 a night. The biggest interest comes from extended family groups wanting a reunion. The owner got the idea during the Super Bowl, and the phone is still ringing off the hook.
After the Super Bowl is over, we're still getting calls. They want a nice place. They want to have a vacation, and this is their moment to break away from their work. People are getting free again, so they want to, they've been waiting to get out.
Now, that trend is driven by two main things. Not only are people leveraging the ability to work remotely, but after the pandemic, we're restless and people are willing to pony up. In fact, an American Express survey says that 86% of respondents are willing to spend the same or more on travel as they were pre-pandemic. But rising prices could mean that demand could fall off. Half of U.S. travelers say that rising transport costs could impact their plans in the next 6 months. In Naples, California, I'm Kelly O'Grady for Fox Business.
All right, thank you to Kelly O'Grady for that report. Meanwhile, speaking of Fox Business, consumer prices continuing to just be on the rise is exactly what they are talking about in this latest Fox Means Business report. Let's have that for you here.
Consumers aren't the only ones getting squeezed by inflation. Producer prices, which is what wholesalers pay for goods and services before they sell them to consumers, jumped 11% in April from the same time a year ago. And this is a big deal because businesses often pass on part or all of those increases to you at home. Well, gas prices jumping to a record high for the third day in a row. The national average cost for regular is now $4.42 a gallon. That's a 2-cent rise from Wednesday. And the cost of borrowing money to buy a home is getting more expensive, too. Freddie Mac say the average 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is now 5.3%. For some context, it was 2.9% this time last year. And while mortgage rates, gas, and the price of goods continue to go up, most stocks continue to go down. The Dow S&P 500 closed in the red, but well off session lows, and the Nasdaq actually eked out a small gain. That's business. I'm David Asman.
Alrighty, everybody, good morning, and thank you for streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, May 13th, Friday the 13th. Everybody be careful out there. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from our Orlando studios, continuing to bring you all of the latest developments on top stories that we're following, not only here in the United States, but internationally as well. We've also had quite a few live events coming to our desk internationally this morning. I do want to give you a look at one of the live events that we actually are anticipating to happen any moment now. We've got G7 foreign ministers meeting in northern Germany to talk about the war in Ukraine as it officially enters day 79. And they are specifically going to be talking about the war's impact on global food prices and energy sources. So when we do get these remarks coming to us live, we will be sure to stream them for you here on our show. Meanwhile, I also do want to let you know that a major story that we are following here this morning that just broke a little more than 2 hours ago at this point is the fact that Elon Musk officially took to Twitter. Here's that tweet for you right in front of your face on your screen. He said this morning that his planned $44 billion purchase of Twitter is temporarily on hold pending details on spam and fake accounts on the social media platform. It is another twist amid all of these signs of internal chaos over this proposed acquisition. So in this tweet, as you can see here, he actually did link a story from Reuters from May 2nd, citing a financial filing from Twitter that estimated false or spam accounts made up of fewer than 5% of the company's daily active users in the first quarter. So that's actually old news. But in a sense, you could see in his tweet, he did cite it, saying that the Twitter deal is temporarily on hold pending details supporting calculations that spam fake accounts do indeed represent less than 5% of users. Now, it wasn't clear whether the issue could completely put the deal done with, completely just shatter the deal. But we do know stocks in both Twitter and Tesla swung very sharply in opposite directions earlier this morning. Pre-market trading, Twitter stock tumbling 18%, and Tesla, which Musk had proposed to use and help fund the Twitter deal, actually jumped 5%. Now, investors have had to weigh legal troubles for Musk, as well as the possibility that acquiring Twitter could be a distraction from running the world's most valuable automaker. Now, his tweet comes a day after the social media company actually fired two of its top managers. They said that the company is pausing most hiring except for critical roles and is pulling back on non-labor costs to ensure that they're being responsible and efficient. So, not a whole lot of details here, just this tweet that came to our desk a couple of hours ago from Elon Musk saying that his $44 billion Twitter purchase deal is on hold due to this calculation that spam and fake accounts represent less than 5% of users. So we are working to get some more insight on this breaking news. We should be touching base with our Fox Business contributors a little bit later here in our show. But another top story that we are following for you on Live Now from Fox, also the latest when it comes to that baby formula shortage. Very heartbreaking for parents out there scrambling to find solutions to what some are at this point calling a crisis. And we do have the Biden administration officially being pressed on solutions to get more formula to the shelves too. This cause for it has been cited as supply chain issues as well as other issues as well. So I do want to bring you some insight as to what the Biden administration has to say about this shortage here on Live Now from Fox. Let's get that from Fox News correspondent Doug Lazader.
Both the White House and Congress are looking to take some action here, but nothing will be quick. This crisis has been months in the making, and it won't be resolved anytime soon. You better get every last bit. Baby formula right now is like gold.
It's kind of a nightmare, to be honest with you.
With store shelves empty in many parts of the country, parents are increasingly desperate.
A mother shouldn't have to worry about how is her child going to get fed.
But plenty of parents are worried now, and there are a number of causes, including supply chain issues. And manufacturer Abbott Nutrition was forced to shut down its Michigan plant back in February after 4 infants became sick and 2 died while taking its formula, although the company says there's no evidence of a link.
To families looking for baby formula. Do you have a message to those families?
Yes, not in this case. I spent a couple hours on the
The president spoke with manufacturers and retailers yesterday, and the White House says they have been aware of this issue for some time.
This is work that's been underway for months.
Some have accused the FDA of dragging its feet. The Congress has scheduled a hearing on the shortages, but not until May 25th.
I can tell you as a new mom, families and moms and dads and babies can't wait 2 weeks.
And one lawmaker circulated photos of baby formula stockpiled at the southern border for illegal immigrants.
I'm getting word from Border Patrol agents that there is a tractor trailer full of pallets of baby formula sitting in that storeroom. Come on now, this is exactly what America Last looks like.
And doctors are warning parents not to water down what formula they have, but many families are running out of options. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Luzader for that report. Here is a live now look at the White House in our nation's capital. Pretty dreary day out there on this Friday, May 13th. We will anticipate and hopefully get some more response to this baby formula shortage at around 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, when White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki holds her last press briefing. Today is her final day working for the Biden administration in Washington, D.C. There are reports that she could be going to MSNBC to work as a commentator, but that has yet to be confirmed. So we will hopefully get some more insight as to where she's going in that update. But she is going to be replaced by her deputy, Karine Jean-Pierre, who will represent a very historic choice for the role. She will become the first black press secretary and openly gay press secretary in the history of the position. I also do want to let you know related to gas prices and inflation as we continue to follow more business-related news. Here's a little look at a gas station out up north. We are just minutes away from speaking live with Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses on the fact that some stations in New York and New Jersey are planning on really lowering their prices today, all in efforts to prove a point to lawmakers out there amid these rising gas prices and amid inflation. So we'll have that for you here in just a little bit. It is slated to happen at around 8:15 a.m. Eastern time. Meanwhile, when it comes to inflation, when it comes to how all of these record high prices for basically everything we as American consumers use is continuing to get higher and higher, I do want to bring you this segment from our Fox 11 Los Angeles team on how it is impacting homeowners and even renters in a very, very complicated housing market. So let's listen into this segment here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, noon 5 here. The red-hot real estate market is not only a challenge for buyers and sellers, for renters. Property owners are heavily scrutinizing potential tenants.
So what can you do to increase your chances of landing that spot? Fox 11's Susan Hirasuna has some tips to give you an edge when competing for a new place to live.
You can find the signs or the listings. Apartments, condos, townhomes, and houses for rent. But finding an available place doesn't mean you, as the prospective tenant, will be chosen to move in.
I was surprised just because of what my expectation was. I guess coming in, it's like, oh, there's so many places. I'm sure I'll have, my pick. It's trickier than I thought.
Trickier because these days filling a vacancy isn't the prime goal of rental property owners. Finding the right tenant is.
One thing that owners tell us is that the pool of tenants has changed. So people's credit scores are worse today. People have more debt today than they did pre-pandemic.
The wrong tenants could go from rent payers to rent delayers or worse.
We have an eviction moratorium. There's people that haven't paid rent literally in years, and there's no way to evict them in the city of LA, and so that makes people that much more cautious.
I had a great response.
Steve Jones had no problem finding prospective tenants for this 2-bedroom, 2-bath charmer in Cypress Park. So many were interested, they knew they needed a way to get the edge on the competition.
One of the ways that a few of these applicants, interested parties, did that was by saying to me, hey, listen, I can go a little bit higher than what you have your home advertised for.
There are other ways to go from shopping for a rental to finally moving in. Jones wanted $3,600 a month for this property. Ideally, a person's income should be a minimum of 3 times that rent. Here are some other tips to give you the edge in a hot rental market. Number 1, ask your credit report.
Pay off all your bills. So like if you have a little credit card debt, pay it off so that your credit score looks better.
Number 2, be prepared to show income, pay stubs, bank statements, even a history of your past rental payments. Those are typical demands on an application form. Jones suggests you do one better.
If a prospective tenant came to me with all of that stuff already organized and said, oh, by the way, I've been a little bit proactive with this and here you go, that person for sure would have an edge over everyone else.
And here's one more tip that might surprise you. Show up in a clean car.
When I see how you take care of your own property, then that'll tell me something about how you're going to take care of my property, right?
There are ways property owners may subtly discriminate. James Murphy needs a place for him and his 2 roommates and had been surprised by owners' questions.
I wouldn't call it an age thing, but because I'm younger and don't have a family, they're like, well, we really want to make sure your credit's fine. I'm like, my credit's fine, guys. And like, well, if you got a pet, pet rent and pay a larger deposit, sometimes they'll ask for a little bit more than was on the original listing.
Jones admits he might get multiple applicants that meet his criteria. Deciding who gets the lease, he'll go with his gut.
It really is a relationship. And so I want to make sure that that relationship is going to be, that it's going to work both ways.
Susan Hirosuna, Fox 11 News.
All right, Noon 5 here, the red hot.
All right, thank you to our Fox 11 Los Angeles team for that report. When we come back, we are going to head out live to New Jersey right now. As you know, and as a New Yorker, I'm from New York, lived and bordered the New Jersey state. New Jerseyans, they don't pump their own gas. Well, that is not going to happen today. Today, dozens of gas stations across New Jersey are actually cutting their prices just for a single day in an effort to encourage lawmakers to let drivers pump their own gas. So when we come back, we're going to touch base live with Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses on that story. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, May 13th. We are actually taking a live now look over the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey. A pretty dreary day out there, but not stopping some people from getting out and getting their morning exercise. You can see a few people riding their bikes, but interesting day, an interesting story to bring you out of New Jersey, especially as all week long we have been talking about record high gas prices. Well, today, dozens of gas stations across New Jersey are actually cutting their prices, but it's just for a single day. And it's actually in an effort to encourage lawmakers to let drivers pump their own gas, as self-serve is banned in the Garden State. Fox 5's Robert Moses, he's actually live in New Jersey right now. We're going to go from Ocean City to Secaucus, New Jersey, where he's got the very latest on this story. Robert, I have to say, I have a lot of friends from Jersey, and I had to teach them how to pump gas when they visited me. So what can you tell us about this story? Very interesting day.
Yeah, Regina, I grew up here in New Jersey, and it was always fascinating for me whenever I was a kid and I had to watch my parents wait for the attendant to come over and actually pump the gas. Yes, New Jersey is an anomaly in not allowing motorists to pump their own gas. However, proponents say that prices would come down if drivers could just do it themselves.
We are calling it the Self-Serve Day of Awareness.
For today only, dozens of gas stations in New Jersey will offer motorists a glimpse of the savings they could enjoy at the pump if only the Garden State allowed self-serve. Participating stations today will offer discounts of around 15 cents a gallon. Sal Risolvato serves as the executive director of the New Jersey Gasoline Convenience Store and Automotive Association.
We are trying to demonstrate the discount that we would be able to offer every day to our customers if we were permitted to allow our customers to pump their own gas. New Jersey motorists are missing out on that savings.
Proponents estimate motorists could save between $100 and $400 a year if they could pump their own gas. So where do those savings come from? Well, gas station owners could pass savings on labor right on to consumers, and competition creates a domino effect. If one station is charging a few cents less, another will have to follow suit to compete. Risolvato says self-serve would not mean employees lose their jobs, especially now when it's hard to find workers.
We're talking about replacing the orange cones. Please tell me that you've seen them at gas stations. You can't lay off an orange cone. All you're going to do is remove the cone and let you pump it.
And then there is the convenience aspect. You would not have to wait for an attendant. Legislation introduced earlier this year in New Jersey would allow self-serve. Stations with more than 4 pumps would still have to offer full service. We spoke to drivers saving money today about whether they are pumped at the prospect of self-serve.
I went to college in Pennsylvania, so I did it pretty often there.
Would you pump your own gas?
Nope.
Why not?
I don't like it.
And here at this Exxon in Secaucus, the price of a gallon of regular is down 15 cents today. Yesterday it was $4.49. Today it is $4.34. So that is not an insignificant sum. Perhaps we might have some New Yorkers crossing over the Hudson and opting to fill up here in Jersey today. Regina, back to you.
Yeah, and you know, if New Yorkers hop over to get that gas, they're going to be showing off because they know how to pump their own gas. I think my favorite was that last sound you had in your story. Will you pump your own gas? Nope. That just made my morning. Robert, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox with this story. I'm looking forward to seeing more video of this taking place throughout the day. You have a good weekend.
You too.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Very interesting angle to bring you, especially like I mentioned, we've been reporting record high gas prices all over the country. So we will continue to touch base with our Fox 5 New York team, who is going to be in New Jersey as this day progresses. So be sure to stick with us for any more details and commentary about New Jerseyans not wanting to pump their own gas. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to head back to some coverage of a major story that we've been following for the last several days, but it has really been months in the making, like Doug Lazader just said a little earlier ago in his report as he follows this story for us here. We are going to we're going to bring you some coverage and actually some full remarks from Republican House lawmakers on pressing the Biden administration for more answers and solutions to this baby formula shortage. We've got parents across the nation scrambling on what to do. So we'll have that for you when you come back.
Shortage. And I cannot think of a more harrowing, panicked crisis for parents to face than desperately trying to find food and formula for their newborn babies. I've led on this issue since February, and we as House Republicans continue to demand answers from the FDA. And unsurprisingly, when I reached out in February from my office to the FDA, we received no substantive response. Joe Biden simply has no plan. In fact, when Joe Biden's White House was asked about the shortage, they laughed. Shameful. Make no mistake, there is nothing laughable or funny about this crisis. As a new mother, I understand personally the severity of this challenge. My son Sam is 9 months old, he is formula fed, and even in my trips to the grocery store in upstate New York, the shelves have been fairly empty. And there was an article just today about families having to drive hours to access stores that have formula. Think about the cost of gas for families on limited income. So today, House Republicans are here to push for action from the FDA and the Biden administration, who should have had a plan for this shortage months ago. Instead, bare shelves Biden has continued to pass the buck. Biden and the FDA needed to work directly with the manufacturers and hospitals to make sure that we have an adequate supply of baby formula and make sure that parents know where to go if the shelves are empty at the store. Think about this. Babies have been put to bed hungry while parents are desperately trying to find alternative formulas that are often difficult to procure. This is not a third world country. This should never happen in the United States of America. We are unified in demanding action to address this crisis. I'm turning it over to my colleague, Ann Wagner, who is a mom and grandmother and has heard firsthand from her constituents. Ann.
Thank you. I thank our conference chair greatly. I am Ann Wagner. I represent Missouri's 2nd Congressional District in the suburbs of St. Louis County. This is sadly Joe Biden's America. Working families are already struggling to put food on the table due to the skyrocketing costs of everyday items. And now they are facing a crisis that is threatening the very lives of their newborn children. This baby formula shortage is hitting mothers all over the country, but especially in my home state of Missouri. Missouri is just one of 6 states in America that has more than half of its baby formula out of stock. Business and retailers are rationing supplies. As you can see, this is from a local store, limiting the amount of formula that a customer can buy. The St. Louis Crisis Nursery, an amazing organization dedicated to supporting at-risk children, has been pleading for donations of formula so they don't have to turn away families in need since the end of February. This is absolutely unconscionable. As a mother of 3, and as Elise said, a proud grandmother of 2 and another sweet baby on the way, it is terrifying to think of the desperation that parents in my district are feeling when they cannot provide the basic necessities that they need for their children. I've heard stories of moms firsthand, my own daughter-in-law, bartering for baby formula on Facebook. Pregnant women are asking if they should start stockpiling. They're anxious during a time of high stress and anxiety. They should never be happening. It is purely due to the blatant incompetence in this White House and the Democrats who haven't even scheduled a hearing until the end of May. This has been weeks and weeks since the end of February. I will fight for these resilient mothers and fathers who are already dealing with so many challenges. And I assure you that my Republican colleagues that stand with me today and in the rest of our conference, they will do everything in their power, in our power, to get the Biden administration to take action to fix this life-threatening crisis now. I thank you, and I now hand the podium over to our chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, a wife and mother herself, my good friend, Kathy McMorris Rogers.
Right. In Washington State, moms, support groups, nurses have been telling me that this is the biggest crisis that they have faced as they face the shortage of baby formula. Families are turning to the internet because they are so desperate. It is extremely dangerous. You think about moms going to the grocery store and having an empty shelf. In some cases, they're driving for hours in order to get the baby formula that they need. And they certainly don't need to be facing empty shelves. We shouldn't be rationing formula to keep their babies fed. And some families, they rely upon specific formula. I talked to one mom who has a baby with allergies, and it's extremely difficult. She feels like she's playing Russian roulette as she goes to the store. President Biden and the FDA must do more. This is a matter of life or death. What will it take for the Biden administration to reverse its inflation, supply chain, and energy crises that are making the shortage worse? On the Energy and Commerce Committee, as well as with my colleagues in the conference, we are asking the questions. We've been raising the alarm to President Biden for months. We've been seeing the empty shelves. We've been seeing the rising cost on families. We also have concerns about the Abbott recall and how it is impacting shortages. On behalf of every parent and caregiver who is unsure as to whether they'll be able to feed their children, we need answers and we need accountability. I want to thank our conference chair, Elise, as well as Ashley Henson, everyone who is here representing parents and grandparents. I'm a mom of 3 kids. We will not stop until this shortage is fixed. And with that, I'm proud to introduce my colleague Patrick McHenry, a longtime leader for parents and grandparents and our families here on Capitol Hill.
Well, as a parent of 3 young children and one that we're looking for formula for, I'm here to tell you that I know that parents are struggling in America. The Biden administration has made every aspect of family life more difficult. Go to the grocery store, you see the rising price on the shelves of every available thing, and yet you also go to the grocery store and see the lack of availability of key things that you need for family life. And now we see the lack of access to baby formula. And we ask why? Well, this is not just a supply chain crisis, it's a crisis for families to be able to feed their children. And it's incumbent upon parents to provide a safe environment for their children. We try to reduce stress in a very stressful time for our children as well. So we're asking the question to this administration, how are you prioritizing this? What actions are you taking to relieve the pain of families? We just had Secretary Yellen testify before my committee a few minutes ago. She says, well, for the administration, it's all hands on deck for inflation. Well, we have to ask them, what are you actually doing? What does it mean? And so when it comes to baby formula, people can see this for themselves, what this administration has brought in terms of regulatory policy, and then the lack of competence in responding to firm desires within society, firm needs within society. And that's why we're here today, to raise this question. This is not meant to be a partisan exercise, but we've come together because we don't see Democrats raising the same issue and willing to work with us to get some answer from this administration. So we're demanding answers, and that's why we're here today.
We're next going to go to Stephanie Bice from Oklahoma, who's been a leader legislatively on this issue.
Thank you, Elise. All too often, Republicans are called pro-birth, or we're told that we only care about children before they are born. This is simply not true. In fact, it is important that we continue to support and advocate for policies that help Americans from birth throughout their lives. To this end, yesterday, my good friend Randy Feenstra from Iowa and I introduced H.R. 7718, the Formula Act, to try to combat the severe formula shortages that we are seeing across the country. As a mother, I know firsthand how this can impact a family. Although my girls are older now, when my youngest daughter was born, we learned that she had colic and needed specialized formula to help with the effects of it. I can't imagine dealing with the colicky child and not being able to find formula to help combat that. I've heard from many of my constituents back home that are struggling to find formula on the shelves. House Republicans are dedicated to finding a solution, and we have one. Speaker Pelosi should bring the legislation that Republicans have presented to the floor immediately to try to solve this crisis for American families. Thank you, and at this time I'd like to introduce my colleague Randy Feenstra from Iowa.
Thank you, Chairwoman Elise Stefanik. Thank you for putting this together. You think about this, under the Biden administration we hear crisis after crisis after crisis. And here we have another significant crisis. In Iowa and in the Midwest, we have women that can't find formula for their infants. Literally cannot find it, or they're traveling from anywhere from 50 to 75 to 100 miles to try to get it. This is not right. This is a very serious situation. So with my colleague, Congresswoman Bice, and myself, we put together a solution that we can find formula, we can bring in formula from other areas to make sure that these mothers have formula for their infants. This is so important. I wish the administration would finally understand the seriousness of what's going on. With that, I'll turn it to my good friend, Blake Moore.
Thank you, Elise, and to my colleagues, Reps Bice and Feenstra. We're always going to be about finding solutions, so appreciate you putting forth an actual solution that we can get behind. That is something that we as a conference are heavily focused on. This nationwide baby formula shortage we're currently facing is a major crisis for all American families raising infants, particularly those who face financial hardships and have to travel far distances to search for formula. My wife and I, we have a 6-month-old son, Franklin. He was born a month early. He is dependent on formula. He had to undergo a surgery. His esophagus and his trachea were conjoined, and they had to separate these two. Spent a month in the NICU. Our ability to nourish our child entirely rests on formula. This is fundamental to every single young family that exists, and having this option, I think, and I compare it to when my now 9-year-old was born. He was born at Georgetown Hospital the very day before Hurricane Sandy hit back in 2012. Many of us may remember that. I went to the grocery store while my wife was still in the hospital, and the grocery aisles were empty. It was the most nervous as a dad, and I'd only been a dad for like 6 hours. It's the most nervous I had ever been, knowing that this child was dependent on me, and that was a blip. It was a weather-related issue. A few days later, grocery shelves were back up. We were back up and running. That's what America does. But we're just not seeing that in the Biden administration. We're having constant, persistent crisis after crisis. And this is another one of these, and this is so much more concerning than anything weather-related. We're not in the pandemic issue anymore. We've got to get our FDA and our supply chain process going again and coming with real solutions. We need immediate action. I urge the Biden administration to take this as serious as it is for every single family out there that's got this pending issue with the grocery shelves being so barren right now for oftentimes self-inflicted reasons. And we've got to be able to get out ahead of this. Let our industries operate and do what they know they can do in its amazing American economy, and let it thrive. Thank you very much.
We will next go to Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Thank you. Food security is national security. And right now we have a food security crisis for the most vulnerable of Americans, the ones that we cherish the most, and that's our babies. Moms and dads all over the country, some of them are traveling hours every single day looking for baby formula as they can't find it in their local grocery stores. They're reaching out to friends and families and making new friends in Facebook groups and online as they're searching to find baby formula. Even mothers that have been giving their babies baby formula are now searching out breastfeeding mothers looking to buy an extra supply of milk if they're willing to share it or sell it. This is a crisis that should never be happening, and this is completely, squarely on the shoulders of the Biden administration and the Democrats that are controlling our government. You see, this didn't start just last month. It was July of last year when baby formula shortages started. And that happened because of COVID lockdowns and the complete crisis and shutdown in our supply chains. Now with rising inflation and fuel prices, this is going to continue. This is not going to remedy itself quickly. We also have over-regulation through the FDA, and this has been going on for years. Label requirements, shipping requirements, and very strict rules when it comes to baby formula. So it's not just getting a supply here at home, it's difficult to get it from overseas. When you have mothers crying in grocery stores because they can't find food to feed their babies, that is a critical sign that we are in a country in despair, we are a country in crisis, and we have to do everything we can to change it. Here's what we know. This government is failing the American people, the taxpayers and its citizens. Pictures are emerging today from the border where the Biden administration has been sending pallets of baby formula for illegal mothers and their babies, while American mothers and babies cannot find baby formula. This is completely unacceptable, and this needs to end now. I have one thing to say, and this is something that it's hard to even imagine, but we cannot trust our government. If you're an expecting mother, I strongly urge you to do the best you can to try to breastfeed your baby, because you cannot depend on this government that is supposedly running our country to create the right conditions in our economy for you to be able to find baby formula. And this should never, ever happen. I thank Congresswoman Stefanik, I thank my colleagues that we're all joining together to work on this, because this is a situation that is critical, and we have to do everything we can to shore this one up and get it fixed immediately. Thank you very much.
We will next go to Mike Waltz.
Thank you, Congresswoman Stefanik. Mike Waltz from Florida. Look, I think we need to take a moment and think about the fact that in Joe Biden's America, it seems like it's easier to get a crack pipe in a government-funded smoking kit than it is to find baby formula. I'm a new father of a 4-month-old, And the other piece is that this crisis has been brewing for months. Since my 4-month-old has been born, I've had my entire family across 4 states scouring shelves looking for formula for which he is dependent to survive. And Elise, you mentioned third world countries. I've served in third world countries. I've seen the effects when infants have to subsist on formula that's been cut in order to spread it out, or no formula at all, or water, and the stunted growth, the mental capacity that's affected is sad, and it's heartbreaking. This is not a third world country, last I checked, but some days it feels like it lately. And what have we heard? What have we collectively heard from the Biden administration since we've been raising this issue? Silence, crickets, zero, nothing. Nothing at all. And that is unacceptable. We're going to do something about it. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
We will next go to John Rose.
Thank you, Chair Stefanik, and thank you for bringing together this group today to talk about this important issue. I am the father of a 1-year-old son, Sam, who uses baby formula, for whom we use baby formula, and so I know how serious the shortage of baby formula is, not only at our household, but for parents all across this country. And quickly, it is becoming another crisis at the feet of our President Biden. Like most parents, my wife and I went through trials with our baby to figure out what worked for him. After breastfeeding for several months, my wife began to transition Sam to baby formula. And like so many parents have experienced initially, that wasn't going well. He was experiencing stomach aches. Eventually, we found a sensitive formula mix that worked for Sam, and all was well. Unfortunately, today, we aren't able to find that mix like so many Americans. And as a result, we see Sam experiencing some of the stomach issues that he began with early on. This is unacceptable. We live in one of the greatest countries in the world where food should not be a question. And so it is really shameful that the confluence of all of the bad choices that this administration has made over the 1+ years that they've been in office have led us to this point. I'll also represent a mother from Gallatin, Tennessee, that I believe is emblematic of the problem. She has an 8-month-old little girl who she recently had to go to 6 stores and then ultimately travel over 6 hours to find formula that her young baby girl could tolerate. Republicans concerned about this asked the FDA commissioner, what action is the FDA taking to address the shortage? And a series of other questions, and I'm happy to share this letter with you today if you'd like to see it. All we've heard from the White House is that the FDA is working around the clock. The same answer we see so often. Well, apparently they're not very effective working around the clock because they've yet to be able to provide us with real answers about how they're going to solve these problems. The president yesterday was in the Midwest raising money for the DNC. But I say to the president, the shelves are empty, Mr. President, and so are your words. If I have to go to the FDA myself to get answers, I will, because the bottom line is parents want answers to what this president is doing, and we deserve those answers. Thank you. And now, Claudia Tenney, my colleague.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Stefanik, and thank you to all my colleagues and all the mothers out here who know how hard it is to get the formula right now. I'm also the mother of one who had issues just like Congressman Rose's baby with sensitivity. He was a very large baby, and now he's 6'5", and he's very healthy because we didn't have a supply chain problem back in the day when I was a mother. But now I am an aunt, a new aunt, and my new niece is unable to get supplies either, and she's in Texas. And so I also have a staffer who just had a baby, adopted baby Gus, who is also not able to get baby formula for his needs. This is a problem that is not going to go away, as my colleagues identified. There has been one crisis after another every day, and there are many more to come. And it's because of this administration's economic illiteracy and their refusal to understand how to solve these problems, or even to address the problems. So Americans need to brace themselves, because this isn't going to end until we have an administration and a Congress that is going to stand up for the American people, use common sense and good economic policy to make sure that our small businesses, our large businesses, and our supply chains are brought back. And I am so grateful to be with colleagues who have that kind of background and are going to continue to fight for us. And I appreciate the new legislation that's been put in by my other colleagues. So thank you so much, and I really appreciate this press conference. Thank you.
We'll next go to our final speaker, Tim Burchett.
I want to thank you, Chairwoman Stefanik. Thank you. You've got a new title, but the best title you got is Mama.
For sure.
Being an unrepentant mama's boy, I can tell you that means a lot to me. But I come from the great state of Tennessee, and it's been hit the hardest. My state's formula sold-out rate is about 50% right now. That's why I'm calling on the Tennessee Attorney General and the U.S. Attorney General to vigorously investigate any potential instances for illegal price gouging and stockpiling. Imagine somebody gouging the price of baby formula. To me, that classifies them in the dirt bag category, and they are. Even with these formula shortages for American babies, there are reportedly, as I stated earlier, pallets of baby formula possibly being distributed at the border. Now, these poor immigrant babies are here of no fault of their own. But if it wasn't for President Biden's continued failure at the southern border, we would not even be discussing this issue right now. This feels more like putting America last rather than America first. With the economic might of our government, we should be able to free up enough formula for our American babies. Just this weekend, we celebrated Mother's Day, and this week, it seems that all these mothers are doing now is worrying about feeding their babies. In the United States of America, folks, that is unacceptable. And thank you, Chair Lady, so much.
Thank you. As you can see, this is a unifying issue because it's really a crisis that impacts every family. Again, as a new mother, I can't think of anything that makes families more panicked than not being able to feed your baby. And with that, I'm happy to take questions. Yes, sir.
Ms. Stefanik, is there any way to have perhaps the Defense Production Act or some other means of quickly trying to mitigate this shortage?
I mean, look, this administration should be looking at any and every single option. What we have heard from them is not only nothing from the FDA, but we also have heard laughter just yesterday with the newly appointed press secretary. That is laughing in the faces of mothers and fathers across this country. There is a reason why the Republican Party is the party of parents. It's not just because of education, it's because we are advocating on behalf of families across the country. Next question. Yes, sir.
I just want to be clear, like when you say everything, the Defense Production Act is on your menu of things that they should be considering.
This administration should show leadership. Let's remember how effective President Trump was when he cut through red tape to develop historically speedy vaccines through Operation Warp Speed. Congress's role was to make sure that we funded that we conducted proper oversight. This administration should be looking at everything and anything. We have heard absolutely nothing. We're talking about the President of the United States who simply doesn't care, whose only statement from his administration has been laughter in the face of mothers and fathers. So, of course, they should be looking at any opportunity. Yes. Last question. Is there anything legislatively that Yes, you heard from Randy Feenstra and Stephanie Bice, the Formula Act. That's been introduced. There will be a number of Republican colleagues on that bill. House Democrats' plan is to have a hearing 2 weeks from now. I can tell you as a new mom, families and moms and dads and babies can't wait 2 weeks. It needs to be happening now. Where are any of the Democrats talking about this issue? They're not, because they don't care, obviously, and they're woefully out of touch with families that are working hard to make ends meet, and now they can't find formula, and they are struggling to fill up their cars and their tanks of gas to travel 50, 100 miles to scour the grocery store shelves. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to my colleagues for highlighting the importance of this issue.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, everybody. My name is Mackenzie Stasko, joining you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is just before 9 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, and here's a look at some of the top stories we are following today here on Live Now from Fox. We do know that G7 foreign ministers are set to speak from Germany coming up in just a little bit. G7 countries are holding a 3-day meeting in Germany, specifically on how Russia's war in Ukraine is impacting global food and energy prices. So again, we will bring you live to Germany as soon as we get that feed of those opening statements. Also, some big news when it comes to social media. Billionaire Elon Musk says his $46 billion deal to buy Twitter is now temporarily on hold pending details that fake accounts make up less than 5% of all Twitter users. Musk tweeted that out just a few hours ago, sort of straight to the point, no additional details, really, other than that deal is going to be temporarily on hold until he gets confirmation that, again, all fake or spam accounts on Twitter make up 5% of users. And also, parents are scrambling to feed their babies amid a nationwide baby formula shortage. Some are even turning to social media to find baby formula, to buy it, and even buy breast milk or selling it as well. So definitely some top stories that we will continue to follow here today. And we do want to get you some video of that again. Here is a look at some of the shelves, again, where people are struggling to find baby formula. The White House is now involved, but it could be weeks before the crisis is resolved. And as our Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater reports from Washington, there's plenty of finger pointing.
Both the White House and Congress are looking to take some action here, but nothing will be quick. This crisis has been months in the making, and it won't be resolved anytime soon. You better get every last bit. Baby formula right now is like gold.
It's kind of a nightmare, to be honest with you.
With store shelves empty in many parts of the country, parents are increasingly desperate.
A mother shouldn't have to worry about how is her child going to get fed.
But plenty of parents are worried now, and there are a number of causes, including supply chain issues. And manufacturer Abbott Nutrition was forced to shut down its Michigan plant back in February after 4 infants became sick and 2 died while taking its formula, although the company says there's no evidence of a link.
To families looking for baby formula, do you have a message to those families?
Yes, not in this case. I spent a couple hours on the
The president spoke with manufacturers and retailers yesterday, and the White House says they have been aware of this issue for some time.
This is work that's been underway for months.
Some have accused the FDA of dragging its feet. Congress has scheduled a hearing on the shortages, but not until May 25th.
I can tell you as a new mom, families and moms and dads and babies can't wait 2 weeks.
And one lawmaker circulated photos of baby formula stockpiled at the southern border for illegal immigrants.
I'm getting word from Border Patrol agents that there is a tractor trailer full of pallets of baby formula sitting in that storeroom. Come on now, this is exactly what America Last looks like.
And doctors are warning parents not to water down what formula they have, but many families are running out of options. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
And as you heard from Doug, parents of infants are pleading for help as those baby formula shortages continue to be absent from store shelves. One manufacturer says it can ramp up production quickly with FDA approval, but getting more formula on store shelves could take at least another 2 months. Our Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti has more.
We don't have the kind that I need.
We have maybe 2 bottles left and we have to go get formula and we might not find it.
Mothers are pleading for help as shelves typically stocked with baby formula continue to turn up empty. The national outcry is now drawing congressional action. The Energy and Commerce Committee is holding a May 25th oversight hearing in Washington where it plans to discuss how to increase access.
A mother who can't feed their baby, that's the most stressful thing in the world.
The shortage is due in part to shipment delays caused by the pandemic combined with an extensive formula recall. Abbott Industries, one of the nation's largest formula manufacturing plants, closed its Michigan plant in February over concerns some formula may have been contaminated with harmful bacteria. The company says pending FDA approval, it could restart the site within 2 weeks, but even so, it'll take at least 2 more months for a replenished supply to finally hit the shelves.
I think the FDA knows the urgency of the situation and that they need to get on with the investigation.
Locally, many communities are doing all that they can to lend a hand to impacted families.
It's horrifying. I mean, I have 5 grandchildren myself.
In East Patchogue, Long Island, dozens of parents showed up at a formula drive after seemingly searching everywhere for a way to feed their children.
I came in from Bayshore just to get formula because we can't find it in any store.
The pharmacy normally gets it, but they can't even get it at this point.
Pediatricians are also offering some insight. Dr. Mark Lashley with Allied Physicians Group says if the formula you use is out of stock, it's okay to switch brands. But watering down formula or even making your own isn't good for the baby.
Don't use cow's milk or goat's milk. These milks are not approved under 12 months of age. Infant formulas contain very important things that infants need.
And again, that was our Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti bringing us an update from New York City. And there continues to be massive controversy about the leaked Supreme Court draft on Roe v. Wade and the aggressive response by pro-choice activists. The Justice Department finally commented on the demonstrations at the homes of some of those Supreme Court justices. Our Fox News chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel has the latest.
After days of protests around the homes of conservative Supreme Court justices, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is calling out Attorney General Merrick Garland to enforce the law.
One would think a DOJ run by the former chief judge of the D.C. Circuit would need no prodding to protect judicial safety and judicial independence.
2 Democrats have split with the White House and other members of their own party on protests. House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer and Senate Democratic Whip Dick Durbin.
I think it's reprehensible. Stay away from the homes and families of elected officials and members of the court.
The Senate Majority Leader is on the other side of this issue.
If protests are peaceful, yes. My house there's protests 3-4 times a week outside my house.
Unlike protesting politicians, judges are a special category. Title 18, Section 1507 of U.S. Code says it is illegal with the intent of influencing any judge to pickets or parades in or near a building or residence occupied or used by such judge, juror, witness, or court officer. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin is asking Fairfax County authorities to extend security perimeters around the homes of 3 justices who live there. The county said no. The Commonwealth's Attorney General says the Justice Department must step up too.
It's a clear violation of Section 1507, and they're trying to intimidate Supreme Court justices.
The Justice Department has prosecuted cases before for people disrupting oral arguments in their workplace at the court. Some experts suggest protesters could also be charged with obstruction of justice for acts aiming to intimidate and influence the Supreme Court justices. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Mike, thank you for that report. Switching to news about the ongoing war in Ukraine, which is now going on day 79. The Kremlin is reacting to Finland and Sweden's bids to join NATO, threatening to take a retaliatory step as the war rages on in Ukraine. Our Fox Senior Foreign Affairs correspondent Greg Palcott has more from Kyiv.
The shockwaves from the war in Ukraine reached further today. Finland saying it would break decades of neutrality and apply for membership to NATO. Russia's aggression directly responsible.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine has altered the European and Finnish security environment.
It means Russia would double its shared border with NATO countries by another 800 miles. Sweden also looks like it will join NATO ranks. Approval from the alliance is expected. Russia is threatening unspecified actions.
NATO expansion does not make our continent more stable and secure.
And that's not all from Moscow. With U.S. and Western military aid pouring into Ukraine, former Russian President Medvedev warned that could push the conflict into a direct war between Russia and NATO. And with economic sanctions biting, President Putin is grousing as well.
These sanctions largely provoke the global crisis.
Russian testing is perhaps a sign all is not well on the battlefield. Russian troops pulling back from Ukraine's second city of Kharkiv, grinding slowly on the eastern front, as the Ukrainian fighters in the Mariupol steel mill still hold out, amid more signs of Russian military brutality. The UN saying today more than 1,000 Ukrainian civilians were killed by Russian troops during the occupation of suburbs north of Kyiv, including the town of Bucha, where locals are returning. Markets are reopening. Buildings are being repaired. The town's mayor sounded determined. It is our moral obligation to improve the city after the atrocities here, he says. But with scars of Russian horror all around and services and jobs still in short supply, residents aren't so sure.
Of course, we all want to restart here, but our feelings are pretty bad.
The street that gentleman lives on just about a month ago was littered with dead bodies, Ukrainian civilian victims of Russian killing. Actually, that man ended on a positive note, telling us, we will win and we will live. People here can only hope. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Greg Palkot, Fox News.
Greg, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you some breaking news that we just learned into our desk about WNBA star Brittany Griner, who you see right there on your screen. It has been nearly 3 months since she has been jailed and detained in Russia. And there is, again, news that we are just learning into our desk from the lawyer for Brittany Griner, who says that her pretrial detention in Russia has been extended at least by another month. Griner's lawyer spoke to the Associated Press saying that he believed that the relatively short extension of the detention indicated that the case would come to trial sometime soon. Griner, who, as you can see in this video, is a star on the Phoenix Mercury team for the WNBA. She is also a 2-time Olympic gold medalist and was detained at the Moscow airport after vape cartridges containing oil derived from cannabis were allegedly found in her luggage. And if convicted, she could spend a maximum of 10 years in prison. Griner, who is 31 years old, is said to be wrongfully detained in Russia. That is the latest from the Biden administration. U.S. officials have been working toward her release, but as you just heard, she will remain detained in Russia for at least another month. As soon as we get more information on that, we of course will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. And on the topic of the ongoing war in Russia, we do want to bring you out to Germany at this very moment, where we do have leaders and diplomats from the G7 countries currently meeting in Germany at this very moment. Again, foreign ministers and diplomats from those G7 countries currently meeting in Germany about the ongoing war in Ukraine. They are holding a 3-day conference about the war and its global impact to worldwide energy and food prices and shortages. Let's go ahead and listen in and see if this is in English.
The corn being kept in Ukraine because Russia is not allowing millions of tons of corn being exported in the world is a big danger. So therefore it's really good that we're focusing now at this session at the global food crisis, which is showing up at the horizon. And we can only see the tip of the iceberg at the moment. We all know that in the situation, if climate crisis hits in summer around the world, the situation will get even worse. Therefore, we agreed already that we have to give a political answer as G7, the most industrialized countries within the democracies worldwide. We take up our responsibility to challenge these upcoming crises and to act fast. We have started our own initiatives, everybody around the world, which is very important to act quickly. However, we will come back at this later when we do the tour de table. I think it's very important that we are today are not only debating, but in the end adopt 7 commitments as G7 countries, showing that we are being prepared. countering this food war Putin is going through around the world. So thanks a lot, and Melanie will start with this session, and we thank to the media. See you later around. Which is showing up at the horizon. And we can only see the tip of the iceberg at the... That's it. So, thanks a lot. We have a tough timetable. Thanks to all the photographers. Dear colleagues,
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we were just getting a live feed of those G7 foreign ministers and diplomats who are currently in Germany right now discussing the ongoing war in Ukraine and its impact on global food and energy prices. They did cut away for what appears to be sort of a private meeting about that. We hopefully will get a live feed to our desk a little bit later on. You're looking at some taped video of those foreign ministers and diplomats again in Germany to discuss the ongoing war in Ukraine and its widespread global impact to food and energy prices. So again, as soon as we get more information on that, we of course will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. It is about 9:08 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Mackenzie Stasko. I'll be with you here for the next few hours, bringing you up to speed on all of the stories we are covering here on Live Now from Fox. And one of the big stories that we have learned today is that Finland has announced that it does plan to apply for NATO membership. It marks a big strategic win for Ukraine as fighting intensifies along the front lines. Finland will officially end years of a non-alignment and again apply for NATO membership. It shares an 800-mile border with Russia, and the move could change the security landscape of Europe. However, Russia is warning it will take, quote, military technical steps in response to that announcement, and it could signal a possible diversion of troops from Ukraine to the Finnish border. Let's go ahead and listen in.
This attack was something which is totally impossible to understand or to accept, and it means that every neighbor of Russia must think and rethink their position.
And again, as you just heard there, Finland now planning to apply for NATO membership. Moscow issued, again, yet another warning saying that the war in Ukraine could develop into a direct conflict between Russia and NATO. Definitely something we will continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to head to a conversation with our own Live Now's Andrew Kraft, who's been touching base with Hal Kempfer throughout this ongoing war, which is now going on day 79.
Diplomatically speaking, everyone is talking about Finland at the moment. I'm joining right now national security expert Hal Kempfer with the latest as well. Hal, good to see you tonight. That is what everyone is talking about. The Finns are talking about joining NATO. They say that they are in favor of applying for NATO membership. This is a really huge development. You and I have talked about it, but it seems like it's going to be happening in the next couple of days, at least the application. It seems like internally within Finland, all signs are go.
Andrew, it's fascinating. You know, talk about miscalculation with Putin. He has managed to do something in 3 months that the entire Cold War and World War II couldn't accomplish, which is to cause, you know, Finland and Sweden to end neutrality and to join NATO. What I was hearing today was they said they've already cleared out offices at NATO headquarters for the Swedes and the Finns. So they're ready. This is going to be expedited. Of course, the top leaders of Finland had said they're going to apply and ask for it to be expedited. Every indication from NATO is it'll be expedited. And it's very possible within a few weeks in June that Finland could be a member. Sweden has said for some time that they're looking at what Finland does, and if Finland applies for membership, then they were inclined to apply for membership. So then Sweden would apply. This is just, it's enormous because the combined forces of Finland and Sweden are very substantial. There's been a number of countries that have joined since the end of the Cold War whose forces are not that huge. You know, Slovakia, good NATO member, but not the largest military force by any means throughout Europe. And I'm not picking on Slovakia. I'm just saying there was a number of countries. They didn't have huge militaries. Finland and Sweden are different. These are very large militaries. Also with Finland, it has an 830-mile border with Russia. In NATO terms, the amount of border with Russia more than doubles with Finland added on. So it's an immense amount of territory. Strategically, geostrategically speaking, it's immense. Their military, although their active military is rather small, when they mobilize the active duty with reserve, they can get up to 280,000 organized military. And then they have this national conscription system, universal conscription of all males. And they can do kind of like what you saw with Ukraine. They can actually mobilize up to 900,000 people in fairly short order. That's just an incredible amount of personnel, military personnel. They're well equipped, they're well trained, they know exactly how to defend Finland. They have all the equipment they need to really be a formidable force. And then you have Sweden, which has always been neutral, but always been a major power right next door. So with those two countries coming in, depending on how you measure combat power, it increases NATO combat power by anywhere from 20 to 30%, depending on how you measure that. That's a substantial increase, and the exact opposite of what Putin said he wanted, his goal was at the beginning of the war, which was he wanted to restrict NATO.
Yeah.
Well, now he's vastly expanded in ways that frankly, I'm a little stunned with how fast this has happened.
Totally. So the Finnish ambassador to the U.S., Mikko Hautala, was on Fox News today, and they said that essentially Finland has been integrating with NATO for the last 30 years. And they said, we have always said for the past 20 years, NATO is one of the options that we have. They went on to say it's a step, it's not a leap. So I think we've been communicating also to the Russians that this may someday happen. And I think now the day has come. Can you offer our viewers some insight into what the application process to NATO would look like? We know that Ukraine has been vying to join NATO for years, they don't quite make the cut in this outlined criteria. What is the criteria that NATO leaders have to look for to take on another member?
Well, in general, they look at the stability of the government. There's a lot of criteria they look at. They also look at the military forces. One of the big things they look at is, are the military forces politicized? That's always been a big issue. And frankly, if you go back to the history of NATO, there's reasons why. We don't remember this now, but back in the 70s, there was a time where I think 2 NATO members were run by military juntas. Portugal was run by a junta at one time. I think Greece was at one time too, and then Turkey was run by a junta. So NATO, you know, we set these standards for NATO, but they haven't always met these standards historically speaking. But that was a Cold War, and frankly, we just need an alliance to oppose the Soviets. So we overlooked some things. But now we look for stability of the government. We look for an apolitical military. We also look for a military that's professional, that has certain standards of training and readiness, and maintains itself in a way that'll be a credible partner. There's just a whole list of criteria they go through. It's a little bit different, and I would say that the NATO nations themselves are so different that it's tough to say there's one uniform standard. It's just a criteria of things. But what I get is that they have already pre-vetted Finland for quite some time. To what you raised there, there has been a big push with Arctic security, and the Arctic has really become a major security issue. Climate change has a little bit to do with that, because certain areas that were pretty much, you know, you couldn't use them with climate change. All of a sudden you have all sorts of things going on, and of course things like, you know, glaciers they're moving, and all of a sudden there's mineral deposits, and wherever you got that, you have economic interest. But with that, there's also been a lot more integration with military integration with the northern latitudes. And there's been a lot of exercises, a lot of training, a lot of exchanges with Finland. There's been a lot of back and forth with Sweden as well, but especially Finland. And so this is not a big leap. They have already been integrated into working jointly with NATO forces. So a lot of that has sort of been pre-vetted, if you will, to allow for this expediting. And you can also be assured that this is not something where it's just a decision today. Over the last few months, they have been working hard. And when I mentioned that thing about NATO clearing out desks, my impression of what they said was they started clearing out desks a couple of months ago and making office space, because they pretty much felt this was a kind of a done deal. So both those countries meet all the criteria. There really is an elite there. Ukraine's a little bit different. You know, it doesn't have the history of the stability of the government. You know, it had a force that was still westernizing. Although I will say this, at some point here, don't be surprised as this war winds on that there might be an attempt to bring Ukraine into NATO. EU's a little different, but bring it into NATO faster, which is historically it's the other way around. They kind of almost said, go EU and then we'll let you into NATO. I could see something where, you know, it's not written they have to do it that way. So they might get into NATO sooner, which that would be a complete upside down with what Putin's stated goals were.
Yeah, and Hal, you know, because Finland is so close and it borders Russia, it's always had to play kind of both sides of the coin. It's been very Western focused as well, but it's always had to have good relations with Russia, with Putin. There's this term known as Finlandization that was kind of the post-Soviet world and how they interacted with the leaders in Russia. But the ambassador was asked today on Fox if they are worried about sacrificing their good relations with Russia over this move. Of course, we've been hearing from the Finnish leader, the prime minister there, and he is very close with Putin, and their relationship has soured and has changed really for the worse since the Ukraine war began. He's essentially saying he doesn't know the Putin of yore that he kind of grew up with as they came up as leaders. So I think the whole relationship has changed. But do you think they are going to be sacrificing the goodwill they have, or they at least had before the war, with Russia when they do ultimately join NATO?
Yeah, you know, yes. In short, there's real tension there.
Bad blood.
And but they recognize there's tension there. But they also recognize, Ukraine has changed everything. There's no going back. And everyone has remarked about Putin the same way. The Putin that they knew, whether it was 8 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, is not the Putin of today. The Putin of today looks a lot more like Stalin in terms of how he thinks, what he says, how, basically, if you match his words, which often are propaganda and hyperbole, with his actions, it reminds people of Stalin, reminds them a little bit of Khrushchev in that regard as well. So a very different leader. I think what's fair to say is that certainly Finland and other countries are looking beyond Putin, and they're looking beyond this conflict as to what comes afterwards. And I think everyone's anticipating that Ukraine is going to prevail. Whatever comes out of this, however this thing ends, you're going to have a dramatically diminished Russia. Politically, the influence will be much smaller.
All right, everybody, if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we, of course, are listening into Hal Kemper and our own Live Now's Andrew Kraft, who have been talking nonstop since day one of this ongoing war in Ukraine. Of course, not only impacting Ukrainians, but also impacting worldwide food shortages and, of course, inflation, gas prices, really just a widespread effect of this ongoing war in Ukraine. So we do want to cut away from their conversation for just a little bit and get to that topic of inflation. The U.S. economy is experiencing pretty much the worst inflation that we have experienced since the 1980s. And we do want to bring in Credible.com's personal finance expert, Dan Ricciardo, who is also a finance professor at the University of San Diego, to give us, an update on this situation and, of course, some of the best ways to save when it comes to inflation and what Americans can do to pretty much save their money as we deal with this. So again, we're bringing in Credible.com's Dan Ricciardo. Dan, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Quite simply, what is the best thing you can do and save when it comes to inflation?
Hey, Mackenzie, how are you? Yeah, you've noticed prices are up, right? So that's a great question. And listen, people just get so overwhelmed. They see prices up at the gas pump. They see prices up at the grocery store. And the last thing on their mind is, geez, how can I save any money, right? I'm just trying to get by week to week. But the fact is, even though we're in this incredibly inflationary environment, we can, in little ways, we can save some money, boost up that emergency fund. So here's a couple of little ideas. First, there's some good news with this inflation thing. The only good news I can think of is that interest rates are going up. So if you're a saver, even if it's just a little bit of savings, you're finally going to start to earn a little bit more money, interest, on your deposit. So that's a good thing. That's a little silver lining that might help some of us save a little bit more, at least have our money grow in those savings accounts. The other thing is, Mackenzie, I don't know about you, but a lot of consumers, including in the Ricciardo household, added various subscriptions during the pandemic, right? What else was there to do, for crying out loud? Well, some of those subscriptions, my guess is, you may not need anymore, right? So what I suggest is you and I and everyone else will comb through our credit card bill and see if there's a subscription or two on there that we're really not using. Cancel it. The average consumer spends over $250 a month on different subscription services. Canceling just one, you pick up an extra $20, put it in your rainy day fund. Why not? So those are kind of little things that you and I can do to help fight back when it comes to this inflation thing.
And Dan, I did want to ask, what if you're struggling to build an emergency fund because of high inflation? What can people do? I know some financial experts say you should always have that emergency fund ready to go based on your income. But with high inflation, what can people do to sort of tackle that?
That's a tough one. Good question. Here's a couple little tips. So number one, make sure you have the right credit card in your purse. What I mean by that is I prefer credit cards that do cash back. I don't want points. I don't want miles. I want cash back. That way, that cash I can either save or put toward my actual credit card bill. So my tip there is get a good cash back credit card. And every month when you get that cash reward, put it right into your rainy day fund. You'll never even see it. You never notice it. Doesn't hit your checking account. goes right into your savings. That's a tip that all of us can use, simple to do, and over time, that money really builds up. Next thing I want folks to do is concentrate on that high interest credit card. So every one of us has a credit card. About 2/3 of us actually carry a balance from month to month. Well, the average interest rate now is about 17%. That's huge. So let's first turn our attention to that credit card. If you can make an extra $5, $10, whatever it might be payment each month, get rid of it, and you'll save yourself that 16, 17% a month interest that you're paying. You probably don't even realize it, but that's what we're doing right now. So bottom line, Mackenzie, is let's start small. Those little small things we can do. Studies have shown that when consumers start small, get a little victory, get a little win under our belts, it gives us confidence to move on to the next one, right? So we're not going to fix a whole lifetime of financial malfeasance in a weekend, right? But if we start small, we build on those successes, and over time, it all works out.
And Dan, I did want to ask, any silver lining to all of this that you can tell us about, bring us some good news when it comes to inflation?
We're all about good news here, right? So, so there's a couple pieces. Number one, the interest rates are going up. As I mentioned, that means if you are able to save a few bucks, you'll earn a little bit more interest on your money. And number two, if you're on the sidelines, maybe you're sitting in Florida or somewhere else and you're trying to buy a house, the market is crazy. With higher interest rates, finally, it looks like we're going to get a little bit of relief on the housing market. So if you're a first-time buyer, you're looking to get into the housing market, and you've been priced out because of the crazy price of homes, we should see finally some moderation in the price of homes. So that's going to help some buyers actually get into the market and own a home instead of just renting a home.
All right, Credible.com's Dan Ricciardo joining us live here on Live Now from Fox. Joining us every Friday, of course, talking business news, the economy, and inflation. So as always, Dan, thank you so much for that valuable insight.
I appreciate it, Mackenzie. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too. We'll, of course, be touching base with you next week. All right, everybody, we do want to bring you live out to the stock board. We do want to show you here right now. You can see stocks opening in just a few minutes here on Live Now from Fox. As soon as the stock board opens, of course, we will bring this through to you throughout the day. It is just before 9:30 in the morning. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you for joining us. My name is Mackenzie Stasko. I'll be with you here, joining you for the next few hours, bringing you up to speed on all of the stories that we are following here. A big one that we first broke to you yesterday. We are talking about that coastal fire in Southern California. Firefighters are assessing damage there after that fire destroyed multiple homes in Orange County. Officials say dry conditions helped fuel the flames, which destroyed more than a dozen homes. Our Fox News national correspondent William LaJeunesse has more.
Multi-million-dollar mansions left completely gutted here in Laguna Niguel. Embers from the coastal fire made their way through vents and attics. Roughly 24 homes in this Orange County neighborhood destroyed. Today, firefighters were out dousing hotspots, trying to prevent the blaze from burning more structures. Hundreds of homes have been evacuated.
Within a matter of 15 minutes, it grew like triple in size, and the winds were just fierce. They just kept blowing, and they jumped from canyon to canyon in the lower canyon.
The fire remains small, scorching roughly 200 acres. It began near a water treatment plant Wednesday afternoon before rushing up a canyon. But this blaze was different from others. Unlike many fires that erupted across the West, this one was not fueled by dry Santa Ana winds or low humidity. Instead, chilly coastal gusts fanned the flames. Officials say the area's drought and topography combined to make this fire dangerous.
And what happens in that canyon where it started was at the bottom of the drainage. It started running up canyon and up slope. Those are two devastating factors.
Authorities are now trying to determine a cause. Southern California Edison told state officials there was circuit activity where the flames broke out.
Our fire investigators are looking at that right now, and they're going to look at all aspects of what could have caused this devastating fire.
Officials say California's drought will likely lead to a very busy fire season. In Laguna Niguel, William LaJeunesse, Fox News.
William, thank you for that report. This is some other video of that damaging fire again in Laguna Niguel, California. Again, as you heard, residents there assessing the damage after that coastal fire ripped through their neighborhoods. Some locals are still processing the shock of having to flee their homes, while others found hope in the little things. Fox's Jason Sloss has more on this story.
Many neighbors in this Laguna Niguel community have little, if anything, to return to after a wind-driven brush fire destroyed and damaged multi-million-dollar homes.
Just move forward. So that's all I can say.
Keith Morey is staying positive after the coastal fire destroyed the home he's rented for 9 years and just about all he owned. But Morey and his wife had a moment to celebrate as firefighters saved their computer and a wedding photo.
Because they're the heroes.
Okay. I was happy. I was trying to find you, search you down, and glad we were able to hook up. So
unbelievable. Thank you so much.
You're absolutely welcome.
So we were able to save our wedding picture. We got married 4 years ago, and we had some beautiful memories in this house.
Fire crews from all over the region, including San Diego County, have responded. Homes have continued to smolder, and what's left of burned-out structures remain unstable and are in danger of collapsing. San Diego Fire Captain Joe Amador says his crew arrived late Wednesday night to relieve local firefighters.
We've been here ever since, trying to support their mission, which is basically just to patrol and protect some of the remaining structures. We find it honorable to come up to another community and come help. This is what we signed up for. For us to come up here means that we can turn around. If something happens in San Diego, they'll be willing to come back and help us should the need arise.
We talked with some evacuees who spent the night at a nearby evacuation center set up by the Red Cross.
And I saw an orange glow coming in to my bedroom, and I looked out the window and I could see the hillside on fire. And my neighbor called me and she said everybody's evacuating, and the helicopters were behind my house.
But it was scary inside. I'm trying to keep it as a parent, trying to maintain composure, but I was scared, because it was coming so fast. It came up so quickly.
Throughout the day, residents walked the street in disbelief, checking in on their homes and their neighbors' homes.
Kind of heartbreaking. It's shocking. It's shocking what happened, but it's not surprising because we do have that canyon that has been dry. I've lived here 25 years, and it was, I hate to say, a matter of time.
All right, and a big thanks to our reporters for that important story out of California. Coming up in about 30 to 40 minutes, we will be back out live in Orange County, California, where crews are on the scene of that fire assessing the damage. We are going to be getting a live report from our Fox 11 LA's Gigi Gracia, again, coming up in about 30 to 40 minutes. In the meantime, we do want to take you live out to Finland right now, where we do have the Portuguese foreign minister and the Finnish foreign minister currently meeting. They, of course, are discussing the ongoing war in Ukraine. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Goes to Helsingin Sanomat, Anni Keski-Heikkilä. You have the floor.
Thank you. Minister Haavisto, you have stated previously, for example, this week on Ilta-Sanomat broadcast that you have spoken with the foreign minister of Turkey and don't expect any problems. How surprised are you by Erdogan's statement today, and what do you think of these previous conversations now?
Well, in this kind of process, you have to expect all kinds of different steps, and also we are dealing with 30 countries, and then later when this issue will be processed in the parliaments, there will be also, of course, a variety of opinions, and we, as I said, we need some patience in this kind of situation, and we have to take things step by step. What I have been telling has been a very good discussions with my counterpart in Turkey, Foreign Minister Çavuşoğlu, and also Turkey has expressed their views, positive views towards Finland in these discussions. So let us see when the process goes on, how the debate is ongoing.
Thank you. Next question, Ilta-Sanomat, Johannes Kotkavirta.
Thank you. I have a question for Minister Haavisto, the same topic as the last question. Like I said, you said that you didn't expect any problems from Turkey. So does this mean that you miscalculated somehow this issue related to Finland's NATO process? And also, did you expect this kind of comments from Turkey at this point? Thank you.
Well, in this kind of process, like we have seen some of the comments coming, for example, from Croatia, we see a variety of approaches and variety of topics that countries want to underline in this kind of process, and of course, using also this opportunity to express their political views, and there's a variety of political views also among the NATO member states. So this should not be so surprising, but of course then the final question comes when the countries have to take official position to the application of Finland and Sweden. More than that is at the moment impossible to say.
Next is Yle, Annina Luotonen.
Still on same topic, Erdogan mentioned that he is not so happy with the way Sweden has dealt with the members of the Kurdistan Workers' Party. How do you comment on this?
Well, I don't want to comment actually on issues related to Swedish-Turkish relationship. I'm sure that these countries have bilateral relations and they can deal those issues if there are issues between the countries, between these two countries. As I noticed, there are political viewpoints, political differences among the NATO countries also, and NATO is a defense alliance, and those NATO rules that are in force, according which NATO can take new member states, and those, of course, those rules have to be respected.
Next question from Helsingin Sanomat, Anni Keski-Heikkilä.
Thank you. If Turkey or other countries try to bargain with our NATO process to profit or gain something for themselves, what is your opinion on that? How do you react? Minister Haavisto.
Okay. As I said, we have seen already situations where countries are taking up, when this process is discussed, something that is important for them. And some of these issues are particularly issues where, for example, Finland cannot influence. We understand that issues are taken up, but sometimes there are messages also to other NATO member states or other NATO countries. There is, of course, politics always around these kind of topics, and you have to be prepared for that. And with peaceful discussions and good contacts, most of the problems usually can be solved.
Thank you, Minister. At the moment, I don't see any further questions. We still have a minute. There is still one last question from Reuters. Essi Lehto, please, floor is yours. And I think we have pretty much covered the Turkey issue, so if you have also other questions, they are welcome.
No, sorry, he's still asking about the same thing. I wanted to ask if you see this as a risk of the membership application possibly not going through.
Are you asking from Finland that?
Yes.
Minister Krovinio, could you please specify?
Minister Haavisto and Krovinio as well, maybe. How do you view it?
Well, if I start with that, as I explained, there are certain processes in NATO which NATO has to take into consideration, certain negotiations that the applicant countries first have with the NATO. There are certain rules in this kind of processes, and you have to fulfill those rules and those requirements that NATO puts to you. And then process goes on among the NATO countries. This is something that we cannot directly influence. I understand that there is currently quite good operation inside NATO and among the NATO countries, and this is of course something that those NATO countries then are up to decide when they have applications at the table.
Thank you. Yes, I would, to that I would just add the consideration that naturally NATO is composed of 30 sovereign states who individually make their decisions. However, from my experience of discussions inside NATO, there has never been any difficulty with the idea of Finland and Sweden joining, and so I am confident that this will be a process that will develop quite naturally and quite rapidly in the near future.
And we have still one question from Helsingin Sanomat. We can still take this. Anni Keski-Heikkilä.
Thank you. On the same issue, Turkey's Erdogan also accused the Scandinavian countries of being guest houses for terrorist organizations. Minister Haavisto, what do you think he means by this?
Well, I don't want to get now too mixed with the Turkish politics. Of course, it's better that President Erdogan expresses these issues himself and so forth. Of course, regarding if you ask about Finland, we are very strict on all actions against the terrorist movements. We are part of the ISIS coalition and just have been participated in Marrakesh to ISIS coalition meeting and so forth. And I think we share the common fight against the terrorism globally, and we know that this is an important principle as well for the NATO countries.
Thank you very much, Minister.
And if you are just joining us, it does appear as though we did sort of cut away from that press conference that we received in Finland. It does appear as though that cut out, but we are going to head back to that at this very moment. Let's go ahead and listen in. And that was just a joke. Again, that feed did cut out here on Live Now from Fox. Instead, we are going to take you to the stock board right now, where you can see stocks just opened within the past 16 minutes, trading up about 251 points this morning. It's about 9:46 here on the East Coast. We are going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are tracking stocks this morning. You can see the New York Stock Exchange just opening within the past 20 minutes or so. You can see stocks trading up at this very moment, but of course that will continue to fluctuate throughout the day. So definitely something we will keep our eye on as, again, stocks end the week. We, again, will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to bring you some news out of Washington, D.C. at this very moment. Here's a look at the White House right now. Specifically, we want to talk about the House Committee's investigation of that January 6th riot back in 2020. The House Committee has subpoenaed at least 5 GOP lawmakers. That is as of yesterday. So definitely a story we will continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to give you some video of who those GOP lawmakers are. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy and Congressman Andy Biggs, Mo Brooks, Jim Jordan, and Scott Perry as well. The panel has been investigating McCarthy's conversations with former President Donald Trump, really since this committee was initially formed. The panel, again, has been investigating this for quite some time. All 5 of those lawmakers that you see right there on your screen have been asked to speak voluntarily to the committee, but so far no one has complied. Our Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has the details from Washington.
In a fairly unprecedented move, the House committee investigating the January 6th Capitol riot subpoenaed 5 Republican members of Congress. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy and Congressman Andy Biggs, Mo Brooks, Jim Jordan, and Scott Perry.
We feel they have an obligation to tell the truth and to help us move forward and heal.
The panel has been investigating McCarthy's conversations with former President Trump on the day of the attack. All 5 have been asked to speak voluntarily to the committee, but no one has complied.
I think it is unusual. I think the committee is illegitimate. I thought it was that way when it started.
The move marks a dramatic escalation as the committee prepares for public hearings next month.
Do you think that the House, if they don't comply with these subpoenas, that the House should vote to hold them in contempt?
If they don't comply, yes, I do, and I look forward to doing that.
That's pretty rare to do that because the House has its own...
Excessively rare, but then again, so are insurrections.
But with midterm elections quickly approaching, some warn Democrats could face retribution should Republicans take back the House.
People have asked, does this set a precedent for the issuance of subpoenas for members of Congress in the future if there are coups and insurrections? And I suppose that it does.
If the members don't comply, the House could vote to hold them in contempt, and that could trigger a prosecution by the Department of Justice. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that story. We want to switch to some news out of Detroit. A Detroit police officer's lie, sending an innocent man to prison for nearly a decade. Fox 2 Detroit has learned that the officer, who's now facing a lawsuit, was never disciplined and is still on the force. Our Fox 2 Detroit's Randy Wimbley has more on this story.
Yeah, Chancellor is suing the city and that cop. He and his lawyer say the fact that he's still on the job sends a bad message to other officers.
You know, they're going to lie and do what they got to protect themselves.
Durham Chancellor spent 8 years in prison for a crime he did not commit and was stunned to learn the Detroit cop who essentially put him there is still on the job and was never disciplined.
I mean, it's terrible. It's like they say they're not going to say did nothing wrong. They're going to take up for themselves.
Chancellor was released from prison in 2020 after Wayne County's Conviction Integrity Unit reopened his case and moved to vacate his conviction. The CIU says Sergeant Stephen Gilhood lied to get an arrest warrant back in 2011 that landed Chancellor behind bars. Chancellor filed a lawsuit against the city of Detroit and Gilhood, saying he was framed for cocaine possession. Vin Johnson is Chancellor's attorney. He says he learned Gilhood, a member of the now disbanded narcotics unit, was still on the force when he showed up for a deposition in full uniform.
And so I asked him, tell me what disciplinary action you have taken against you. This is, of course, after Durrell's been let out of prison and he's been exonerated, so everybody knows. And he said, nothing. They didn't discipline me. I didn't do anything wrong.
DPD is standing by Sergeant Gilhood. Second Deputy Chief Rudy Harper says the department conducted an in-depth internal investigation and they believe the CIU got it wrong and that Gilhood told the truth to get that warrant that landed Chancellor in prison.
They apparently didn't read the same internal affairs report that I did. They absolutely sustained findings against him for untruthfulness. What's that mean? Lies. He told lies.
If we got the whole CIU, the integrity unit, a unit full of prosecutors that's saying that he lied, this is something they do every day. They go to work every day and prosecute people. So I'm pretty sure they know a lie on the search warrant when they see one.
Johnson deposed both Val Newman, who heads up the Conviction Integrity Unit, and police investigator Timothy Ewald, who both say Gilwald's dishonesty led to an innocent man's wrongful imprisonment. Johnson, you think that the search warrant affidavit and/or his testimony from Gilhood was false? Ewald, I do. Johnson, would you agree then, based on your investigation, that under these facts and circumstances, Durham Chancellor was falsely arrested? Newman, yes, I would agree with that statement. Johnson, falsely imprisoned? Yes, Newman says, I would agree with that statement.
What's crazy to me, Randy, is those two individuals, they didn't know he was still on the job. And when I told them that not only is he on the job, but that he has absolutely zero disciplinary action taken against him whatsoever. And they both, Val Newman from CIU and of course, the Internal Affairs Officer Ewald, they went crazy and agreed with me that it sends a horrible message that the city of Detroit is sending the line officers that you can lie, you can cheat, you can steal. But when it comes to lawsuits and so forth, we're just going to cover it up for you, and you just keep on gliding down the street.
I reached out to the prosecutor's office to get their reaction to DPD saying the Conviction Integrity Unit got this one wrong. Their response: the next course of action by the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office has not yet been determined. Now, that lawsuit against the city is still very much in play. Ben Johnson says he's looking forward to seeing them in court. The city makes it a point not to comment on pending litigation. In Detroit, I'm Randy Wembley, Fox 2 News.
Randy, thank you for that report. Switching gears to the housing market. It is red hot at this moment, and it's the same way for renters. But how can you stand out in a crowded field, including why and how? Our Fox 11 LA's team goes more in depth.
Competing for a new place to live.
You can find the signs or the listings, apartments, condos, townhomes, and houses for rent. But finding an available place doesn't mean you, as the prospective tenant, will be chosen to move in.
I was surprised just because of what my expectation was. I guess coming in, it's like, oh, there's so many places. I'm sure I'll have, my pick. It's trickier than I thought.
Trickier because these days filling a vacancy isn't the prime goal of rental property owners. Finding the right tenant is.
One thing that owners tell us is that the pool of tenants has changed. So people's credit scores are worse today. People have more debt today than they did pre-pandemic.
The wrong tenants could go from rent payers to rent delayers or worse.
We have an eviction moratorium. There's people that haven't paid rent literally in years, and there's no way to evict them in the city of LA, and so that makes people that much more cautious.
I had a great response.
Steve Jones had no problem finding prospective tenants for this 2-bedroom, 2-bath charmer in Cypress Park. So many were interested, they knew they needed a way to get the edge on the competition.
One of the ways that a few of these applicants, interested parties, did that was by saying to me, hey, listen, I can go a little bit higher than what you have your home advertised for.
There are other ways to go from shopping for a rental to finally moving in. Jones wanted $3,600 a month for this property. Ideally, a person's income should be a minimum of 3 times that rent. Here are some other tips to give you the edge in a hot rental market. Number 1, ask your credit report.
Pay off all your bills. So like if you have a little credit card debt, pay it off so that your credit score looks better.
Number 2, be prepared to show income, pay stubs, bank statements, even a history of your past rental payments. Those are typical demands on an application form. Jones suggests you do one better.
If a prospective tenant came to me with all of that stuff already organized and said, oh, by the way, I've been a little bit proactive with this, and here you go, that person for sure would have an edge over everyone else.
And here's one more tip that might surprise you. Show up in a clean car.
When I see how you take care of your own property, then that'll tell me something about how you're going to take care of my property, right?
There are ways property owners may subtly discriminate. James Murphy needs a place for him and his 2 roommates and had been surprised by owners' questions.
I wouldn't call it an age thing, but because I'm younger and don't have a family, they're like, well, we really want to make sure your credit's. I'm like, my credit's fine, guys, and like, well, if you got a pet, pet rent and pay a larger deposit, sometimes they'll ask for a little bit more than was on the original listing.
Jones admits he might get multiple applicants that meet his criteria. Deciding who gets the lease, he'll go with his gut.
It really is a relationship. And so I want to make sure that relationship is going to be, that it's going to work both ways.
Susan Hirasuna, Fox 11 News.
All right, noon 5.
All right, everybody, welcome back in to Live Now from Fox. It is just past 10 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. And one of the top stories we are following today, of course, not only the ongoing war in Ukraine, that baby formula shortage, but also the economy. You can see stocks here up right now about 372 points. Along with this, we are also following some news from billionaire Elon Musk. If you haven't heard, Elon Musk tweeted out today that his deal to buy Twitter is now temporarily on hold, pending further details about the amount of spam and fake accounts that the social media company currently has. And we, of course, as always, want to bring in our Fox Business Network's Kelly O'Grady, who has been following this story since it initially broke. Again, Kelly O'Grady joining us live here. Kelly, thank you so much for joining us. More news when it comes to billionaire Elon Musk. What can you tell us about this? Is this sale likely to go through or no?
Yeah, Elon chose chaos this morning on Friday the 13th. Caught me by surprise. But listen, so he tweeted out after he tweeted out that piece about that the deal is on hold because of this spam accounts. They want to confirm that it is less than 5%. He did tweet out saying, you know, I'm still very much committed to the deal. And of course, we've seen him talk about different changes that he wants to make to Twitter. He's been very focused on raising equity in addition to debt. So all of that points to, yes, this is going through. But what might be going on here, there's two things, okay? He is raising equity from investors. So they're going to have questions around metrics. Users is a big one. He has said that he needs to increase the users. I think it's right around 229 million right now. He's looking to increase that to 931 million by 2028. So again, if you have a large part of the user base being fake robots, I mean, that's not going to be a monetizable base. So he really wants to make sure that this is the case. I do want to point out, though, that, I mean, this is a routine type of thing, okay? In a hostile takeover, before this, he didn't have access to dig under the hood and poke around. Now he's able to see more of the financials than what's just publicly reported. And so what's not normal is the buyer tweeting out everything, of course. And so you see that volatility in the stock price. But right now, I would say it's still going to happen. But if he does find out that there are more spam bots than Twitter is saying that there are, we could see something else happen.
And Kelly, I did want to ask, you know, he is saying that this deal is on hold until he learns more about those, you know, fake accounts and spam bots. How long could this possibly take? I mean, how long do you think that we are going to have to wait and see until he does buy Twitter, or in fact, maybe he doesn't?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the news changes every day. So who knows? We can wake up tomorrow. But I mean, this is going to take a little bit of a process, right? I mean, I think that it has become a little bit adversarial with that tweet that he sent out. And of course, Twitter has been very much moving forward with firing some execs, the head of revenue, the head of product. So they have definitely been moving forward as if this is happening. And so I do feel like there's going to be a little bit of tension here that could delay things. The other thing that I do want to highlight is what's going on with the stock price, right? Okay, so his deal was for $54.20. I think the stock price right before we got on was hovering around $40. That's $14 below that offer price. And as a whole, it's roughly $14 billion below the $44 billion value of the deal. That's a lot. And so what you might see, some people are wondering if he's going to try and use this to renegotiate the price of the deal and not have to spend a full $44 billion, not to have to raise as much equity and debt. And so that also might be happening here of saying, okay, well, you know, I'm not sure about how many spam bots there are. This is unclear. You know, and look at what's happening with the stock price. I've cast doubt on it, and your stock is tanking. It shows how much leverage he has. So this could also be a negotiating tactic, some people are saying.
And the initial deal was for $44 billion, quite a mega sale of the social media company. Of course, not yet official, as we heard from Musk earlier this morning with that tweet. You know, if he does renegotiate and he doesn't spend $44 billion on it, Kelly, what do you think he could get this for if, in fact, there are more fake accounts or spam bots on Twitter than initially reported?
So it really all depends on what happens with the stock price, right? I mean, it's hovering around $40. Investors are getting nervous. They're saying, okay, well, if it doesn't happen, I want to pull my money out before it goes down to $30, $20, right? I mean, we're seeing a big tech sell-off in the market in general, a sell-off in the market as a whole. So there's really no telling how low that could go. I don't want to put a number on it because I'm not sure how low it could go. But one thing I do want to highlight, which is very interesting here, and which I think is also why he tweeted out right after, I am committed to the deal. He has been under investigation for tweets that he's put out in regards to Tesla stock, which he was saying, I plan to take the company private. This was a couple years ago. And there's an investigation into whether that, there's a suit by Tesla shareholders saying, you know, that caused the stock price to move. We lost money. And so he has to be very careful what he tweets out when you're dealing with a publicly traded stock. And so I think there's also a little bit of interesting dance that may happen here. He is being investigated for not disclosing that 9% share at the beginning of this whole saga as well in time. So there's a lot of governmental, you know, things happening here as well that he'll have to deal with. But I'm not sure if he is trying to negotiate what number that could be for.
And Kelly, this morning, and I believe yesterday as well, you know, we not only heard from Musk on Twitter about the sale being put on hold, but we also heard from some high-ranking Twitter employees, if you will, some people who are pretty high up in the company, some people being fired. What more can you tell us? Obviously, Musk buying Twitter has been a huge deal for those Twitter employees, but what more can you tell us about those people who were fired?
Sure. So the head of consumer product and the head of revenue were fired yesterday, and CEO Parag Agrawal confirmed there's going to be a hiring freeze, which is pretty standard. I mean, you know, you're going to have a new owner coming in. You don't want to be onboarding a bunch of employees that then may end up getting fired if the company goes in a different direction, if they decide to double down on a different revenue stream. But it is interesting. One executive confirmed via tweet this morning that he was let go because they want to take the team in a different direction. And of course, Elon Musk has been very vocal about everything from, you know, we need to reduce the reliance on advertising on Twitter. We need to not have as much content moderation. And so there's going to be a lot of movement, I think, in the ranks. And you're already starting to see some of that come to fruition, which does imply that Twitter does very much think this deal is happening, regardless of what Elon is tweeting out this morning, getting rid of such high-powered execs at the company. Now, there's a lot of speculation. Well, does that mean the CEO is eventually going to go? Because, of course, we've had Elon indicate that he may become the interim CEO. That's scared Tesla shareholders a little bit with that split focus that he may have. But there's no plans to let go the CEO at this time. And if they were to, once Elon takes over, he gets a very, very nice severance check. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out if and when Elon does take over.
All right, Fox Business Network's Kelly O'Grady joining us here on Live Now from Fox, of course, always bringing us up to speed on business news and all of the details that we learn, what seems like every week, from Elon Musk and this Twitter saga. So again, Fox Business Network's Kelly O'Grady joining us live from Los Angeles. Kelly, thank you.
Thanks so much.
All right, everybody, and as you heard from Kelly O'Grady, that deal from Elon Musk currently on hold. Definitely something we, of course, will continue to track as we get those updates from billionaire Elon Musk himself on Twitter. It is 10:11 in the morning here on the East Coast. You are taking a live look at the stock board. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. But when we come back, we're going to take you live out to California for an update from our Fox 11 LA's Gigi Graciette on that devastating coastal fire in Orange County. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko, of course, bringing you up to speed on some of the top stories we are following today. And we do want to take you out live to New York City, where, as you can hear, we currently have the United Nations Security Council holding a meeting titled Threats to Peace and Security, and we currently have a representative from Russia speaking at this very moment. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Fever, anthrax, in other words, with various potential bioagents. Part of the connection of a veterinary laboratory wasn't destroyed in a hurry. Their specialists found pathogens which aren't really usual for veterinary illnesses, such as typhus, paratyphus, and gas gangrene. Last time we talked about the sharp increase in recent years in the Lugansk and Donetsk republics of cases of tuberculosis caused by new, different, multi-resistant samples. We've also grounds to understand that this is not by chance that this has happened. There was also a bio-incident which took place in 2020 in in a region of Lugansk. There it turned out that among children in Stepovoye we found false money which were then used as a carrier for tuberculosis. There, the idea was that the children, when touching this money, would then pick it up on their unwashed hands. The analysis showed that this money was infected with a bioactive tuberculosis, which would resist the various different medications that could be used against tuberculosis. The idea that the bacteria naturally ended up on these pieces of money is not true. The concentration of the pathogen was too high, which wouldn't.
All right, everybody, it does appear as though that feed cut out for us. We do have another one coming into our desk, thankfully, as those feeds sometimes cut out here on Live Now from Fox. But again, you are tuning in to the UN Security Council meeting. Let's listen in.
Money with the bioagent itself. Fortunately, nobody was a victim of this, but on the whole, we can see that this is a confirmation of a very worrying trend. I'd also like to get into another subject, which is another clear demonstration of how, in fact, the Kiev regime and its Western sponsors think about the Ukrainian people. There is evidence that American scientists from a laboratory in Merev have carried out experiments of potentially dangerous biological substances on patients in a local psychiatric hospital, Hospital Number 3 in Kharkov. Similar inhumane experiments took place in psychiatric hospital Number 1 in Strelets in Kharkov region. The main category of the patients there was a group of patients who were men, aged between 40 and 60, with very severe physical problems. All of this research was carried out secretly, and Ukrainian colleagues signed a non-disclosure agreement. To cover the American experts, they were brought in through third countries so that it was kept secret. As the information comes in about the activities of biolaboratories in Ukraine, we have questions to their allies, the United States, and through NATO. New documents show that between 2016 and 2019, military epidemiologists from the Institute of Microbiology and the Bundeswehr, the German army in other words, they brought in samples of blood from their citizens who living in 25 different regions in Ukraine. What was the aim for the German armed forces to be involved in collecting samples from Ukrainian citizens? There's also documentation that confirms Poland's involvement together with the key contractors from the Pentagon, in particular the American company Betel, through biological research on Ukrainian territory. Mr. President, I think that today, once again, we will hear from our Western colleagues that there will be accusations that this is propaganda and there's a lack of evidence. This is why we are devoting a great deal of attention to documentary evidence and to regularly distributing through the Security Council and the General Assembly the originals of these documents, which have come into the hands of our Ministry of Defense. With them, everybody can read these documents. There are hundreds of pages of documents signed by specific people, specific officials in the US and Ukraine. They show that they wanted to hide from the international community what the Kiev regime and Western colleagues were doing. American representatives have refused to give explanations about the character and the real aims of their activity in the biological sphere in Ukraine and around the world in a whole. In a preparatory document to the 9th Review Conference of the Biological Weapons Convention in Geneva at its session in the beginning of April, the Americans once again did not give any clear answer besides waving away the idea that the biological activities of the United States by definition were peaceful and useful for the international community. On the 6th of April, there was a meeting in the Area Formula where there were independent journalists who asked for clarification from the United States, including about why documents about American-Ukrainian cooperation on biodevelopments contradicted the statements of American officials. But the delegations of the United States and the United Kingdom simply didn't come to that meeting. There's another very salient fact here. During the course of the meeting that I mentioned, of the preparatory committee, the US delegation once again rejected the proposal to create an effective verification mechanism for compliance with the BWC. They refused to renew work on a corresponding legally binding protocol to the convention, which the USA has been blocking since 2001. Our initiative was to add trust measures to the CWC through reporting on military biological activity beyond national territory, but the American representatives also rejected this proposal. In other words, the United States is deliberately blocking attempts to strengthen the BWC regime, aimed to allow it to effectively keep violating the convention. All of these are very worrying signals, especially given that the American legislation allows for military biological activity, and the national legislation in this sphere has prevalence over the international legislation in the United States. I'd once again like to ask the representatives of the United States, if your wish is for biological laboratories to exist around the world, and in particular in Ukraine, as you say, then if this is truly peaceful, then why do you refuse to deliver them to international controls, and why do you impede the idea that the international community would have the necessary instruments for that control? This would be the simplest way to once and for all get rid of all doubts and accusations if, as you assert, they are completely foundless. Unfortunately, we simply only have another explanation, which is that you have something to hide. Colleagues, we have already accumulated a lot of materials that directly indicate that the United States and Ukraine are violating the BWC rather. We continue to collect these materials and analyze them. Given that the American party is refusing to engage in any constructive discussion on this subject, we plan to utilize the mechanism stipulated in Articles 5 and 6 of the BWC. As soon as work to collect the materials is completed, we will present them to the Council for an investigation. We hope that this will allow us to finally cut off the military biological activity which threatens international peace and security, and to bring those who are guilty to account. Thank you very much.
In my role as Council President, I thank the representative of Russia for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Albania.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are just listening in to the representative from Russia about the ongoing war in Ukraine. This is a live look inside of the United Nations Security Council meeting happening in New York City. We are going to dip away from this for just a moment so we can talk about another story that we have been following really since this news first broke. So again, we are going to cut away from this United Nations meeting and, of course, bring that back to you in just a little bit. In the meantime, we do want to give you an update on that devastating coastal fire in Orange County. Residents in Laguna Niguel, California, assessing the damage today after the coastal fire ripped through their neighborhoods. Some locals still processing the shock of having to flee their homes. And we continue with the latest on this coastal fire story with our Fox 11 LA team, as always, who has been bringing us really a lot of coverage from the ground in Southern California since this fire first broke out. We know hundreds of homes remain under evacuation orders as crews continue to mop up hotspots. Let's head out to our Fox 11 LA's Gigi Graciette, who joins us live from Laguna Niguel, California, with more. Gigi, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We see some of the devastation behind you. What more can you tell us?
Well, good morning, Mackenzie, from Orange County, California. And this block that we're on, Coronado Point in Laguna Niguel, hit particularly hard with dozens of homes burnt or damaged. This is one of them. Take a look at what once was an amazing home with an ocean view the Pacific Ocean on the other side. You can see right through it. And I don't know if you can make out, but there are 3 rows of plastic tape covering the house now. And that is basically a warning to other firefighters coming into the area that do not enter. The tape says life hazard. That is because this home in particular is in danger of collapsing. Basically, only the facade is left. And behind that facade, a lot of smoldering debris because the second collapsed down onto the first floor. Now, this was a very fast-moving fire that was pushed uphill, fanned by coastal Pacific Ocean winds and fed by a lot of dry vegetation. You know, Mackenzie, California is in its 3rd year of a drought, so there is plenty of fuel for fires here. Over 550 firefighters are on the front lines now. And as of yesterday, officially 20 homes were lost, another 11 damaged, and the fire was only 15% contained. Now, it was a fairly quiet night on the front line, so we're hoping for some higher containment numbers this morning. Thankfully, no one has been injured. There were 2 firefighters. One of them suffered a medical emergency. The other one, minor injuries. Both were taken to the hospital, but we're happy to report they have now been released. But a lot of damage, a lot of things lost. And, you know, Mackenzie, one of the things we're talking about here this morning in Orange County is that, you know, the house, it can be rebuilt. Those walls can come back up. You can build it all over again. But it's what was inside the house. And that is always the hardest part of covering a fire, is seeing the devastation to families who lose a lot of memories and mementos, those kind of things that mean so much to a family that simply cannot be replaced with all the insurance money in the world. So very sad for this neighborhood. Folks have lived here for decades, and a lot of them haven't even been able to return because 900 homes do remain under mandatory evacuation orders. It is simply unsafe to come back right now. Mackenzie?
Yeah, Gigi, and I did want to ask, you know, if you did get a chance to speak with any of those residents. Obviously, you said about 900 are still under evacuation. I'm sure many of them staying with family and friends. But has the city or county set up any sort of resource center for those families?
Well, the city does have an evacuation center, and they have declared what's called a local emergency, and that helps resources come into this community to help those that are affected by the fire. So folks at an evacuation center, and as you mentioned, most either at a hotel or with other family members.
All right, our Fox 11 LA's Gigi Graciette live for us this morning in Laguna Niguel, California, where, as you heard Gigi say, those firefighters and crews are still mopping up some of the damage. Gigi, as always, thank you so much for your coverage. I know you and your Fox 11 LA team and Mario Ramirez as well, giving us really just some in-depth coverage about these devastating fires in California. So again, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, we do want to switch gears and bring you back out to the stock board, where, as you can see, stocks just opened within the past hour, currently trading up about 485 points this morning, hopefully ending the week on a high note. In the meantime, we do want to take you back out live to that United Nations Security Council meeting that we first brought to you right before we went to Gigi Graciette's live shot on those devastating fires in Southern California. Again, this is the UN Security Council meeting currently discussing the ongoing war in Russia. Here it is live for you in New York City. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Cannot be the epicenter of fear for the world, and even less can it be a place where powers fight each other. It needs to be the highest place where the specter of war is exercised and where the scion of security and dignity for people of the planet exists. Dear colleagues, my country observes with great concern throughout our meetings on the war in Ukraine the hardening of positions, accusations, and verbal escalation of verbal warfare. The different parties take positions and contribute to exacerbate on a daily basis the situation of millions of innocent civilians who continue to pay the highest price. As a state party to the United Nations Convention on the Prohibition of biological weapons, we reaffirm our opposition to the use of any form of biological weapon and appeal to the warring parties to refrain from resorting to such weapons and to strictly adhere to the relevant provisions, especially Article 5 and 10 of the Convention on Biological Weapons and its regime. We would underscore the opportunity here of activating Resolution A/42/37 of the General Assembly, bolstered by Resolution 620 of the Security Council, that recognizes the Security General's ability to launch an initiative to initiate investigations on the use of biological weapons or risk thereof of parties to the convention. We absolutely need an impartial and independent investigation into the allegations that have been proffered. Dear colleagues, Gabon would reiterate its attachment to the peaceful settlement of differences and disputes between member states of the United Nations and continue to call on the parties to de-escalate the conflict and take all diplomatic opportunities, seize them to engage in good faith in negotiations to put an end to this war. To conclude, we would reiterate our appeal to the belligerent parties to cease all combat and call upon all parties to endeavor to silence weapons and give a chance to peace and peaceful cohabitation. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Gabon for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I would like to thank Mr. Marc Macron for his briefing. I deplore the fact that Russia is once again using the Security Council as a platform for propaganda. In order to justify a war which is unjustifiable, the one which it is waging against Ukraine, Russia is therefore multiplying unfounded and unsubstantiated accusations. It is repeating that there are biological programs, offensive programs underway in Ukraine. Let's be serious here and come back to the facts. The United Nations have clearly indicated on a number of occasions, and again today, that the organization has no information on this subject. None. Repeated dissemination of false information about biological weapons will not transform these allegations into a reality. Mr. President, this is not the first time that Russia is disseminating lies to create confusion and sow the seeds of fear and to especially cover its own responsibility. In 2011, it accused Georgia of developing a program of biological weapons without any evidence. For years now, it has been waging a campaign of disparagement against the OPCW. It did so mainly to protect its Syrian ally, but also to dissimulate its own chemical attacks on European soil. France is very concerned by the possibility of this disinformation campaign being a prelude to the use of chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine. No one should be fooled by Russia's purpose today. The Russian discourse and rhetoric is dangerous and particularly concerning because it comes from a state which is a depository state to the Convention on Biological Weapons. This convention provides for procedures for consultation with the state's parties, and we should focus all of our efforts on safeguarding and implementing this convention so these shocking weapons are never, ever used again in future. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for his statement. I give the floor to the representative of Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I would like to start by conveying my delegation and indeed Ghana's sincere condolences to the government and people of the United Arab Emirates for the demise of Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. I also join previous speakers in thanking the Deputy High Representative for Disarmament Affairs, Mr. Thomas Markram, for his briefing. We have taken due note of the information provided. Mr. President, like others, Ghana is deeply concerned that the conflict in Ukraine continues unabated and the cessation of hostilities remains elusive despite ongoing human suffering and the loss of precious lives, including that of women and children. We also take seriously every report of the threat of use or the potential use of biological or chemical weapons, and know that in all instances of chemical and biological activity, the independent and impartial investigations conducted by the internationally recognized and mandated bodies should be the only way to establish the facts. The cruelty associated with the use of biological agents and toxins as instruments of war, and the fact that related diseases would not confine themselves to national borders, justify the prohibition of member states under the Biological Weapons Convention from the use of biological agents and toxins as instruments of war. Ghana reiterates its call for both parties to exercise restraint and avoid the deliberate or accidental release of chemical or biological agents and other WMDs, given the immeasurable risk these weapons pose to the lives of civilians and the environment. Historical events such as the Chernobyl nuclear disaster and its lasting impacts present enough evidence that averting the chances of a nuclear war in Ukraine and beyond would not only be in the interest of both parties, but also in the interest of the global community. The risk of a nuclear exchange is real and will be catastrophic for the whole planet. Its effects will not only be felt in Europe, but around the whole world. We therefore call on all actors to uphold their obligations and commitments under international law and international humanitarian law. Mr. President, Ghana believes that the cessation of hostilities in Ukraine will not only be beneficial to both parties, but will bring much-needed respite to the global economy, especially to developing countries and small economies, which have borne the disproportionate impact of the ripple effects of this war, while struggling with the socioeconomic consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. In conclusion, I wish to reiterate that a sustainable solution to the conflict can only be arrived at through diplomacy and constructive dialogue among the parties and stakeholders. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Ghana for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Norway.
Thank you, President. First, let me express our deepest condolences to the people and government of the UAE on the passing of their president. I thank the Deputy High Representative for Disarmament Affairs, Thomas Markram, for his briefing. Unsurprisingly, Mr. Markram repeated what we have previously heard from the High Representative, that the United Nations is not aware of any biological weapons program in Ukraine. We're once more witnessing the Russian Federation using the Security Council as a platform for disinformation and to draw attention away from its unprovoked, unjustified, and irresponsible warfare in Ukraine. Norway is a firm supporter of the Biological Weapons Convention, and we're determined, together with international partners, to uphold the total ban against biological weapons. Therefore, let me be clear. Allegations of violations of the BWC are extremely serious and merit scrutiny. Yet once again, Russia has failed to offer any credible evidence for its accusations, providing us instead with unsubstantiated claims and mere insinuations. If Russia is serious about these accusations, they should use the proper procedure under the BWC and provide fact-based evidence. In the meantime, we urge Russia to stop wasting this Council's time and resources on these meaningless meetings. President, let me end by reiterating Norway's condemnation of Russia's war against Ukraine. It is a blatant violation of international law and the very principles of the UN Charter. We demand that Russia immediately ends its aggression, withdraws its troops, and stop causing death, suffering, and destruction. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Norway for her statement. And I now give the floor to the representative of Kenya.
Thank you,
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are taking you live inside of the UN Security Council meeting about the ongoing war in Ukraine. This, of course, is happening at UN headquarters in New York City. We are going to dip away from this, but we do want to bring you up to speed on some other top stories we are following today. You can see on your screen baby formula. Parents across the country scrambling to find it. Some of the shelves, as you see right there on your screen, completely empty and wiped out. Parents scrambling to feed their babies amid this nationwide baby formula shortage. Some even swapping and selling breast milk on social media to try and make do. Definitely a story that we will continue to follow as it is impacting really millions of parents across the country. Also, billionaire Elon Musk says his massive deal to buy Twitter is now on hold pending details that fake accounts, those spam accounts, those bots that we've been telling you about, make up less than 5% of users. Musk tweeted that out earlier today. We did have a live report from our Fox Business Network's Kelly O'Grady from LA speaking about that situation on if Musk will in fact by Twitter. So we will just have to wait and see as that story develops. Also happening today in Germany, G7 countries are holding a 3-day meeting in Germany on how Russia's war in Ukraine is impacting global food and energy prices. So definitely a lot of things that we will continue to cover here on Live Now from Fox. Now, we do want to bring you to some video that we have here talking about the ongoing war in Ukraine. We have learned that Finland does plan on applying for NATO membership. Again, Finland is Russia's neighbor, again, saying that it will apply for NATO membership. It marks a huge strategic win for Ukraine as fighting intensifies there along the front lines. Finland will officially end years of non-alignment and apply for that membership. If you didn't know, Finland shares an 800-mile border with Russia, and the move could change the security landscape of Europe. Russia, though, is warning it will take, quote, military technical steps in response to this announcement, and it could signal a possible diversion of troops from Ukraine to the Finnish border. Officials in Finland largely support the move, saying that they no longer trust Russia to keep the peace.
To understand or to accept, and it means that every neighbor of Russia must think and rethink their position.
And again, that was an official from Finland talking about the plan to apply for NATO membership. Moscow issued, again, yet another warning today, saying that the war in Ukraine could develop into a direct conflict between Russia and NATO. And as we said, the Kremlin warning it will retaliate after Finland announces it would apply for membership to NATO. Sweden could follow suit, and approval from NATO is expected. However, it could possibly take at least up to a year. So definitely something we will continue to follow. Our Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palkot has more from Kyiv, Ukraine.
The shockwaves from the war in Ukraine reached further today. Finland saying it would break decades of neutrality and apply for membership to NATO. Russia's aggression directly responsible.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine has altered the European and Finnish security environment.
It means Russia would double its shared border with NATO countries by another 800 miles. Sweden also looks like it will join NATO ranks. Approval from the alliance is expected. Russia is threatening unspecified actions.
NATO expansion does not make our continent more stable and secure.
And that's not all from Moscow. With U.S. and Western military aid pouring into Ukraine, former Russian President Medvedev warned that could push the conflict into a direct war between Russia and NATO. And with economic sanctions biting, President Putin is grousing as well.
These sanctions largely provoke the global crisis.
Russian testing is perhaps a sign all is not well on the battlefield. Russian troops pulling back from Ukraine's second city of Kharkiv, grinding slowly on the eastern front, as the Ukrainian fighters in the Mariupol steel mill still hold out. Amid more signs of Russian military brutality, The UN saying today more than 1,000 Ukrainian civilians were killed by Russian troops during the occupation of suburbs north of Kyiv, including the town of Bucha, where locals are returning. Markets are reopening. Buildings are being repaired. The town's mayor sounded determined. It is our moral obligation to improve the city after the atrocities here, he says. But with scars of Russian horror all around and services and jobs still in short supply, residents aren't so sure.
Of course, we all want to restart here, but our feelings are pretty bad.
The street that gentleman lives on just about a month ago was littered with dead bodies, Ukrainian civilian victims of Russian killing. Actually, that man ended on a positive note, telling us, we will win and we will live. People here can only hope. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Greg Palkot, Fox News.
And as always, a big thanks to Greg Palkot for that reporting on the ground in Kyiv, Ukraine. We do know WNBA star, Phoenix Mercury star and center Brittany Griner is going to be detained in Russia for at least another month. The lawyer for Griner said today that her pre-trial detention in Russia has been extended at least by another 30 days. Griner's lawyer spoke to the Associated Press, saying that he believed the relatively short extension of the detention indicated that her case would come to trial sometime soon. Griner, who again plays for the Phoenix Mercury, is also a two-time Olympic gold medalist. She also plays for Russia's team during the off-season. She was detained in Moscow, in the Moscow airport after vape cartridges containing oil derived from cannabis were allegedly found in her luggage, which could carry a maximum penalty of 10 years in prison. Griner, who is 31 years old, is being wrongfully detained. The Biden administration has come to that conclusion. The Biden administration does say that U.S. officials are working toward her release, but no word on if that will happen anytime soon. We do want to head to a conversation with our Fox 13 Tampa team as we now enter day 79 of this ongoing war in Ukraine.
Following several developments this afternoon. First of all, Russia is taking some significant blows. They're losing ground in key areas. Meanwhile, the UN revealed more evidence of civilian massacres by Russian forces. And now Finland is seeking NATO membership. That's a big development. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick joins us now. Craig, that's a big announcement coming today. Tell us what this means and where the war is heading now.
Well, it's a potential flashpoint in the war, and the war is certainly not going in Russia's direction. We'll start in the outskirts of Kharkiv, where Ukraine's counteroffensive continues to drive Russian forces either in retreat or redeployment. At the same time, all assessments in general, though, show the war is still in a position of stalemate with no end in sight, at least for the foreseeable future. And all of that combined with the risk that Russia could, in fact, expand the invasion, well, that drove that very, very big decision by Finland.
According to U.S. intel, Vladimir Putin is isolated with only a handful of yes men in his inner circle, and he's determined to restore the Soviet empire by force and could use chemical, biological, or nuclear weapons.
They are ready to attack a neighboring country.
And Finland, which shares more than 800 miles of border with Russia, has seen enough. Finland now wants to join the NATO alliance. And Sweden may follow by also seeking membership in a couple of days. This is a striking move for one and likely two nations known for staying neutral. NATO responded by welcoming Finland's application and saying it would do the same for Sweden. And while the process of joining plays out, the UK signed a mutual defense agreement with Finland.
Formalizing a pledge that we will always come to one another's aid.
Russia said it will retaliate in some undefined way, but Finland's president said Putin drove them to seek this protection because he's dangerous and erratic.
You caused this. Look at the mirror.
In Ukraine, as war crime investigators continue to investigate Russia's civilian massacres, the UN says they've now confirmed the invaders have massacred more than 1,000 civilians in and around Bucha. The UN says it's a combination of rape, torture, and summary execution at point-blank range and snipers.
Civilians were killed when crossing the road or leaving their shelters,
to seek food and water. Others were killed as they fled in their vehicles.
That's in the suburbs of Kyiv. We may soon have a better idea of what's also happened outside Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv. The Ukrainian counteroffensive has reclaimed the areas in blue, and Russia's rerouting its remaining invaders around Kharkiv to the Battle of Donbass to the south.
So that's an apparent retreat from the outskirts of Kharkiv. It's also an indication that what it's doing in Donbass is not working, and all the assessments show that while Russia has made some slow and uneven gains in parts of Donbass, that it is not making any significant progress now weeks into this. So that is an indication also that Russia is trying to move more forces to try to move and gain some additional ground in Donbass. But it appears as if it will, in fact, continue to grind on a number of striking blows for Russia today.
Okay, Craig, let's get back to Finland. In the process of joining NATO now, okay, Finland, the EU, European countries are welcoming this. But why not Ukraine? Why isn't Ukraine joining NATO, since that was kind of one of the reasons that President Putin wanted to go after them at the beginning of this war?
Well, the core tenet of NATO is that an attack on one is an attack on all, and you currently have Ukraine embroiled in war and under attack, so you would expect the nations of NATO to be far less inclined at this point to admit Ukraine under those circumstances. Finland is not being invaded as we speak, so this would be an effort to deter an invasion rather than to jump in what would effectively be World War III. Former President George W. Bush favored Ukraine's entry into NATO. Other nations, namely Germany, did not, so that was delayed. Also, there are some differences between the nations that would make it much easier for Finland to gain entry based on its history and relative stability than it would Ukraine. And it would require a unanimous vote of all 30 members.
All right, Craig Patrick with the latest on the war in Ukraine for us. Thanks, Craig. Let's get to the war.
All right, and as always, a huge thanks to our Fox 13 Tampa team for that report on the ongoing war in Ukraine. We are taking you live out to the White House at this very moment, where we do know President Joe Biden will be welcoming the King of Jordan, again, at the White House in Washington, D.C. Again, this is happening live at this very moment. You can see that black SUV, which just pulled up. And as soon as we get more information, we, of course, will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. But again, the president welcoming His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Hussein, to the White House today, of course, in Washington, D.C. It is 10:51 here on the East Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. It is just before 11 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. And here's a look at some of the top stories that we are following today here on Live Now from Fox. G7 countries are holding a 3-day meeting in Germany on how Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine is not only impacting the Ukrainian people, but also impacting global food and energy prices. The war in Ukraine now entering day 79. And we have just learned that Finland, which neighbors Russia and shares about 800,000 miles with Russia along the border, will apply for NATO membership. So definitely a story we will continue to follow. We have learned since Russia learned that news, the Kremlin has threatened the country, again, which does neighbor Russia, now going to apply for NATO membership. Also, parents across the country scrambling to feed their babies amid a nationwide baby formula shortage. Some parents even swapping and selling formula and breast milk on social media to make do. Also, billionaire Elon Musk says his deal to buy Twitter is now temporarily on hold pending details that fake and spam accounts make up less than 5% of users. So another story we, of course, will continue to watch here on Live Now from Fox. And we are awaiting remarks from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, House Democrats, and pro-choice advocates. They're going to be holding a press conference right there on the steps of the Supreme Court about the Supreme Court's draft opinion on Roe v. Wade, which, again, if you didn't know, does signal and show that a majority of Supreme Court justices favor and believe that Roe v. Wade should be overturned. So again, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi set to give us an update coming up in the next 15 minutes or so. We will, of course, take that live for you as soon as we get it here on Live Now from Fox. And sticking with that very same topic, we do want to give you an update on that, where we do know that there continues to be massive controversy about that leaked Supreme Court document. That opinion, which again shows that a majority of Supreme Court justices believe that Roe v. Wade should be overturned. As we just mentioned, Nancy Pelosi expected to give an update on that from her, House Democrats, and pro-choice advocates coming up in just a little bit. Well, the Justice Department is now finally commenting on the demonstrations at the homes of some of those Supreme Court justices. Our Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel has the latest.
After days of protests around the homes of conservative Supreme Court justices, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is calling out Attorney General Merrick Garland to enforce the law.
One would think a DOJ run by the former chief judge of the D.C. Circuit would need no prodding, to protect judicial safety and judicial independence.
Two Democrats have split with the White House and other members of their own party on protests: House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer and Senate Democratic Whip Dick Durbin.
I think it's reprehensible. Stay away from the homes and families of elected officials and members of the court.
The Senate Majority Leader is on the other side of this issue.
If protests are peaceful, yes. My house there's protests 3-4 times a week outside my house.
Unlike protesting politicians, judges are a special category. Title 18, Section 1507 of U.S. Code says it is illegal with the intent of influencing any judge to pickets or parades in or near a building or residence occupied or used by such judge, juror, witness, or court officer. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin is asking Fairfax County authorities to extend security parameters around the homes of 3 justices who live there. The county said no. The Commonwealth's Attorney General says the Justice Department must step up too.
It's a clear violation of Section 1507, and they're trying to intimidate intimidate Supreme Court justices.
The Justice Department has prosecuted cases before for people disrupting oral arguments in their workplace at the court. Some experts suggest protesters could also be charged with obstruction of justice for acts aiming to intimidate and influence the Supreme Court justices. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Mike, thank you for that report. Russia, the Kremlin, now threatening Finland over its NATO membership application, taking retaliatory steps as the war rages on in Ukraine, going on day 79. Our Fox senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palkot has more from Kyiv.
The shockwaves from the war in Ukraine reached further today. Finland saying it would break decades of neutrality and apply for membership to NATO. Russia's aggression directly responsible.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine has altered the European and Finnish security environment.
It means Russia would double its shared border with NATO countries by another 800 miles. Sweden also looks like it will join NATO ranks. Approval from the alliance is expected. Russia is threatening unspecified actions.
NATO expansion does not make our continent more stable and secure.
And that's not all from Moscow. With U.S. and Western military aid pouring into Ukraine, former Russian President Medvedev warned that could push the conflict into a direct war between Russia and NATO. And with economic sanctions biting, President Putin is grousing as well.
These sanctions largely provoke the global crisis.
Russian testing is perhaps a sign all is not well on the battlefield. Russian troops pulling back from Ukraine's second city of Kharkiv, grinding slowly on the eastern front, as the Ukrainian fighters in the Mariupol steel mill still hold out. Amid more signs of Russian military brutality, the UN saying today more than 1,000 Ukrainian civilians were killed by Russian troops during the occupation of suburbs north of Kyiv, including the town of Bucha, where locals are returning. Markets are reopening. Buildings are being repaired. The town's mayor sounded determined. It is our moral obligation to improve the city after the atrocities here, he says. But with scars of Russian horror all around and services and jobs still in short supply, residents aren't so sure.
Of course, we all want to restart here, but our feelings are pretty bad.
The street that gentleman lives on just about a month ago was littered with dead bodies, Ukrainian civilian victims of Russian killing. Actually, that man ended on a positive note, telling us, we will win and we will live. People here can only hope. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Greg Palkot, Fox News.
Greg, thank you for that report as always. And for the latest about the ongoing war in Ukraine, let's head out to New York City, where we had the United Nations Security Council holding a meeting titled Threat.
As if the Russian delegation's talking points came from a bad spy novel. But what is not fiction, and what we must not forget, is that Russia has a long and well-documented track record of using chemical weapons, including in attempted assassinations and the poisoning of Putin's political enemies, like Alexei.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here, showing you a little bit of that UN Security Council meeting that continues. We are here for you on Live Now from Fox, always here worldwide for you. Thanks so much for joining us here today. We really, really appreciate it. It is Friday, closing out this week with some top stories, headlines, and we got you always covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go out right outside to the Capitol Hill here, where we do have Democrats coming out along with pro-choice advocates. They're going to be holding this rally for abortion rights in this country here. This is all coming obviously from the draft leak from the Supreme Court. This is what we do here. We bring you live events when they're actually live, bringing it to you, always in the mix right here. So let's listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
Wow, what a turnout. We can begin. Okay. They're still coming, but we should begin. Good morning. House Democrats are here on the steps of the United States Capitol across from the Supreme Court to say to the Supreme Court and to the Senate, hands off women's reproductive health care. Last week, Americans saw a draft option showing the GOP-appointed court is poised to strike down Roe v. Wade, a 50-year precedent held up again by Casey. Already, Republicans across the nation are mobilizing around a dangerous and extreme agenda to criminalize all forms of reproductive health care, including IVF, contraception, and post-miscarriage care. Think of that. Just last week, Senate Republicans lined up in lockstep behind Mitch McConnell and Trump to vote to rip away the constitutional right to health freedom for American women. Now, they want a nationwide ban on abortion. They have said that. Make no mistake, once Republicans shred long-standing precedent and privacy rights, they intend to wage an all-out assault on more of our rights, including access to contraception and marriage equality. As Republicans seek to control and criminalize women's reproductive health freedoms, Democrats are fighting to enshrine Roe v. Wade into law. Thank you to the pro-choice caucus led by Representative Diana DeGette and Congresswoman Barbara Lee, and for Representative Judy Chu, the author of the Women's Health Protection Act, for we were ready when Texas did what it did. It caused vigilantes to go after people who want to be healthy. Judy Chu was ready. We could take up the bill right away. Now, that was last fall. Americans are marching and making their voices heard. Public sentiment is everything. We will never stop fighting for patients and their health care providers to defend the rights of women and all Americans. And now I am pleased to yield to a champion for women's reproductive freedom, Congresswoman Barbara Lee of California.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And let me thank you once again for your continued leadership in supporting our personal liberties, our constitutional personal liberties. And thank you so much for helping to lead this fight. Also, to all of our colleagues today, thank you so much for everything that you do each and every day to protect our democracy and our freedoms. Let's be clear, we are truly facing a crisis moment, with the Supreme Court seemingly poised to overturn Roe and extremists making clear that they won't stop. They won't stop until a nationwide abortion ban is enacted. We're facing an unprecedented attack on reproductive freedom. Everyone here shares the feelings of those across the country. We are angry, yes, that after 50 years of constitutional protections of our bodies, we are now yet again fighting for our rights. Fighting for our rights. This is personal for many of us. It's personal for me because I know firsthand what being denied access to legal abortion looks like. I have personally experienced the fear, the stigma, the trauma, the despair of being denied the care that you need. I know what it's like to have your medical decisions criminalized, to be forced to travel for the care that you need, and to see your future hang on the decisions of politicians rather than doctors. An entire generation of people have only known a world with protections under Roe. Now we know how extreme the Republicans are and the court and how extreme they are. And not one Republican senator voted to even consider legislation that protects our rights to make our own reproductive health decisions. They're totally out of step with the public, where 70% of people support personal liberty and freedoms to make their own personal decisions about their bodies. Now remember that they tell you that they care about personal freedom. Remember that, because they won't stop here. Our rights are under attack. And so as co-chair of the pro-choice caucus, My colleagues and I will continue exploring every single legislative and administrative angle, leaving no stone unturned as we look for any immediate solutions to ease this crisis. And yes, we're going to continue putting pressure on the Senate to act to pass the Women's Health Protection Act. We're going to keep fighting for that. And let's not forget that abortion is still legal, though. The ruling is not final, even though we anticipate this to be the decision. So we must continue to fight. This weekend, people from around the country will be joining on the National Mall and in our districts to make their voices heard. And so I hope to see each and every one of our colleagues and the public at one of these rallies, because I know we're going to turn out en masse. We're not going to be denied the right to make decisions about our own bodies. We'll not stop fighting until everyone, and I mean everyone, has access to safe, legal, and accessible abortions, no matter their income, their zip code, or their race. Thank you again, and I'll yield back to our speaker.
Great, Barbara. I'm Diana DeGette from Colorado, and I'm the co-chair of the Pro-Choice Caucus along with Barbara Lee. And I recently, last month, became a grandmother for the first time. And I was shocked to learn last week that my brand new little granddaughter will have fewer rights than I have or her mother has. And that is wrong, and that is un-American, and we are not going to let that happen. We are not going to go back, because every woman deserves the full range of health care, including abortion. Over 70% of Americans agree that the law of the land should be Roe versus Wade. And this blatantly political decision, assuming it comes down from the Supreme Court, will rip our personal freedoms away. And as Barbara and the speaker said, it's not going to stop there. It's going to go to birth control. It's going to go to marriage equality, and it's going to go to in vitro fertilization and other things we can't even imagine standing here. That's wrong, that's un-American, and we will not let that happen. We need to make Roe versus Wade the law of the land so that a woman in Alabama has the same right to health care as a woman in my state of Colorado. We can't have a two-part system, and we're not going to have it. Because I just want to say this. How can you tell a 12-year-old incest victim in Alabama that she can't have the health care that she deserves? How can you tell a woman in Texas who has 5 children and is working 3 jobs to feed them that she can't have the health care that she needs? And how can you tell a woman in Mississippi who has severe fetal deformities that she can't have the health care that she needs? We're not going to tell them that. We are going to work every day. We are going to work every way to make sure everybody in this country has the health care that they need. As you heard, the House has acted. We passed Judy Chu's Women's Health Protection Act to put Roe versus Wade into law. So what's the answer? The answer is everybody in this country has to mobilize today, tomorrow, next week, and in November to make sure we keep a pro-choice majority in the House, that we have a pro-choice majority in the Senate, and that we protect everybody's right to health care. Because as our dear friend and our soulmate John Lewis said, never give up and never give in, and we are not going to. We're going to fight every day. Thank you.
I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, the sponsor of the Women's Health Protection Act. Last week, a bomb was dropped on all of us when we learned that there was a draft decision showing 5 Supreme Court justices would overturn Roe versus Wade, ripping away rights from millions of women. When I first read it, I was angry. I was appalled. I was heartbroken, but I was not shocked, because Republicans have been telling the American people that they plan to overturn this decision for decades. I thought about the millions of women whose rights would be taken away from them. I thought about the 13-year-old victim of rape who could not get an abortion. I thought about the woman with an ectopic pregnancy whose life would be threatened who could not get an abortion. I thought about the woman with multiple children facing a devastating financial crisis who could not get an abortion. And I thought about how desperate they must feel in this situation. But thanks to Speaker Pelosi, we, the House Democrats, did our job. We passed my bill, the Women's Health Protection Act, in September by a vote of 218 to 211. It was the most supported abortion rights bill in the history of Congress. And we have the strong support of President Biden. So we just needed the Senate. Thankfully, Leader Schumer quickly scheduled a vote. Going into it, we knew the numbers were against us, but we also knew how important this fight was and how many people were clamoring for action. So I want to thank our organizer, CPC Chair Pramila Jayapal, who led this march, and everyone joined as we went across the Capitol. We were loud, we were forceful, and we piled into the Senate gallery to show our support for the senators that voted for the bill. Even though Senator Manchin did not join, all of the other 49 Senate Democrats did. I also want to talk about the two so-called pro-choice Republicans who voted against WIPA because they said our bill goes too far. Well, that's not true. It does exactly what we need it to do, uphold Roe versus Wade. But you know what goes too far? It's the actual Republican agenda to completely outlaw abortion in every state of the union. Yeah, a federal ban. And that is why people are galvanized. That is why people are marching. This is not the end of the process. This is the beginning. It's the beginning of the march towards the November elections.
I'm Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney, and first I want to thank Speaker Pelosi for sounding the alarm on Republican attempts to do away with reproductive rights in America. Think about it. The draft Supreme Court decision to roll back Roe reverses 49 years of precedent. It defies the precedent of precedent itself, a cornerstone of the Supreme Court. This is a Republican minority that has worked for decades to restrict, to roll backwards the rights of women. A minority that has worked systematically to politicize the court by packing it with activist ideologues. And this minority now seeks to use this very decision to take women backwards to a very dark time in history. It's time to take America forward again. In 1992, I announced my run for Congress on the day that Planned Parenthood versus Casey decision came down, putting new restrictions on a woman's right to choose because I wanted equal rights for women and more pro-choice legislators, more pro-choice votes in Congress, and that's what we need to protect a woman's right to choose. This week, with my colleagues, we marched to the Senate to urge them to pass the Women's Health Protection Act like we passed in the House. Rolling back Roe lays the groundwork for the court to also take us backward on fundamental rights like access to contraception and marriage equality. We need to take America forward, not backwards. Let's be clear. Abortion bans have the most harmful effects on people of color, the LGBTQ community, young people, and low-income Americans will suffer the most. Let this be a wake-up call. We are not defeated. We will not go backwards. There is no democracy if women cannot make choices about their own bodies, that half the population cannot make choices about their health care. I am proud to stand with my Democratic colleagues and with our Speaker. We are united in our resolve to defend abortion rights in this country with our like-minded men and women, and it's time to take America forward again. Thank you.
Buenos dias. Good morning, everyone. My name is Veronica Escobar, and I represent the great community of El Paso, Texas. Madam Speaker, thank you for your strong, steady, principled leadership. To my fierce pro-choice colleagues, thank you for your great vision for America. I want to speak directly to the American people. We have seen very clearly what Republicans' vision for America is, and it is a very dark vision. In the radical rights vision for America, we stand to lose access to freedoms and fundamental civil rights. They have made that clear. They have told us who they are, and they have shown us what they want. This is the same Republican Party, mind you, that votes at every turn against women and families. It's the same Republican Party that votes against an expanded child tax credit. It's the same Republican Party that votes against paid family and medical leave so that mamas can be home with their babies. This is the same Republican Party that votes against access to child care so that mamas can provide for those babies. And this is the same Republican Party that votes against universal pre-K so that those babies have a fighting chance. So make no mistake about it. This is the party that stands for American families and women. And to the American people, as you know, it doesn't end here. As my colleagues have mentioned, they are going after you in every which way they can. And for women who think that they might still have access to reproductive freedom somehow, some way, just know, as the speaker mentioned, not only are they trying to ban this nationwide, but there are Republican legislators clamoring to criminalize abortion. Look to El Salvador and what's happening there to women. Women imprisoned because they are so desperate that they seek reproductive freedom even though it is against the law. A woman imprisoned for 30 years. You think it can't happen here? As I said, they have shown us who they are. They have shown us their vision. And women and men across this country need to act with us. You only need to look to this House of Representatives to know what the Democratic vision is for America. And it means we help take care of you and protect you in times of need. It means we grant you access to the freedoms that generations before you have fought for. It means that we will stand with you, not against you. And so if this is your vision, we need you in November and every single day as we march to the polls and we expand our majority and we expand that majority over there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I thank our distinguished leaders on this subject and so many more gathered on the steps of the Capitol. When the Republican senators say that the Judy Chu legislation goes too far, What they are doing is rejecting the precedent of the Supreme Court, the precedents of the Supreme Court. The duty to legislation enshrines Roe v. Wade, a decision of the court, and Casey into the law. So that isn't going too far. So duty to, thank you for your courageous leadership, and to our colleagues, thank you. Now, as we go into vote, and we're so happy that the weather cooperated, this is a start for this weekend across the country. People will be gathering in their communities, and some of them are here today. All above all, American Congress of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, Catholics for Choice, Center for Reproductive Rights, NARAL Pro-Choice America, National Association of Pacific American Women's Forum, National Council of Jewish Women, National Partnership for Women and Families, National Women's Law Center, Physicians for Reproductive Health, Planned Parenthood, Population Action, Sister Song, and URGE, Unite for Reproductive and Gender Equality. To the Supreme Court, to the Republicans in Congress, to state governments across the country, we want you to know we fully intend to protect Roe v. Wade, and we will be doing it every single day to protect those who seek care and those who provide care. Are we ready for this fight? I thought so. Now we have to go vote. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
House Democrats speaking right outside of the Capitol ahead of weekend protests that are expected outside of the Supreme Court there. So we'll definitely be following it for you this weekend as well here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, we'll take you out to Houston. Very sad update here to a Houston County Sheriff's deputy involved in a crash earlier this week, and now his brothers and sisters are saying goodbye to him. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Take a look at this. Earlier this week in Houston, this is where a Houston Sheriff's deputy patrol vehicle smashed so bad in this accident, killing the deputy, unfortunately. Robert Adam Howard there being remembered today as there was a small vigil going on in Houston as he is going to be leaving the medical examiner's office and heading to a funeral home. And here is just a live look right now at some of the community members, family, and friends of that deputy coming out. I want to play out just the very beginning of this memorial for him.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us for the 2022 Fallen Deputy Memorial Ceremony. We are here to honor the 19 men and women who paid the ultimate sacrifice in protecting the citizens of Dallas County. The order of the ceremony will go as follows. Invocation, Chaplain Paul Garcia. Welcome, Lieutenant Daniel Plummer, Jr. Remarks, Chief Deputy Gary McDaniel. A tribute to the fallen deputies by the Dallas Sheriff Department Honor Guard. Bagpiper, Chris Rogers. Benediction, Chaplain Dennis Farley. Recessional, Dallas Sheriff Department Honor Guard.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this time that you've allowed us to gather to remember and honor the men and women that wore the badge and lovingly gave up their lives in the service of this county. We also thank you for their families that also endured the ultimate sacrifice. I ask that you continue to bless and watch over them. And finally this morning, Father, we ask you to watch over those that are on duty right now and that will continue to serve Dallas County. And we pray these things in your holy name. Amen.
Good morning. I'm Lieutenant Daniel Plummer, and on behalf of Sheriff Brown, the executive staff, and all the men and women at the Dallas Sheriff's Office, I thank you for being here with us today on this somber occasion. Today we honor and pay tribute to 19 deputy sheriffs who have made the ultimate sacrifice, protecting the citizens of Dallas County and the great state of Texas. We would like to thank our special guests today. These guests include elected officials, county and city officials, representatives from law enforcement agencies, and others. We would especially like to recognize the families of our fallen deputies. Many people don't realize that when an individual swears an oath to protect others, they enter into our law enforcement family, and their families come with them. They join a family that transcends a person's skin color, gender, or birthplace. This family isn't defined by the design on a shoulder patch or the graphics on a squad car. When one of us needs help, it doesn't matter what agency is coming. All that matters is that it's family. The significance of a family support is often overlooked. That family also includes all of those who work behind the scenes to support our cause on so many different fronts. I look back to my own decision to join this family and recall my mother's apprehension and disapproval. Her reaction was completely based on fear. The apprehension never faded, but the day after I broke the news to her that I had finally figured out what my life's calling was, she came to me and said, "What would this world be if there weren't people who were willing to do what you're going to do?" She knew that one day she could find herself at this ceremony, but she also realized that brave men and women need to stand in the gap so that others can live their lives and not have to worry about the atrocities that we sometimes deal with. She prayed for me daily, and if you worked the streets with me, she prayed for you too. As a matter of fact, she prayed daily for each and every one of you. It's that kind of dedication and sacrifice that each of our families commits to when one of us enters this family. Let us never forget to honor all who are affected when one of us keys the mic for the last time. Again, thank you for being here today and for supporting us as we remember our fallen.
Good morning. I'm Gary McDaniel, Chief Deputy with the Dallas Sheriff's Office. And as Lieutenant Plummer mentioned, to the family of those honored here today, to the officials and dignitaries, the fellow citizens here, and our law enforcement family, on behalf of the Honorable Sheriff Marion Brown, we're grateful that you joined us here today. I would like to also thank Sheriff Brown for allowing me the privilege of giving remarks today during this important and solemn occasion. In 1962, President Kennedy proclaimed May 15th National Peace Officer Memorial Day. And also he proclaimed this week in which May 15th resides, that would be National Police Week. So during this week, we pay special recognition to those law enforcement officers that have lost their lives in the line of duty for the safety and protection of others. On next Monday, it'll be exactly 39 years ago that I placed a law enforcement badge on my chest. Every year since, I've stood at a ceremony like this, and every one of those years, I get chills that run through my body and a lump in my throat as I pay tribute to the sacrifice and the courage made by our fellow law enforcement officers. Unlike most other occupations, the brave men and women that choose law enforcement know fully that a day might come that they lay down their lives for their fellow man. Those that we honor today, these heroes, embraced that choice and made it willingly. This was a purpose they chose far greater than themselves. That is why their sacrifice makes such an impact on all of us. I pray that each of you here today and everyone that attends these ceremonies in the future experience these same chills and that lump in the throat. Because when grief might subside, even though we might not have had a personal relationship or even lived in the same century as one of our fallen heroes, our body, with its chills and that lump in our throat, amazingly will let us never forget the memory of an ultimate sacrifice made by another. To these heroes that we honor today and to their families, we repeat our solemn promise. We will never forget you and the sacrifice you made. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Assistant Chief Deputy Eddie Herrera. I will now read the names of the 19 fallen deputies that paid the ultimate sacrifice. We will never forget you. James McMahon, January 16th, 1871. Charles H. Nichols, January 20th, 1871. George V. Weiss, June 5th, 1878. Addison C. Pate, September the 9th, 1895. Thomas I. Woods, December 21st, 1922. Willis Glover Champion, September 26, 1923. James C. Wright, September 28, 1924. Thomas L. Knoll, May 31st, 1928. James Willis Fuller, June 13, 1932. Cecil Vincent Chapman, September the 9th, 1934. Cassie Mae Chandler, December 15th, 1948. James Weldon Hill, November the 9th, 1964. E.R. Walters, January the 10th, 1969. Samuel Garcia Infante Jr., February 15th, 1971. William Don Reese, February 15th, 1971. Esteban Velasquez Jr., February 24th, 1980. Ray Edward Kovar, June 20th, 1982. Suzanne Lee Kays, January 4th, 1989. James Robert Allman, August 5th, 1995.
Please remain standing.
Honoring and remembering all of those that paid the ultimate sacrifice there, and the latest one there, the sheriff's deputy involved in that crash earlier this week here. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Live Now from Fox continues next. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here today. Well, we all remember scenes like this that really across the country, looting and retail theft when it was at its highest in 2020 in the summer there. And now the Illinois governor is cracking down on retail theft, signing a bill into law. So let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox for not only Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, but other Illinois officials.
Our residents and our retail community, thank you, Governor and Attorney General and Representative, and also to the Retail Merchants Association and the Restaurant Association for their continued advocacy to get this done. So this is a great day, and my hope is the legislature will build on this progress and continue to give law enforcement tougher tools to crack down on crimes like this. So without further ado, it is my great pleasure to introduce to you the Governor of the great state of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker.
Thank you, Alderman. Well, thank you very much, Alderman Riley, and good morning to everyone. This morning is about Illinois taking another important step to fight crime and to advance our public safety. Nationwide, coordinated retail robberies are on the rise, including right here on Michigan Avenue. It's a dangerous trend for store employees and customers alike. And thanks to a broad bipartisan coalition in the General Assembly, Illinois is taking action to disrupt these organized retail crime rings with the bill that I'll sign into law today. Let me be clear, this is not aimed at a low-income parent desperate to feed their child. It's not about a kid making a short-sighted mistake. This is about a multi-billion-dollar industry of organized criminals carrying out sophisticated theft operations to turn a profit on the resale market. In December alone, Attorney General Kwame Raoul's Organized Retail Crime Task Force retrieved $1 million worth of stolen goods from storage units not far from where we stand today. No, this is not about the one-off shoplifting incident. It's much bigger than that. This is about the safety of our communities. It's about preventing militarized storefronts and empty commercial corridors. Attorney General Kwame Raoul has been a terrific leader in our collective work to forge a smarter and better public safety that keeps our residents and our businesses safe. I want to recognize him for that, as well as President Don Harmon, Speaker Chris Welch, and sponsors Senator Susie Glowiak-Hilton and Representative Cam Buckner. They built the coalition needed to bring this bill across the finish line in the legislature. And none of it could have happened without Rob Carr and Chauncey Rice and the Illinois Retail Merchants Association, as well as law enforcement and business leaders across this state. This legislation is the latest step in Illinois' efforts to advance a better vision of public safety. We're deploying an unprecedented statewide investment in community safety, $250 million to disrupt cycles of violence in our neighborhoods. We've also enacted the most comprehensive reform to our state firearms laws in over a generation, including universal background checks to keep guns out of the hands of those who shouldn't have them. We substantially increased mental health and substance use treatment that so often leads to interactions with law enforcement, and we coordinated 911 and 988 services to make sure that those experiencing behavioral health emergencies receive the care they need. And earlier this week, I signed laws reinvigorating the Violent Crime Witness Protection Act and launching a victim-centered co-responder pilot program to pair victims and witnesses with trauma-informed social workers. I look forward to furthering our commitment to building a public safety system that works for all of us, including ensuring the victim rights advanced today are carried through our justice system. Today we take another step in the right direction, and then our work continues. With that, I have the honor of introducing a true leader in safety and justice, our terrific Attorney General, Kwame Raoul.
Thank you, Governor, and I'm proud to stand here with you today for this effort and all of the efforts you have been advancing and the legislature has been advancing to fight crime within the state. I really want to give a strong shout out to Rob Carr and the Illinois Retail Merchants Association for the work we have done together in many late nights or early mornings that blended into the next morning at the state capitol. To the Speaker and Senate President and our sponsors, Senator Glowiak-Hilton and Representative Buckner, I thank you for the effort. It was a very challenging effort to move this through the legislature. Now, I really need to be honest with you. A bit over a year ago, I did not know what organized retail crime was. I would have easily mistaken it for ordinary retail theft. I was approached as I was at a conference out of state and presented with a presentation that showed me criminal warehouses that if you were to walk into it, you would think that you were in a hardware store. Showed me video of very brazen, violent acts, not necessarily in urban areas like we've seen in on North Michigan Avenue or at the Oakbrook Center, but in rural areas at big box stores and smaller mom and pop stores. And one of the things that we've done is we've traveled around the state after creating an organized retail crime task force, educating not only retailers, but law enforcement. Educating law enforcement because law enforcement, like me, might have mistaken some of these acts as isolated acts, organic acts of retail theft, when they're actually very well coordinated crimes that involve a manager of a crime ring, an organized crime ring. And it's important to note that organized retail crime is very much linked to other dangerous criminal activity, such as human trafficking, gun trafficking, drug trafficking, in some instances terrorism. The proceeds of organized retail crime can go towards funding some of that activity. In the old days, you're familiar with maybe small groups engaging in retail theft and pawning items at the pawn shop or at the flea market or in the back alley. But now there is a tool available to these crime rings that makes it a very profitable endeavor, and those are the online marketplaces. These crime rings utilize the online marketplaces to easily resell these items and be able to fuel some of the other criminal activity that they're engaged in. As the governor mentioned, this past December, our task force was successful in recovering what we thought was at the time $1 million worth of items, but it was actually millions of dollars worth of items. We have other ongoing investigations working with both federal and local law enforcement partners, and it's important to note that no one law enforcement agency can solve this problem, because this problem does not restrict itself to a municipality or a county. It goes across county boundaries, and that's in part why this legislation was needed, to give both my office and Cook County and county state's attorney's offices authority to prosecute crimes that may cross county boundaries. But it doesn't even restrict itself to state boundaries, and that's why I'm engaged with attorneys general. I co-chair a organized retail crime working group with Georgia Attorney General Chris Carr, because it is a national problem. It doesn't restrict itself to states with big municipalities like Illinois. Rural heavy states suffer this problem just as to the same extent that Illinois does. And so with that, I'm really thankful to the legislature. It's always good to visit my old colleagues in the legislature, but not necessarily till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning at the Capitol. But we did the work and we advanced the bill, and hopefully Illinois shoppers, employees, and retail establishments will be safer for it. One last thing I need to say, that this is not only a criminal issue, that we're not only approaching this from our criminal lens. This is a consumer protection issue as well. Because what you have to understand is when these items are stolen and put on online marketplaces to unsuspecting consumers, and not some of these items are food items, and if they're not stored appropriately, if it's a baby food, for instance, and not stored, it becomes a consumer protection issue. If it's a new appliance being sold as a new appliance with no warranty, it's a consumer protection issue. So we've told online marketplaces, we've invited them into the kitchen to cook up the recipe to fight this organized retail crime activity. But if they don't come into the kitchen in good faith, they're going to be on the menu. We're very serious about it. Online marketplaces have the intellectual resources to sell you products when you don't even know you want them. So they have the intellectual resource to get criminals off of their platforms. With that, I want to pass it on to Representative Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. General, and Thank you, Governor Pritzker, for your leadership on this, President Harmon, Speaker Welch, for taking on the mantle of getting this done, to Senator Gloria-Hilton for your work as well. It was a pleasure to work with you on this bill. Cracking down on organized retail theft will not only strike a blow against organized crime, it will provide vital relief to small businesses in this community and around the state. After a deadly pandemic and challenges arising from inflation, theft and destruction of their property is the last thing that small businesses need. Codifying this legislation is just another step the Democrats are taking and have taken to address public safety challenges in our communities. I thank Governor Pritzker for doing his part in signing this bill into law. Creating a new offense will allow prosecutors to target smash and grab criminals who work in groups to profit by hurting their neighbors and neighborhoods. We're continuing to ensure that law enforcement has the tools they need to do their jobs by creating a fund dedicated to ending these crimes. Alderman Riley talked a little bit about having tools in the toolbox to deal with this. This is better tools for a better fight. This legislation also creates the INFORM Act, which regulates online marketplaces and helps prevent the sale of stolen goods online, as you heard earlier. Listen, nationally, we know, as the Attorney General said, this is a problem. Nationally, $15 billion in tax revenue is lost to state and local governments because of organized retail crime. That means less money for schools, for violence prevention, for roads, for bridges, for hospitals. This is necessary work, and once again, Illinois is leading, and we are the tip of the spear of getting it right. I would like to take this moment now to introduce Senator Susie Gloria-Hilton, who was the Senate sponsor of this bill, who I was privileged to work with on this legislation.
Thank you. I'm Senator Susie Gloria-Hilton. I represent the 24th Senate District, and I was the chief sponsor in the Organized Retail Crime Deterrence Initiative. As the governor officially signs the Organized Retail Crime Act into law today, Illinois is enacting one of the most comprehensive crime-curbing efforts in the nation. We need this now because this type of crime has increased in the last few years with the use of social media to organize and to recruit and to plan and then resell this stolen merchandise. This law is an effort to reduce the frequency, magnitude, and severity of organized crimes in the retail establishments across the state. We've all seen those video images of the smash and grabs. In Oak Brook, where I represent, shoppers and employees found themselves in the middle of a crime spree. The Organized Retail Crime Bill addresses systemic concerns raised by law enforcement, prosecutors, and business advocacy groups to bring the ringleaders to justice. This law permits prosecutors to bring charges against offenders regardless of where the crime takes place. Our Attorney General explained how it's cross-jurisdictional. Each jurisdiction could have the opportunity to prosecute the entire crime. Filed under House Bill 1091, this law codifies a legal definition for organized retail crime and provides prosecutors with new resources to charge the individuals who are plotting, recruiting, and stealing for profit. As organized retail theft becomes more prevalent across the country, in Illinois we are working with prosecutors and law enforcement to update the practices and make smart investments to combat the uptick and prioritize public safety for residents, workers, and the entire community. I want to thank Attorney General Kwame Raoul and his team. What we've done in the state budget is to increase their funding so that they have the resources in order to do this important work. The Illinois Retail Merchants Association, I want to thank them for their partnership. They did work long into the night, many nights with me doing negotiations on this. I appreciate all the work that they did. Deterring retail crime starts with supporting law enforcement, with holding the ringleaders responsible, and making it tougher to sell those stolen goods. I thank the governor for his support, and I would like to introduce President Harmon, who was very instrumental in helping me to negotiate this and move this forward. Thank you.
Good morning, all. This new law goes after large-scale smash-and-grab outfits preying on our businesses. It sends a clear message that there will be swift consequences for those conspiring to take advantage of our retailers. I want to thank Senator Susie Gloyak Hilton for her leadership and dedication and incredible determination in making sure that this law happened. Beyond the work in the Senate and the House and with the governor's enthusiastic signature today, I do also want to join the chorus in thanking the Illinois retail merchants and our former colleague in the Senate, Attorney General Kwame Raoul. Without their creativity and constructive compromise, this bill would not have happened. So I thank everyone else for making this a reality, and it is my privilege to present my friend and colleague and partner, the Speaker of the House, Chris Welch.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's an honor to be here and stand here with my colleagues in the General Assembly and with our dynamic leader of the state, the governor of this great state, J.B. Pritzker. Being here today to watch the governor sign another critical piece of our public safety package is one that I'm really proud of. I specifically want to thank Representative Cam Buckner, who chairs the House Black Caucus, Senator Glowiak Hilton, who is a neighbor of mine in the western suburbs, the Illinois Retail Merchants Association, my friend the Attorney General Kwame Raoul, and many others who prioritized this really important piece of legislation. The work began putting this bill together last November, December. Those long nights the Attorney General talked about really went on for months to make sure we came to a good solution. And this really is a good solution. And it's thanks to that collaborative effort that we have this comprehensive and holistic approach to combating this rise in organized retail crime. When we created the House Public Safety Working Group, I knew that that group's listening sessions with advocates and stakeholders across the state would be instrumental in the creation of legislation that would respond directly to the needs of our communities. This is an example of that. Good legislation is always the result of listening to the stakeholders, the people who are in the trenches. We listened, we heard, and we responded. We heard from business owners and entrepreneurs and organizations like the Illinois Retail Merchants Association about the uptick in organized retail crime and the harm that it was causing to the people of this state and the hard-working business owners. And we worked together with them at the table to find the solution. We worked together to get this comprehensive approach, and I'm proud that the governor is ready to put his pen on the solution. Thank you, Governor. Thank you to everyone who got this done, and specific thanks to Rob Carr, the Illinois Retail Merchants, and Chauncey Rice, who's next here at the podium from the Illinois Retail Merchants Association. Thank you all.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Chauncey Rice with the Illinois Retail Merchants Association, and it's an honor to be here today to represent over 23,000 stores from every corner of the state, from the nation's largest retailers to small mom-and-pop businesses, as Governor Pritzker prepares to sign into law one of the strongest and most comprehensive measures in the nation to address organized retail crime. As we all know, and some of us have unfortunately experienced, brazen thefts have been on the rise across the nation and unfortunately right here at home as well, with organized mobs descending on stores and communities all across the state. These brazen acts not only place retail employees and customers at risk, but also deprive local municipalities and the state of much needed tax dollars. So to be clear, this law does not target petty retail theft, as the governor mentioned earlier here today, but this targets ringleaders of organized retail crime who often use proceeds from the sale of stolen goods to fund other illicit activities, including human trafficking and even terrorism. So this important piece of legislation will help to combat these unlawful activities by addressing the problem from multiple angles, such as providing prosecutors with more tools to hold bad actors accountable, requiring more oversight of third-party marketplaces where stolen goods are sold, and providing stronger rights for victims of organized retail crime. So on behalf of our state's retail community, Governor Pritzker, we thank you for taking swift and decisive action on this issue. And Attorney General Kwame Raoul, we of course offer our deep appreciation for your partnership and steadfast leadership throughout this process. And last but not least, we'd like to thank legislative sponsors, Senator Susie Glowiak-Hilton, thank you, and Representative Cam Buckner, thank you as well. You guys helped us shepherd this through the legislature by working in a collaborative and bipartisan fashion. So again, thank you all. Thank you for your time. And with that, we'll have the signing of the bill. Governor Pritzker.
All right, as the governor signs that bill into law, they're cracking down on not the petty retail theft that you sometimes see, but these organized retail thefts that go viral when you see it all on video. There are really a lot of smash and grabs, and then you got 30 to 40 people walking and running in there and just grabbing what they can there. They're trying to crack down on that, and then also the selling of those illegal items that they are receiving. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we are going to take you out to Delaware, where we're getting an update from Delaware State University after the women's lacrosse team bus incident, where they says they were racially profiled by police. We are going to get an update happening right now from officials at Delaware State. So we'll be bringing that to you in the next 2 minutes here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Getting an update right now from Delaware State University after Delaware officials are calling for an investigation into allegations of racial profiling after Georgia deputies conducted a drug search of a bus transporting female student athletes at a historically black university. The Delaware State University women's lacrosse team was returning home from a game in Florida on April 20th when officers in Liberty County, Georgia, pulled the bus over for an alleged traffic violation. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
With your name and affiliation. We intend to get to as many as time permits. Today, I am announcing the university's intention to file a formal complaint with the Civil Rights Division of the United States Department of Justice. The basis of this complaint will be police misconduct related to the April 20th incident in which Liberty County Sheriff's Department officers conducted a constitutionally dubious stop and search of a charter bus transporting the university's women's lacrosse team. That complaint, as a public document, will be made available to all of you when it is filed. I do not intend to debate the merits of our complaint in the public square. From our standpoint, the evidence is clear and compelling. Our women's lacrosse team is one of only 5 Division I lacrosse teams fielded by a historically Black college or university in America. They are exceptional student athletes and exceptional people, coached by a standard bearer for the sport, Coach Pam Jenkins and her excellent staff. On April 20, they were stopped for a minor traffic violation that turned into a search for illegal drugs and drug paraphernalia. We believe both the stop and the search are a violation of rights, the rights of every passenger on that bus and those of the driver. When the team returned to campus, Coach Jenkins reported this incident to our athletic director, and she immediately reported it to the University General Counsel, as our process requires. Our first and most immediate concern was our students and coaches' mental and physical well-being. That remains paramount. We also immediately began an investigation into the incident. We have been determined to be precise and deliberate in understanding the facts of the incident. Our intention was to let the fact pattern lead us to the most pointed action we can take as a university. We've also wanted to provide our students with the best possible advice and counsel for action they can pursue as individual citizens. We've also wanted to target our inquiries to the offending law enforcement agency in question. As a point of fact, in Georgia, there are 159 elected sheriff's offices and 628 law enforcement agencies overall. Establishing that the Liberty County Sheriff's Office was the responsible party was essential to our review. Questions have been raised about the timing of our response. As president, responsibility for such decisions is always mine. To the extent people believe we should have moved faster, that burden lies with me and me alone. I chose to ensure that our findings were as unassailable as possible. In that vein, the essential facts of the case remain sound. As you know, I've spoken personally with Sheriff Bowman. Our conversation was cordial, but the impasse is apparent. We believe the stop and search raises serious constitutional and civil rights issues. He disagrees. It's worth noting here that he ordered the release of body camera footage from one of the 4 officers involved in the incident, which he believes exonerates his department. Sheriff Bowman insists that personal items were not searched. The video clearly shows officers searching toiletries, searching clothes, and opening a family graduation gift. It also raises question about the conduct of both the dog handler and the officer who remained on the bus, asking questions of our students. Sheriff Bowman said the officers were unaware of the nature of the passengers on the bus. The video clearly demonstrates that the officers were aware that this was a busload of quote unquote schoolgirls and that they were looking for drugs and drug paraphernalia. To be clear, the university made a Freedom of Information Act request consistent with Georgia law for the body camera footage of all officers involved in the incident and the paperwork generated by the stop. That deadline for that request expired yesterday. At present, we have not received a response from Sheriff Bowman's office. As some of you may know, Delaware Attorney General Kathleen Jennings formally requested that the incident be reviewed by the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Civil Rights. The Attorney General's request and our complaint are first steps, but the bus driver, our coaches, and our students have their own options, and they are certainly exploring their own paths forward. We wholly support them. As a final word, I cannot say enough about the dignity, grace, and resolve of our student athletes, as well as that of our student athlete journalist, Sydney Anderson. The team's experience, as you know, was chronicled in an article for the school year's final edition of the Hornet Online, our student newspaper, which was published on May 4th. It is a carefully and thoughtful piece crafted and supported by video footage and photos taken by the student athletes, and very consistent with the material facts of our own review. We did not coordinate the student newspaper, nor did we know that the story was going to be published. Yet still, I am pleased with the attention it has received and how the students and Coach Jenkins have since presented their experiences thoughtfully and truthfully in media outlets around the country on the topic. Let me offer one final perspective here. In the first 6 weeks of the year, HBCUs around the country, including Delaware State University, were subject to a round of bomb threats. As our visibility has increased, so has the malignant intentions of the worst among us. It is a reality too many Americans of color must live with. So much so that even being stopped for a minor traffic violation is cause for concern. I am always aware of the special trust parents have placed in us to safeguard their young adults. In this instance, everyone came home safely, but you have all reported on incidents that started innocuously and spiraled out of control. This happens in part because people feel frustrated by voicelessness, frustrated by safety that is predicated on silence, and frustrated by well-being predicated on submission. We do not teach our students to be submissive. We teach them to be empowered and to use their voices for good, to be engaged in things greater than their own self-interest. That's why the best among our nation are behind them, and why they shall not be moved. Thank you, and I will now take your questions. I see a few questions in the chat, so I'll start at the top.
Okay. First one is from Corey Decker of WRDE-TV. Have you had fear for athletic teams previously on how they could be treated when traveling? If not, how has this encounter made you fearful?
The encounter, first of all, has made me incensed. With respect to travel for our teams, we have not ever been concerned about these kinds of issues. We have certainly been aware of making sure that they can get to their games and matches safely. But this issue raises an important and larger point about the single and original sin in America, race relations. So as we move forward, we will continue to be diligent to make sure that our students are safe, both on the campus and as they are representing the university around the world.
The next one is from Chris Barris of WHYY. Question, do you feel racial bias motivated the search?
I would say the following. What we believe is that the search was conducted inappropriately, and there was implicit racial bias in the search. Some folks have asked, do we believe that they were stopped based on race? I would just advise everybody who knows the term of art, racial profiling, that it's both about the stop and the intent once the stop begins. So even if they did not know who was on that bus at the time of the stop, there was certainly great certainty with who was on that bus once they boarded it. And I do believe that there was some implicit bias in how those officers conducted themselves.
The next question is from Becca Hendrickson of 6 ABC Action News. What action is the university taking to better support student athletes during travel? Is any new action necessary?
We are reviewing all of our protocols front to back with respect to travel for our student athletes. And we're making some recommendations here in the near term. What I can tell you though is no student, no staff, no coach should have to worry about inappropriate stops and searches as they are traveling. So we will be sure that we continue to think through everything we could possibly do and continue to do moving forward to guarantee their safety.
Becca Hendrickson, once again, 6 ABC Action News. How soon after the incident did you become aware of what happened? What resources has the university made to student athletes and coaches since?
We were immediately aware upon the students' return. As I said in the statement, the coach, Coach Pam Jenkins, who's been tremendous, alerted our athletic director alerted our general counsel. The coach and the athletic director met with the students, made sure they were okay in the moment, have since provided them with the opportunity for mental health counseling and the like. And we continue to make sure that we are engaged with them regularly. As a matter of fact, this morning, I just met with them again, making sure that they were feeling okay. And I can say that leaders across Delaware have been on several calls we've had with them over the last few weeks.
From Corey Decker of WRDE-TV, for people who say there was no racial profiling after watching the body camera video, what is your message to them?
With respect to the body camera video, I actually mentioned all of that in my statement as well. What I can tell you is that the Sheriff Bowman, in my conversation with him, suggested that there was nothing done inappropriately, that personal belongings weren't searched, that they weren't intimidated. The body camera, I believe, shows much different on that score. So I think actually the footage that we received from the Sheriff's Department, not to mention what we saw from the student video, but from the Sheriff's Department, actually makes our case quite strong.
This is from Jeff Cole of Fox 29. What do you hope come of the civil rights referral? Do you believe the women were targeted in some way?
We're looking for justice for them, and we're also looking to create an avenue for them, if they so choose, to file their own suits on this matter. We believe the complaint will help in that regard, particularly as it relates to the evidentiary findings that we have already introduced, but also give some room for them as they move forward as well. What was the last part of that question, Carlos?
The last part of it, do you believe that women were targeted somewhere?
I wouldn't say targeted specifically until they got on that bus and saw that it was a Division I lacrosse team, 70% of whom were African American, and some of the language they used relative to searching for drugs and drug paraphernalia suggested that there was some implicit bias in their inquiry.
This is from Randall Chase of the Associated Press. What do you think was constitutionally dubious about the stop and search? Have university officials and counsel explored the case law on law enforcement searches of commercial buses, including the U.S. Supreme Court rulings in United States versus Drayton and Florida versus Postal?
So I won't comment on the contents of the complaint. I'll let you read that when we file it. As I said in my statement, the stop and the search, we believe are problematic on many fronts. And we believe that the footage itself and the evidence we found out with respect to our discussions with all involved suggests that our position is a sound one.
This is from Alicia Reed of CBS Philly. Now that the time has expired, what actions will the university take to get copies of the additional body cam footage?
We will continue to pursue that action and go through the normal protocols. We are, I would say, laser focused on getting the footage from all the officers involved. So we will continue that pursuit until that footage is provided.
This is from Louis Levine, Coastal News Service. Will you welcome Sheriff Bauman to meet the young ladies?
Not without the permission of the young ladies themselves. So Sheriff Bowman, as I talked to him, did suggest that if they were willing, he would be willing to meet with them. Now that was several days ago. I'm not sure what he feels about that now, but I would not do that without their permission. And we, the women's lacrosse team, and I have not talked about that possibility as yet.
Mark from Delaware Online. When do you plan to file specifically?
Next week sometime.
All right, so Delaware State University making it official there that sometime next week they will file that formal complaint against the sheriff's office right there in question as that investigation does continue. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Everybody will keep you updated on this major big story. Let's take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Live Now from Fox continues in just 2.
Et surtout, couvrir sa propre responsabilité. En 2011, elle a accusé la Géorgie de développer un programme d'armes biologiques sans aucune preuve. Depuis des années, elle mène une campagne de dénigrement contre l'Organisation d'interdiction des armes chimiques.
OPCW. It did so mainly to protect its Syrian ally, but also to dissimulate its own chemical attacks on European soil. France is very concerned by the possibility of this disinformation campaign being a prelude to the use of chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine. No one should be fooled by Russia's purpose today. The Russian discourse and rhetoric is dangerous because, and particularly concerning because it comes from a state which is a depository state to the Convention on Biological Weapons. This convention provides for procedures for consultation with the state's parties, and we should focus all of our efforts on safeguarding and implementing this convention so these shocking weapons are never ever used again in future. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for his statement. I give the floor to the representative of Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I would like to start by conveying my delegation and indeed Ghana's sincere condolences to the government and people of the United Arab Emirates for the demise of Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. I also join previous speakers in thanking the Deputy High Representative for Disarmament Affairs, Mr. Thomas Markram, for his briefing. We have taken due note of the information provided. Mr. President, like others, Ghana is deeply concerned that the conflict in Ukraine continues unabated and the cessation of hostilities remains elusive despite ongoing human suffering and the loss of precious lives, including that of women and children. We also take seriously every report of the threat of use or the potential use of biological or chemical weapons, and know that in all instances of chemical and biological activity, the independent and impartial investigations conducted by the internationally recognized and mandated bodies should be the only way to establish the facts. The cruelty associated with the use of biological agents and toxins as instruments of war, and the fact that related diseases would not confine themselves to national borders, justify the prohibition of member states under the Biological Weapons Convention from the use of biological agents and toxins as instruments of war. Ghana reiterates its call for both parties to exercise restraint and avoid the deliberate or accidental release of chemical or biological agents and other WMDs, given the immeasurable risk these weapons pose to the lives of civilians and the environment. Historical events such as the Chernobyl nuclear disaster and its lasting impacts present enough evidence that averting the chances of a nuclear war in Ukraine and beyond will not only be in the interest of both parties, but also in the interest of the global community. The risk of a nuclear exchange is real and will be catastrophic for the whole planet. Its effects will not only be felt in Europe, but around the whole world. We therefore call on all actors to uphold their obligations and commitments under international law and international humanitarian law. Mr. President, Ghana believes that the cessation of hostilities in Ukraine will not only be beneficial to both parties, but will bring much-needed respite to the global economy, especially to developing countries and small economies which have borne the disproportionate impact of the ripple effects of this war while struggling with the socioeconomic consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. In conclusion, I wish to reiterate that a sustainable solution to the conflict can only be arrived at through diplomacy and constructive dialogue among the parties and stakeholders. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Ghana for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Norway.
Thank you, President. First, let me express our deepest condolences to the people and government of the UAE on the passing of their president. I thank the Deputy High Representative for Disarmament Affairs, Thomas Markram, for his briefing. Unsurprisingly, Mr. Markram repeated what we have previously heard from the High Representative, that the United Nations is not aware of any biological weapons program in Ukraine. We're once more witnessing the Russian Federation using the Security Council as a platform for disinformation and to draw attention away from its unprovoked, unjustified, and irresponsible warfare in Ukraine. Norway is a firm supporter of the Biological Weapons Convention, and we're determined, together with international partners, to uphold the total ban against biological weapons. Therefore, let me be clear. Allegations of violations of the BWC are extremely serious and merit scrutiny. Yet once again, Russia has failed to offer any credible evidence for its accusations, providing us instead with unsubstantiated claims and mere insinuations. If Russia is serious about these accusations, they should use the proper procedure under the BWC and provide fact-based evidence. In the meantime, we urge Russia to stop wasting this Council's time and resources on these meaningless meetings. President, let me end by reiterating Norway's condemnation of Russia's war against Ukraine. It is a blatant violation of international law and the very principles of the UN Charter. We demand that Russia immediately ends its aggression, withdraws its troops, and stop causing death, suffering, and destruction. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Norway for her statement. And I now give the floor to the representative of Kenya.
Thank you, President. I thank Mr. Makram for his briefing this morning. We also would like to express our deepest condolences to our UAE colleagues, the government and its people for the passing of the President. Mr. President, I reaffirm Kenya's firm belief that the use or threat of use of weapons of mass destruction by anyone at any time is appalling and can never be justified under any circumstance whatsoever. The indiscriminate scope and nature of the deployment of such weapons will inevitably lead to immediate and long-term catastrophic effects on people, societies, and the environment. And indeed, even the users of such weapons of mass destructions may not be spared their rich and devastating effect. The Convention on the Production, Prohibition, and Development and Stockpiling of Biological and Toxin Weapons and their destruction remains the global norm against biological weapons and fundamental pillar of international community's efforts to prevent the use of such weapons. As a state party of the BWC, Kenya believes that any allegation of its breach must not be taken lightly. We also reiterate the need for all state parties to make the necessary efforts to strengthen the BW regime and the norms that safeguard humanity from the threat and use of these repulsive weapons. Kenya further reiterates its call to all state parties to the Convention to make use of the established mechanisms to ensure there is no ambiguity on the presence of these extremely dangerous weapons. Mr. President, without downplaying the importance of the matter under consideration, we all acknowledge that the matter of immediate concern of the Security Council is the armed conflict in Ukraine. This war is dangerously unfolding with unthinkable cost to the people of Ukraine and increasingly to the entire region and the world. We therefore reiterate our call to the Council and all its members to focus its efforts to finding a path to negotiate peace for Ukraine and its people who are bearing the brunt of this conflict. Once again, Mr. President, we implore for a cessation and meaningfully safe humanitarian passages for trapped civilians, particularly in eastern Ukraine. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Kenya for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Before I start my remarks, I'd like to extend our condolences to the UAE for the passing of its president. May he rest in peace. I'd also like to thank Mr. Markham for his briefing and to take note of the United Nations, once again repeating that it has no knowledge of the existence of any biological weapons programs in Ukraine. In keeping with the conviction of a long tradition in my country against all weapons of mass destruction, Mexico categorically opposes any activity related to biological weapons. As well pointed out by the BTWC, the use of these weapons would be repugnant to the conscience of humanity. The BTWC is a fundamental treaty in the disarmament regime, and Article 5 of this instrument clearly establishes that all states parties are committed to consulting and cooperating amongst themselves to resolve any disputes that might arise, and that these consultations and cooperation can also take place through international procedures as appropriate in the context of the United Nations and in keeping with the Charter. Mr. Chairman, therefore, we should take advantage of these provisions and make use of them. The presentation of annual reports also is an important means of building confidence and providing certainty in the area of biological materials. Unfortunately, the Convention does not yet have a mechanism for verification, as is the case with the OPCW. We hope that at the next review conference, it can be used as a framework for promoting effective means of strengthening the prohibition regime for biological weapons, and that in a near future, we can provide the Convention with a mechanism for verification. Mr. President, Mexico firmly believes in safeguarding the peaceful uses of bio-research while also preventing the risks of proliferation stemming from a dual use. This is why we firmly believe in promoting all synergies between the Convention on Biological Weapons, the regimes for export controls, such as the Australian Group, the World Health Organization, the Food and Agriculture Organization, and the World Organization for Animal Health, in order to develop public policies which are comprehensive and coherent. Mr. President, to the extent that attention on new risks related to biological weapons has grown since the beginning of the pandemic, and with some allegations that we've heard repeatedly, and where the United Nations has reiterated several times that it has no information to that effect, it's worthwhile mentioning that all international mechanisms to prevent proliferation of such weapons by actors who are non-state actors should be strengthened. We hope that as a result of an extensive review of Resolution 1540 currently underway, we might be able to agree on measures to strengthen controls, especially with regard to materials, equipment, and technology that could be used in a dual manner. I would conclude my remarks by calling on this Council to prioritize putting an end to the hostilities in Ukraine and the suffering of its people. We hope that the next time the Council meets, it will be with that goal in mind. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Mexico for her statement. And I now give the floor to the representative of India.
Thank you, Mr. President. We deeply mourn the passing away of Highness Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of United Arab Emirates. His Highness will be remembered as a great statesman and a visionary leader who modernized and empowered the United Arab Emirates. He laid the foundation of the transformation of India-UAE relationship. The heartfelt condolences of the people of India are with the people of UAE. May his soul rest in peace. Turning to today's subject, I would like to thank Mr. Thomas Markram, Deputy to the Undersecretary General for Disarmament Affairs, for his briefing. India attaches high importance to the Biological Weapons Convention as a key global and non-discriminatory disarmament convention prohibiting an entire category of weapons of mass destruction. The convention contains binding obligations on states parties to never develop, acquire, stockpile or transfer biological agents for purposes other than peaceful. We support full and effective implementation of the Convention in letter and spirit. We also believe that any matter relating to obligations under the Convention should be addressed as per the provisions of the Convention and through consultations and cooperation between the parties concerned. India has been underscoring the need for negotiation of a comprehensive and legally binding protocol, providing for an effective, universal and non-discriminatory verification mechanism to strengthen the implementation of the Convention by states parties. Mr. President, we remain deeply concerned at the worsening situation in Ukraine. We have been consistent in calling for cessation of hostilities and pursuing the path of diplomacy and dialogue to address the situation. In this regard, we support the efforts of good officers of the Secretary General. It is important to undertake these efforts, keeping in mind the need to respect the principles of the UN Charter, international law, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of states. I thank you.
I thank the representative of India for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to start by offering the United Kingdom's deep condolences for the death of the President of the United Arab Emirates. Mr. President, I'd like to thank Mr. Markram for his briefing. As we've heard from the UN today, there is still no independent evidence whatsoever for any of these bizarre conspiracy theories. In the United Kingdom's view, this session is a complete waste of the Council's time. It does tell us one thing, though. The fact that Russia is trying to distract us with disinformation suggests that they know, as well as we do, that none of their other excuses for invading Ukraine has any solid foundation whatsoever. The simple truth is that Russia is responsible for this horrific war in breach of the Charter and for the needless deaths of thousands of men, women, and children. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for his statement. And I now give the floor to the representative of Ireland.
Thank you, President. And first, let me express our deepest condolences to the government and people of UAE on the passing of President Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Our sympathies are with you. Thank you very much, Mr. Markram, for your very useful briefing. President, I would begin by stating that the use of biological agents or toxins, or indeed chemicals, as instruments of war is abhorrent. They are rightly prohibited under international law, and there can be no impunity for those who use them. It is essential that we collectively uphold the international legal norm against such weapons. Ireland looks forward to the BWC review conference and will work with states parties to further strengthen this key international instrument. President, it is deeply worrying that Russia is continuing to use this important issue in an attempt to justify unprovoked aggression against Ukraine. Despite the large amount of material Russia has shared, no substantive or credible evidence has been presented to support Russia's allegations. Rather, what we see are baseless and unfounded claims against Ukraine and others, including the US, from Russia to paint itself as the victim in the face of its horrific actions in Ukraine. President, quite simply, Russia must stop seeking to use the Security Council as a platform for its disinformation. Its actions risk undermining essential multilateral disarmament and non-proliferation instruments upon which all our security depends, as well as peaceful, legitimate cooperation and research supporting public health. Biological weapons threats do not discriminate between their victims, nor do they respect borders, carrying considerable human, social and economic costs. We must do all we can as global partners to ensure effective disease monitoring, detection, control and prevention. Efforts to misrepresent or undermine legitimate biosafety and biosecurity research in Ukraine and elsewhere are deeply regrettable and only weaken efforts to prevent and control future outbreaks. President, we again call upon Russia to immediately end its hostilities, unconditionally withdraw from the entire territory of Ukraine, and refrain from further threat or use of force of any kind against Ukraine or any other state. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Ireland for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of China.
President, I wish to start by expressing our deepest condolences to the government and people of UAE on the passing of the President. I wish also to pass my condolences to my UAE colleague. I've listened carefully to the briefing by Mr. Makram, Deputy to the High Representative of the Secretary General for Disarmament Affairs. On the question of the weapons of mass destruction and biosecurity, China's position has been consistent. We advocate the complete prohibition and thorough destruction of all weapons of mass destruction, including biological and chemical weapons, firmly oppose the development, stockpiling, or use of biological and chemical weapons by any country under any circumstances, and urge the one particular country that has not yet destroyed its stockpiles of chemical weapons to do so as soon as possible. All states parties should scrupulously abide by the objectives and principles of the BWC. An impartial, independent, and professional multilateral verification system is an effective means to implement the convention. The BWC will hold its 9th. Expect the states parties to take this conference as an opportunity to restart negotiations on a verification protocol to the convention, promote the early establishment of a multilateral verification mechanism, and effectively enhance global biosecurity. China notes with concern the new materials released by the Russian side. Biomilitarization activities put at stake international peace and security. And information and leads about biomilitarization activities, including the Russian materials, should be of great concern to the international community. China once again calls on the relevant party to adopt a responsible attitude by providing timely responses to and comprehensive clarifications on the relevant queries in order to dispel the doubts of the international community. We welcome an assessment of the documents disclosed by the Russian side by the international community under the framework of the Convention and the United Nations. Lastly, I wish to reiterate that the conflict in Ukraine has been going on for more than 2 months. The priority at hand for the international community is to step up efforts to stop hostilities and urge both countries to revert to the track negotiations so as to accumulate political conditions for negotiations. China supports the Secretary General in making efforts for peace. We urge all parties of the international community to try and accumulate positive conditions for peace between the two countries, rather than the country. Thank you.
I thank the representative of China for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Thank you. Before I start, I join other delegations in expressing my condolences to the government and the people of the United Arab Emirates on the passing of President Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Mr. President, we are taking due note of the information provided by the delegation of Russia and of the fact that documentation has been made available. I also thank the briefer for the information he presented. My delegation takes very seriously allegations of the existence of biological weapons. Such allegations, with the gravity that they carry, must be thoroughly substantiated and by solid evidence, which must be presented and confirmed by an independent and impartial authority, as foreseen in Article 6 of the Biological Weapons Convention. In 1972, the Biological Weapons Convention finally established clear obligations binding all state parties, never in any circumstance to develop, produce, stockpile, or otherwise acquire such weapons. The principle behind these prohibitions is simple: the right of parties to an armed conflict to choose methods and means of warfare is not unlimited, and certainly cannot encompass weapons with indiscriminate effects or of a nature to cause superfluous injury or unnecessary suffering. Unfortunately, 50 years after having adopted the Biological Weapons Convention, we still haven't been able to agree on a multilateral mechanism to verify compliance with the provisions of the Convention. The absence of such a mechanism hobbles the transparency of international biosafety and biosecurity research initiatives, as the international community has no effective means to discern between legitimate scientific and technological cooperation and possible violations of the prohibition against the development and production of biological weapons. Brazil favors the resumption of negotiations with a view to the adoption of a binding verification protocol that strengthens the implementation of the Convention and contributes to building trust among state parties regarding the exclusively peaceful use of knowledge and technology in the field of life sciences. The next BWC Review Conference represents a unique opportunity for us to re-engage in such discussions without delay. While such protocol is not adopted, we invite state parties to strengthen the confidence-building measures system established in the Convention's second review conference by sharing the widest possible range of information regarding research projects on topics related to the object of the Convention within and outside their territory. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Brazil for his statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of the United States. And let me begin as well in joining colleagues by expressing my deepest condolences to the United Arab Emirates on the death of its president, His Highness Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. I thank Mr. Makram for your appearance here this morning and for the always credible, objective, and sober contributions of UNODA to the Security Council's discussions. But I also regret that you've been asked to join us today as part of this truly farcical conversation. As others have said, Russia is once again using the Security Council, using it as a platform to spout disinformation and conspiracy theories about Ukraine, even as Russia continues its brutal and inhumane assault on the Ukrainian people. Russia repeatedly debases the Council through these absurd meetings and endless claims about chemical and biological weapons programs in Ukraine that are categorically false and ludicrous. They follow a well-worn pattern in which Russian authorities accuse others of the very violations Russia either has perpetrated or intends to perpetrate. We should not lend Russia's outlandish claims any credence beyond watching closely for the possibility of a false flag, chemical or biological attack by Russia's forces as the Kremlin continues to perpetrate its premeditated, unjustified, and unprovoked war against Ukraine. We heard this morning fanciful claims about poisoned banknotes, secret treatments on psychiatric prisoners, non-disclosure agreements. It's as if the Russian delegation's talking points came from a bad spy novel. But what is not fiction, and what we must not forget, is that Russia has a long and well-documented track record of using chemical weapons, including in attempted assassinations and the poisoning of Putin's political enemies, like Alexei Navalny. It is Russia that continues to support the Assad regime in Syria, a regime that has repeatedly used chemical weapons. It is Russia that has long maintained a well-documented biological weapons program in violation of international law, including the Biological Weapons Convention. These actions are unacceptable, and we will not stand for them. I reiterate that the United States' position that any use of chemical or biological weapons by Russia will result in severe consequences. And we expect the Russian government to publicly and unequivocally state that Russian forces and its proxies will not use chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine or anywhere, ever, in accordance with Russia's international legal obligations. Colleagues, what we're seeing today from the Russian Federation is not the behavior of a responsible country seeking to address serious concerns in this body. Even the documents Moscow circulates don't support their allegations. This is merely an attempt to distract us from the awful violence Russia is perpetrating in Ukraine. It is an effort to make us turn away from the suffering inflicted by Putin's war, the horrors of Bucha, the brutal siege of Mariupol, and the bombardments killing civilians across the country. But the United States is not fooled, nor council members, and we are not going to look away. Instead, we will continue to hold Russia accountable, and we join others in continuing to call on Putin to end his war of choice. I now resume my function as President of the Council. The representative of the UAE, the representative of the Russian Federation has asked for the floor to make a further statement. I give them the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Once again, there are attempts to divert the discussion and to move the focus from the subject that we initially raised and to mix together chemical and biological weapons. Colleagues, these are different things. President, you talked about both, but we are talking about specific facts that we have uncovered and in specific documents that indicate that biological laboratories in the Ukraine and working with the United States are carrying out biological programs. We have distributed several hundred documents. There is specific data there, specific cases, specific companies, specific people. If you think this isn't enough evidence, then what is evidence to you? You don't answer our questions, not only within the Security Council. In our statement, we already said that the United States hasn't provided any information or clarifications about the nature of the real aims of its biological activities in Ukraine, including within the preparatory conference for the 9th Review Conference for the BWC in Geneva, which is a specialized forum. You're trying to pretend that nothing serious is happening. But unfortunately, that it is happening. And we want clarifications from you. We've mentioned which mechanisms we might utilize. We won't leave this subject. Your attempts to turn our specific objections to you and our specific questions into a common pathology in talking about Russian propaganda won't work. You'll have to provide specific clarifications about the criminal activity that you're involved in. Thank you.
All right, just hearing there, Russia, for some reason, continuing these false claims that we just hear day in and day out from them. You know, they're not even considering it a war in Ukraine. It is, we all know that. They're calling it a special operation. The only special operation is that they are killing civilians out there in Ukraine as well. Terrible, terrible stuff there, no doubt. All right, everybody, here is what we have coming up on Live Now from Fox in this hour. We see Jackie Heinrich right there from Fox. She's getting ready for the White House briefing, and it's the final one for Jen Psaki there. So we'll be taking control of this as soon as it gets going right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll have it for you in full when it gets going. But we're going to have a heartwarming story coming up here soon in Florida. I know it's very, very rare to have that, especially in the news business. So when we have a good story, we got to show it. We really do. A heroic rescue video showing people helping a Florida driver earlier this week, and what a viral moment that was there. They were able to stop the vehicle. A woman was having a medical episode and was going to go right through an intersection. It did, but they were able to guide it to a stop before something major happened there. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Get you out to some, finally, good news to bring to you here on the Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's show you, everyone, just a little bit of Kamala Harris. And I say a little bit because they only gave us 6 minutes of it for the media. So this is Kamala Harris speaking right now.
Good morning. Welcome to everyone. I'm looking forward to the time we will spend together today, and I welcome you. You will see the President later today, but I cannot emphasize enough the importance to the United States of being a part of this august group and the work that we have done together over the years and will continue to do. So I will formally welcome the leaders of ASEAN nations to Washington, D.C., and I thank you all for being here. We in the United States value the importance of this summit. It is a signal to the world of the strength of the United States-ASEAN partnership. Southeast Asia is a priority for our entire administration, and we have many priorities in common. At this lunch, we will discuss two of them, the issue of global health and maritime security. Later today, we will meet again to discuss climate, clean energy, and infrastructure. And later, of course, you will meet with President Joe Biden. As you all know, last year I decided to travel to Singapore and Vietnam early in our administration to demonstrate our commitment to Southeast Asia and to strengthen our partnerships in the region. I remain personally very focused on deepening our relationship with ASEAN and all of your nations. And I will once again make clear the United States has an enduring commitment to Southeast Asia. Our administration recognizes the vital strategic importance of your region, a role that will only grow with time. And we recognize ASEAN's centrality in the region's architecture. As an Indo-Pacific nation, the United States will be present and continue to be engaged in Southeast Asia for generations to come. Our partnership with ASEAN also directly affects the prosperity and security of the American people. On the issue of prosperity, resilient supply chains in Southeast Asia benefit American consumers. When global supply chains are flowing, more goods are available and prices, of course, come down. Southeast Asia is the fourth largest market for American goods, and our economic relationship supports more than 600,000 American jobs. On the issue of security, when I was in Singapore, I visited the Changi Naval Base and met with American soldiers and sailors, on the USS Tulsa. Their presence is a demonstration of our work with our allies and our partners to ensure free and open shipping lanes and to defend the international rules-based order. The United States and ASEAN have shared a vision for this region, and together we will guard against threats to international rules and norms. To that end, one of the main topics of our lunch will be maritime security. We stand with our allies and partners in defending the maritime rules-based order, which includes freedom of navigation and international law. When I was in Hanoi last year, we discussed strengthening the partnership between our Coast Guards. I also believe we must significantly grow our partnership with ASEAN as a whole. To that end, I am pleased to announce that the United States will provide $60 million in new regional maritime initiatives led by the United States Coast Guard. Among those initiatives, we will deploy to Southeast Asia a new cutter as a training platform. This is intended to benefit all nations in the region as we conduct multinational training missions to assist in building your capacity. We will also be sending additional personnel, including technical experts, to the region. On health, COVID-19 has had a profound impact on your countries and economies as it has had on ours. We have done a lot together in the past 2 years and have made remarkable progress. The United States is proud to have donated more than 115 million vaccines to ASEAN members without conditions. As I said yesterday at the COVID summit, complacency is not an option.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here. Still waiting for the White House briefing. We will get to it as soon as it happens. When we come back here, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. We are going to go out to Florida, take a look at this viral video as people come to the rescue for a driver that was having a medical episode. Look at that. It was creeping into the intersection. Who knows what would have happened if these people did not come to the safety of this driver here. So we will get a heroes reunion with that driver coming up next year on Live Now from Fox.
That's my biggest hurdle is how do I...
It's Mike Pace here, back in the band, back with you here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us as always. Phoenix headquarters, as we bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. Mike Pace here with you right here. We are waiting for the White House briefing to begin. Jen Psaki's last day as press secretary. But we want to go out to Florida here for finally a good story. We got the good stories here as well, just not always doom and gloom when it comes to news. Here is a moment that could have been very, very bad, but it was for some Florida heroes coming to the rescue of this driver that had a medical episode. And look at it as people were able to stop this vehicle. So they are doing a reunion right now with heroes and that driver right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Jose Rivera, and asked him if he could see if there was red light camera video from that intersection at Woolbright Road and Congress Avenue. And a couple days later, Sergeant Rivera called me and he said, "You are not going to believe this video." He said, and I hope it's okay that I'm saying this, but it made him tear up. And at the point that it made Sergeant Rivera tear up, I knew that this was going to affect all of us. And I think it's safe to say that it has affected all of us. So he sent me the video, I watched it, and we talked about perhaps reaching back out to Melanie and seeing if there was a way that we, as the police department, as the city, could honor these good Samaritans that just stopped what they were doing and put their lives at risk to help someone that they didn't know. And that's what brought us here today. The power of social media, the power of community, the power of our traditional media, that's why we're here today. So I would like to introduce our interim police chief, Vanessa Snow, who is going to talk about what's going to happen next. But thank you all so much for being here. Good afternoon, everybody. What a wonderful Friday the 13th. Okay, so Stephanie laid out for you what brought us here. So I have to tell you, I am very honored that we could be the gathering place to put all of our heroes together. Lori, you are our team captain, and here are your teammates. So what I'm going to do is get out of the way, but we do have a couple of announcements we would like to make. As you can see, there's some really generous gifts that have been provided by our community. Christ Fellowship has provided gifts for you. We have something in appreciation for you. And in our partnership with our greater community, Royal Caribbean is donating to each of you, and you, Lori, a 6 to 8 night Caribbean cruise and a $2,000 gift card. So congratulations for that. So what we'll do is call you each up individually, give you an opportunity to tell us your experience of what happened on May the 5th, because we want to hear from you. So with that, where is Janet Rivera? There we go. So do you want to come up here? I'll hold it for you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry, I'm kind of nervous. I was on the road with one of my coworkers. She's here too. She was in front of me, and in front of my other coworker, and she tells me, I see her going on top of the sidewalk, and I'm like, that's strange. Why she's going there? She never does that. She just go to 95. So I went there. And I see her, and my other coworker in front of me, she's like, Janet, she's having a seizure. I'm like, oh yeah. So we stopped, and I stopped in the middle of the street. I got my other coworker next to me that I take home, and she's like, something's going on. So I'm like, okay. So I'm like, okay, I put my car in parking. I'm like, Maida, you okay? I put it in parking, and then I just opened the door, and I start running. It's only an incident of me. I really don't know. I didn't think about my life. You know, I just like saw her going to the other car, and the other car was gonna hit her. I'm like, oh no, she's gonna get hurt. But you know, I tried to do my best.
Okay, where's my friend Juan Chavez Jr.? Please tell us your experience.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I'm not the one for speeches. I was not expecting to speak at this. I'm very sorry about that. As everyone knows, or that knows me, I don't like this to be the center of attention. I didn't want any recognition for this at all. But the moment I saw this young lady running across the street behind a car yelling, she's unconscious, she's unconscious. There was no doubt in my mind that I needed to do something. So I just put my car in park and then took off running, which after I saw the video, I didn't even know there was a video. After I saw the video, I thought, that was pretty stupid, but I mean, whatever. So I got to play real life Frogger. But it's amazing how everyone came together to help someone that was in need without even knowing the person. I really appreciate everyone else's help. I couldn't have done it by myself. She couldn't have done it by herself. So that's about it.
What an amazing moment that is for these heroes here, not only able to tell their story, but Royal Caribbean stepping up and getting them a vacation package there so that they could take their loved ones as well. We'll get back and play it out for you in full a little bit later here because more heroes are coming up to tell what happened there on May 5th. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. You can see White House briefing underway right now. We'll play it from the beginning. You won't miss nothing right here on Live Now from Fox.
Historic levels of support to make our communities safer. The President will encourage even more communities to use rescue plan funding to invest more in fighting violent crime, and to deploy American Rescue Plan funding to make our communities safer as quickly as possible as we head into summer. As we announced earlier today, over $10 billion has been spent or committed already on public safety through the Rescue Plan, including by over 300 communities and more than half of the states. The money is being put to use, keeping cops on the beat for community policing, investing in mental health and substance use disorder services, crisis responders, community violence intervention, and other programs to address the causes of crime and ease the burden on police. These are stories from across the country about how this money is already making a difference, and we wanted you to hear about it directly from the leaders on the front lines. First is Mayor Quinton Lucas of Kansas City, Missouri, who has leveraged rescue plan money to avoid public safety layoffs and has used it to invest $10 million for new police technology. Because of the fiscal space provided by the rescue plan, Kansas City is also working to hire 150 new police officers. Mayor Lucas was elected in 2018 and previously served on the city council. Next is Police Chief James White of the Detroit Police Department. Together with Mayor Duggan, Chief White has used over $110 million from the rescue plan to invest in body cameras, new gunshot detection technology, and $30 million for enhanced police patrols, among other strategies. Chief White is a veteran of over 2 decades at the Detroit Police Department, and since he was sworn in last year, and with the help of the rescue plan, Detroit has recorded an 18% decrease in homicides compared to the previous year. They'll each speak briefly. We'll take some questions. They'll have to go to meet with the president, which is a good reason. So I will turn it over to Mayor Lucas. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and it's an honor to be with you all today. I'm here to discuss public safety, not just in Kansas City, but in many of America's cities. If we think back just a few years, we had a challenge of tight budgets and rising crime. The American Rescue Plan has filled an important and vital gap for us. In Kansas City, if not for the American Rescue Plan, officers would have lost their jobs, salaries would have been frozen, and our city would have become more dangerous. Instead, we have been able to invest in a number of vital and important areas. First of all, we've heard much discussion in recent years about community policing. There is no community policing without the police. The American Rescue Plan funds have allowed us to invest in more police officers, and not only more police officers, but salary increases so that we can make sure that we are recruiting and, importantly, retaining good officers in Kansas City. In addition to that, communications technology in Kansas City of $10 million from the American Rescue Plan allows us to invest in so many deferred technology areas so we can continue to be smart about how we solve crime, keep our officers safe as they're looking to solve crime, and importantly, make sure that we're spending those additional funds in areas like recruiting, in areas like intervention. As a mayor, I've had the chance not just to have experiences with my own police department, but I've done ride-alongs in Los Angeles, Baltimore, Washington, and a number of other American cities. In each of those, you're hearing from people and mayors and leaders that are saying that this support has been key in terms of making our cities safer and making sure that everyone in our community has police officers, but has police officers who have the time and have the opportunity to get involved in our neighborhoods each and every day. So I thank the President for giving us this opportunity with the American Rescue Plan. I look forward to our conversation this afternoon, where we'll continue to talk about how we can work together, police, politicians, so many other folks, and Washington, in terms of making sure our cities stay safer, as we go into the summer. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. James White, Detroit Police Chief. I took the role of Police Chief in Detroit June 1st of last year after serving 24 years in the city of Detroit, having gone through bankruptcy in Detroit, retiring to take a job with the state, and then coming back to lead this great department of some of the hardest working men and women in law enforcement. Certainly a humbling and honoring experience for me. Coming back and recognizing what's happening in our country with law enforcement, police chiefs, police departments have to be innovative. You cannot arrest your way out of crime. There has to be community services, community programming, mental health support, and a number of other different programs. Having been an assistant chief at a time when Detroit went through bankruptcy and knowing what that felt like, I'd much rather be the chief when there's the type of investment that we see from the American Rescue Plan for cities like Detroit. It's enabled us to do a number of different things. Number one, put officers in high areas of crime, put officers around our city where we are looking at statistically gun violence being higher in those areas than in other areas in our city. But in addition, is to provide our officers with state-of-the-art training, being able to develop training protocols based on best practices and use our training facility and bring it up to standards that are necessary in this day and age in law enforcement, making sure that our officers are best equipped to deal with the programming and the issues that we're seeing in our community. One of the most exciting programs that we have is our crisis intervention training and our crisis intervention cars. When I took this role, we had crisis intervention officers in 3 of our precincts. I'm happy to say that today, as a result of the American Rescue Plan dollars, we're able to put it in 6 of our precincts. And by the end of the year, we're hopeful that we'll be in all 12 precincts. And what that does for us is provide a very specific layer of safety, not just for the officers, but for the citizens who are in mental health crisis, by having a trained mental health professional on that car with a trained officer who is trained in mental health intervention. recognizing what they're looking at, recognizing what they're dealing with when they come upon someone who is in crisis and perhaps engaging in violence or erratic behavior. Having those trained officers is an incredible layer of success and layer of equipment that we just did not have prior to this. And one last thing is the training facility and the opportunity to recruit. Right now in policing, recruiting is difficult, and having a state-of-the-art training facility and recruiting opportunity has been instrumental in what we're trying to accomplish in our city. So with that, thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Mayor, it's good to see you again. The Missouri General Assembly just passed a bill just now that increases the percentage of Kansas City's budget that needs to be spent on policing. What's your reaction to the bill, but more importantly, what's your reaction to them passing it while you're here on this very topic?
I think it's always important to have locally driven solutions to local problems. I think that's why the American Rescue Plan was so helpful, money coming directly to cities and to states so we could solve public safety problems. I do not think necessarily that someone in outstate Missouri has better answers for policing than somebody in the core of Kansas City. And what we've been able to do, both with American Rescue Plan funding and our collaboration with folks at the state and federal level, is come to solutions like more officers that my friends in the legislature and the governor are asking for. And so I do not support anything that takes away our ability to work with our local police department and neighborhood leaders in terms of how we get to better solutions for violent crime.
This administration has often talked about funding the police as crucial to not just lowering crime, but also for police reform. I heard talk about crisis intervention training, but did any of the ARP investments that you allocated also go towards implicit bias training or programs that require diversifying the rank and file or active bystander training? Anything that specifically goes towards accountability or oversight?
Yeah, I'll take that. And so in Detroit, we're in a process right now of building out. I've just hired a diversity, equity, and inclusion director. We're constantly looking at our policies. It's enabled me to incorporate a number of different components of diversity, equity, and inclusion, which we already have, but just expanding out and recognizing that we can make improvements. We've been able to do that.
Did that come from
What it came from was the fact that we did not lose money or we didn't have a budgetary shortfall. So we're able to do some things without losing the dollars if we did not have the money.
But that's essentially like you're talking about a coordinator, somebody that's hired on to...
You're talking about really a process, because for us, it's for all of our officers. There's a coordinator, and then there's a programming from that coordinator that goes out department-wide.
And do you see that as kind of the main method of accountability when it comes to ARP investments, or a program that enforces accountability?
No, I mean, that's just one of many. When we talk about community engagement, we can't fight crime without our communities. Communities have to have trust. They have to believe in police officers. And certainly this is a time where police trust is super important. And so when you talk about transparency in policing, that's what these training opportunities provide us, to look at best practices, to be innovative, and to work on transparency with community.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that a bit, going forward, in your community and other communities like yours, what do you think is the most needed, underfunded need that you have going forward?
Among everything?
Yeah, among everything we were just talking about.
In terms of community trust, I think there was a reason that both of us have talked about recruiting and retaining officers. We want officers that actually have the time to be engaged in communities, time to actually interact with neighborhoods, times to get known by people in the neighborhood. In most cities in America, you're not catching people say, we want to get rid of all the police. In fact, I've caught very few people who have said that. They said they want the way they interact with police to be different. They want somebody who has time to do community interaction. That's why these investments, in my opinion, are so important, because then you build up community trust, which helps you solve crime. It helps you actually build the relationships that you need to long term. And so there's not a single kind of magic program that I think works in terms of getting to any of these issues. It's instead making sure that you're investing somewhat holistically in police departments, having enough officers that you can address things like having an event at the community center, making sure there are people that are following up in neighborhoods, making sure that you have social workers in departments, which many of us have. And that's where these funds, I think, are largely helping us invest in areas where without them, we'd be laying off police officers, cutting social programs, cutting everything that's actually needed to get people to trust the police more.
Do you have one one more, Zeke. Go ahead.
Thank you. We're sitting here, and violent crime, gun crime in particular, across the country is at an elevated level heading into the summer. We talked about the risk there. When you go to meet with the president in a few minutes, is there any specific requests that you have from him, from the federal government, for resources or tools that your department, your city need heading into the summer?
Sure. I mean, certainly, you know, we're only one part of the judicial process, right? I mean, we make the arrests. There's our courts, the prosecutor's office. You know, we have a number of different needs. And then there's the intersection of crime with mental illness. And then we certainly recognize that, you know, we have a literacy problem in our country. And so there are a number of different factors that drive crime. By the time someone commits a crime, there's a number of failed systems that has caused that to happen. So we're not going to simply arrest our last person and solve the problem. We have to do a lot of work. So I'll be talking about those types of investments, community support, which we've been able to do with our Ceasefire Detroit, and provide those community programming, because I think that's super important. Mental health is super important. Engaging the courts at a high level is super important, and certainly supporting police officers and making sure that they're properly trained in some of the areas that we've talked about today.
Thank you, Mayor Lucas and Chief Wade, for joining us. Really appreciate it. Okay. Oh, here, I don't want you to. Here you go. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Okay. I just have a couple more toppers for all of you. Just really getting it all in on the last day here with the toppers for everybody. The president spoke earlier today with Abu Dhabi ruler Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan to convey condolences on the passing of UAE President Khalifa bin Zayed. The two leaders agreed to honor Sheikh Khalifa's memory by continuing to strengthen ties between the governments and people of the United States and the UAE. I also wanted to provide an update on infant formula and where we are, and some updates on steps that we have taken. Yesterday, we announced a slate of actions to increase safe infant formula supply following Abbott's voluntary recall. The president also spoke to major retailers and manufacturers to hear about what they are doing and what they need to help increase availability. One of the top issues, the very top issue they asked us to act on, was getting states to increase WIC flexibility so they can get more formula on the shelves faster. Basically how it works now is each state has a contract with a manufacturer, whether it's Abbott or any of the other manufacturers, and they want flexibility so that they can, if you use WIC and you get WIC assistance, you can purchase any kind of infant formula. This afternoon, Secretary Vilsack sent a letter to all states urging them to adopt all possible flexibilities in the WIC program. That is actually a step we had encouraged them to do the day following the recall back in February, but some states took the step and other states did not take the step at the time, so this is an extra urging to do that. He directed all states to review their practices, and the Agriculture Department is reaching out to states throughout the day, building on months of conversations. And next week, USDA will follow up on the letter and calls to provide states with help to issue waivers. That's what helps, obviously, consumers, people who have WIC, who are WIC recipients, and they go to the store. What we're also doing at the same time to help create this flexibility that these store retailers asked for is today Abbott also committed to provide critical flexibility to states through the end of August in the form of rebates. And that means that these states can plan ahead and they can purchase supply ahead from a range of manufacturers, not just the ones that they have contracts with. This means that families on WIC can purchase any available product in the months to come through August, and states and retailers can plan ahead, as I noted. The FDA also just issued a statement about importing formula from abroad. The FDA committed to providing additional information early next week that will facilitate importation to get more product on U.S. store shelves as soon as possible. And last, we recognize that parents have a lot of questions. Mary asked about this yesterday. I think MJ asked about this too, about where to go and who to call if they cannot obtain formula right now. HHS has just launched a new webpage that provides resources and places that parents can go to obtain formula, including contacts with companies, food banks, healthcare providers. You can find this at hhs.gov/formula. This work is far from over, and in the days ahead, you will hear about new actions we're taking to increase safe infant formula. We'll give you a week ahead. On Sunday, the President will deliver remarks honoring the law enforcement officers who lost their lives in the line of duty in 2021 at the National Peace Officers Memorial Service on the West Front of the Capitol. On Monday, the President will award Public Safety Officer Medals of Valor for extraordinary valor above and beyond the call of duty. Later in the day, the President will welcome the Prime Minister of Greece to the White House, where they will affirm our strong bilateral partnership and celebrate 201 years of Greek independence. The leaders will discuss ongoing efforts with allies and partners to support the people of Ukraine and impose economic costs on Russia for its unprovoked aggression. After the bilat, the President and the First Lady will host a reception in honor of the Prime Minister. On Tuesday, the President and the First Lady will host a reception in the Rose Garden to celebrate Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. This month, we honor our diverse Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities. While the rich histories, cultures, and struggles of the AA and NHPI communities may be different, their futures are woven together through a shared American experience. And finally, on Thursday, the President will depart for Seoul with many of you, South Korea, for his first trip to Asia as President. Karine and the team will have more to announce early next week, and National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan will join the briefing on Monday to preview the trip. And last thing I wanted to just say, so I have one more topper. This is my last briefing, and it is, Brian. And I wanted to start with a series of thank yous. I promised myself I wasn't going to get emotional. Whew. Okay. Thank you. I want to say thank you to the President and the First Lady. They entrusted me in serving in this role for the last 15 months. And I've talked about this a little bit before, but during my first conversation with them, which was in November of 2020 after the election, I was very nervous when I went to see them in Delaware. And really what we talked about for the majority of our conversation was the importance of returning integrity, respect, and civility to the White House. The small sliver of my job here in engaging with all of you, that doesn't not mean that we haven't let our Irish side show, mine and the President's as well, from time to time. I recognize that. But on my best days, and as I look back, I hope I followed the example of integrity and grace that they have set for all of us and do set for all of us every day. And I'm incredibly grateful to them. I'm not going to get everyone here, but I want to thank, there is a Biden family that is extended and expanded far beyond the Biden named family. And that includes people who have worked with the President and for the President for many years. Ron, Anita, Bruce, Cedric, Kate, JOD, Donald and Rochetti, Susan, Deese, Jake, Evan, Annie, Elizabeth Alexander. There's so many others. And the reason I mention them is because part of my job, or anyone's job in this role, is to represent and talk about the policies of and the work of any administration. They have integrity, grit, commitment to trying, even on the hardest days and worst days, to make the world better for the American people, and I am very grateful to them. Now, I'm not going to cry about the press team. Whew. Okay. Thank you to the press team. Many of them are here. Some of them are not here because they are taking much-needed days off. It has nothing to do with me personally, I promise. But you all know a lot of them. For those who don't know them, they are incredibly tough, smart, hardworking, and deeply, deeply good human beings, deeply good public servants. And, people always ask me, and I'm sure you guys get asked this too, about whether Washington is rotten, whether everybody is corrupt here and, nothing good happens and we all just argue with each other. And I, having done this job, believe the absolute opposite is true, because I have worked with and engaged with all of these incredible people across the administration and this amazing team, many of whom are here that I get to work with every day. And as I said about Karine last week, these people are already the stars of the team, but they're going to be shining stars in the future, and I'll miss them a lot. Okay, whew, I promised myself I was going to keep it together. I'm not. This is the last part of this. I want to thank all of you in this room. You have challenged me, you have pushed me, you have debated me, and at times we have disagreed. That is democracy in action. That is it working. Without accountability, without debate, government is not as strong. And you all play an incredibly pivotal role Thank you for what you do. Thank you for making me better. And most importantly, thank you for the work every day you do to make this country stronger. And I am very grateful to all of you as well. So thank you for your role and to the role of your colleagues here and around the world. Okay, with that, Zeke, go ahead.
And with that, Jen Psaki going to be taking questions for the last time as White House Press Secretary. We will bring you right back into this moment. You won't miss anything right here on Live Now from Fox after we step away for a brief break.
Would never be able to do it. I know many of you have kids. I'm just looking at Ashley, Ed. Without a remarkable spouse, you would never be able to do it. I know many of you have kids. I'm just looking at Ashley, Ed, Mary, so many, MJ, and he has not only been a supporter, an advocate of mine, but he is an incredible partner and dad, and I wouldn't be here without him. Okay, go ahead. Now let's talk about serious issues. Go ahead.
I have a suggestion today.
Thanks, Jen. You talk,
why don't
Brian
you take questions from across the room?
Brian Deese,
Jen, I have a suggestion today for your last press briefing. Why don't you take questions from across the room?
He suggested the administration has been aware of the
Because that's what you've
formula
not been
shortage
able
for
to do for the
some
past
months
15
now.
months.
Is there a reason why the administration waited until this week, once the issue was in the public, in the limelight, to take some of these actions that you discussed? There's clearly that website. Those are resources that people might benefit from greatly over the last several weeks and months.
Well, Zeke, we have not waited to take action. So what we have done since the day after the recall was announced, we actually took steps working with these producers and working with states to ensure both, one, we were pushing states and encouraging them to expand flexibility as it relates to WIC, which is, again, the biggest ask of most people we talk to. And then we've been working with manufacturers. And that has resulted in Gerber increasing production by 50%, on Ricketts increasing production by 30%, and over the last 4 weeks, more production of formula than there was in the 4 weeks prior, and in comparison with last year. This is all work that has been underway for the last several months since this recall was enacted. On the website, this is a website we saw the need, of course, over the last 24 hours as people had questions and they needed more information. We wanted to make it readily available and accessible to people. But prior to that period of time, we had not seen, obviously, what we've seen over the last few days.
On a different topic, did the president see and the White House have any reaction to the disturbing images out of Israel this morning, where Israeli police beating mourners of Al Jazeera journalist, American citizen Shireen Abu-Akleh, including the briefly dropped casket? Does the White House have any response, and is the president taking any action in response?
Well, I would say first that we have all seen those images. They're obviously deeply disturbing. This is a day where we should all be marking, including everyone there, the memory of a remarkable journalist who lost her life. We know that there is, with the disturbing footage from the funeral procession today in Jerusalem, we regret the intrusion into what should have been a peaceful procession. We've urged respect for the funeral procession, the mourners, and the family at this sensitive time. We're also in close touch with Israeli and Palestinian authorities, have been and obviously will continue to be, especially given the images we've seen today. We're not currently involved in any of the investigation, but we are working to bridge cooperation and available to provide assistance as needed.
Finally, is there a reason why the president's meeting with King Abdullah this morning was not open to the press? Usually the president's meeting with foreign leaders are open to not free to ask the questions.
Understand completely. It's a private meeting. It wasn't meant to be a bilateral meeting of discussion. They've known each other for some time. Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question from the
on the issue of the formula
Jen,
shortage?
can I ask you a question from the
please
back?
stop.
I understand, but for 15 months you have
on the issue of formula.
And I'm saying that for the sake of equity, we should
First of all,
have
thank you
pressure
for your service, and thank you for your husband for his service as well. On the issue of formula, I think if anything, this crisis has reminded everyone that this is
Simon, if you could respect your colleagues and other media and reporters in here, that would be greatly appreciated. Go ahead, Mary.
If anything, this has reminded, I think, the entire country and the world that this is not a luxury item, but an essential. Thank you. Formula is not a luxury item, it is an essential. It is something that families across the country rely on. Is this such a valuable commodity that the president thinks that we need some kind of backstop, some ability to surge in the way that we do for other essential items, perhaps even some kind of stockpile?
Well, I would say there have been discussion, and some members of Congress have raised questions, say, of the Defense Production Act, which that would be something which is on the table. We've not made a decision about, but would help address issues over the long term. What we are doing here is we're trying to ensure that states and others can plan over the long term, as in the coming months. But it is certainly a reminder that not only do we need to continue to work closely with manufacturers, continue to work closely with retailers and providers, but ensure that everybody knows what they can do to get access over the longer term. There's not a discussion of a stockpile. What we need to do is ensure we are addressing any issues in the supply chain and addressing any issues with speeding up manufacturing.
You mentioned the Defense Production Act, and forgive me if I'm not understanding how this works,
sure.
But how would that actually work? Because you say you're exploring it, but it seems that the issue here is really not having enough manufacturing capacity. So is it really a matter of just looking for other sites that can produce this?
Well, that's exactly right, Mary. And so the reason why it would have a longer term impact is because the production of baby formula is so specialized and so specific that you can't just use the Defense Production Act to say to a company that produces something else, produce baby formula. It just doesn't work that way exactly. That is something that could be a consideration over the longer term. And certainly there are ways that the Defense Production Act has been used in other industries, right, as it relates to a chemical that is needed or a specific tool or part that is needed. So right now, of course, we're keeping that option under consideration, but our focus primarily is on twofold. One is increasing supply, and the other is making it readily available. And obviously production is working with these manufacturers, and also imports, making sure we're making more baby formula available through imports, and then making it readily available. The biggest step we can take is this WIC flexibility component, which obviously we took 2 steps, not just pushing states, but also working with Abbott to ensure they're providing a rebate for longer term planning.
And just lastly, you said that the FDA is going to have more on easing imports and some of those steps next week, but does the president believe that parents should be allowed to buy formula directly from abroad?
Well, there have been limitations on this because, of course, we have a very high level of FDA approval processes to ensure that we have the best formula that is safe for babies. And of course, whatever formula would be imported would meet those standards. But we think the best steps we can take is to work with Abbott, and Abbott has a responsibility here too, to work closely with the FDA and doing the steps that are necessary to get back and operational online. We have a great deal of manufacturing capacity here in the United States. That's less the issue. The issue is obviously this was a recall in February that, as a reminder, was done because there was a factory in Michigan that had tainted formula that killed 2 babies. But we have a range of manufacturing capacity here. So this import step would be not forever or necessarily even long term. It's just to address the current need. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen, and thank you for your work here the last
Thank you.
16 months. You said yesterday that the United States would support Sweden and Finland's application to NATO. Turkey is a current NATO member, and the president of Turkey is saying that they would not, his country would not vote positively on that. What is the U.S. reaction to that, and will the U.S. intervene on the Nordic countries' behalf?
Yeah. So we are working to clarify Turkey's position. We would refer you to the Turkish government for more information on their views. I think there's no question, and you've seen this from the public statements of a number of NATO leaders, that there is broad support from NATO member countries in Finland and Sweden's, desire or interest, stated interest in applying to join NATO. But we are continuing to work with Turkey, and I would point you to their representatives.
Also, any White House reaction to Elon Musk saying today that his deal to buy Twitter is on hold while getting information on fake bot accounts?
Yes. I would say this is a transaction, a potential transaction, I guess we can call it at this point, from a private investor, and we don't have any comment on private transactions. Our views, broadly speaking, on the role of social media platforms and the need for reforms certainly still stands, but right now it's a reported view of a transaction of a private investor. Go ahead, Ed.
Thank you, Jen. For what I'm told is episode 224. Of
yes, that is true.
Thank you for doing this as you've done.
Has time gone as quickly for you?
I haven't been here for all the episodes.
That's true. You've been here for a lot of them.
A few things. Back to the murder of Shireen Abu Akleh. Curious, does the president himself plan to speak with her family, given especially in part that she is an American citizen?
We have obviously reached out and engaged through national security officials with her family. I don't have any calls to predict or preview at this point in time, but if that does happen, we of course make that information available to all of you.
And does the president have any plans to speak with the Israeli government directly about the death and the ongoing investigation?
Well, certainly we have been engaged with them and have offered support, and if they need specific support from us, we will provide that, but I don't have any calls to predict at this point in time.
Two quick ones on immigration. There could be a ruling today in federal court on the future of Title 42 and whether or not it gets delayed beyond the May 23rd deadline. Can you give us a status report on ongoing preparations for the end of it, should that deadline hold, and how they might change if they get delayed by a court?
Well, the preparations have been ongoing, led by the Department of Homeland Security and Secretary Mayorkas. As we've talked about in the past, he has outlined a plan that he's been preparing since last fall to ensure we're increasing capacity at the border, that we are taking steps to ensure that we are prepared for the lifting of Title 42. Those are proceeding. Obviously, I'm not going to prejudge a court ruling that hasn't quite happened yet and what it will mean, or prejudge what the Department of Justice may do in response. I'm sure there'll be more discussion about that if and when they rule today.
And one other, you may remember last fall, there were questions about court cases brought by families that were separated at the border.
Yeah.
And at the time, the White House said, if it saves taxpayer dollars and puts the disastrous history of the previous administration's use of zero tolerance and family separation behind us, the president is perfectly comfortable with the Department of Justice settling with the individuals and families who are currently in litigation. CBS News review of court records published this week, however, finds that the Justice Department is actually seeking to dismiss all lawsuits filed by migrant families requesting compensation over the separations during the Trump years. Just curious, how do the Justice Department's moves to dismiss those cases line up with what was said here last fall and the overall commitment to bringing justice to these people? And is the administration willing to return to the negotiating table to try to forge some kind of a settlement with them, since the president, among others, has called that policy criminal?
It was, and the president believes it was horrific and inhumane. And our statement made last fall stands. Now, these are negotiations and discussions being led by the Department of Justice. I don't have any confirmation of that report. I'd certainly point you to them for the status of any discussions with the families. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen, and thank you for always taking my questions. Happy to catch your last briefing. Thank you from all of us. So you must have some information on baby formula from these manufacturers, from the discussions that the president's been having
Baby formula, border security, as well as a number of other topics being discussed here during Jen Psaki's last White House press briefing. We are going to send some viewers off to a 2-minute break. Right back here listening in the White House press briefing when you return. Better.
Well, there's a couple of issues at play here, Jackie, and this is a really important question, but it's hard for us to make an assessment from here. What we're seeing is that the supply shortages can be regional, and sometimes they can rotate. And sometimes the issue at play here is that bigger retailers have a more streamlined process for stocking the shelves than smaller retailers. Now, a lot of people go to stores in their community to go buy baby formula, and it may just be that there's a bit of a delay in stocking some of those shelves. It is certainly a good sign and a positive sign that there has been this increased production from these other retailers, and our hope is also that because there's going to be more flexibility with WIC and the ability of WIC recipients to purchase different kinds of formula and enabling many people who are maybe waiting for their states to make that decision, and also that states will have this rebate opportunity, will provide the incentive to further provide flexibility. That will also help, and of course imports. So we're working to not just address, we've been working to address for months, but we're working to make this, ensure that there is greater supply, consistent supply in the shelves as long as possible. Now what we know, and I know from feeding formula to 2 kids, is that typically you have one formula that you give your kid, right? And so the challenge here is also for parents when they're reliant on one formula, and maybe their child has certain needs because they're sensitive to dairy products or other products. And so the other part of this that we're trying to address is providing these resources so that if people have questions about what kind of formula they can take as an alternative, like the ones that will be imported are not necessarily formulas that people know, but there may be ones that are parallel to the formulas that people are taking or giving to their children. So we are working on every lever here to expedite addressing this and to ensure that when mothers go to the grocery stores in the coming weeks, that they will see the shelf stocked.
And I did just go through the HHS website that you guys put out. And one of the suggestions for emergency situations would be to call your pediatrician, see if they have in-store samples or in-office samples, or go to the local food pantry. Clearly, you've outlined this as, there's going to be a range of sort of timelines depending on where you live in the country and where you shop. But say for big box stores, I mean the Walmarts and Giants and Kroger's, can you give us sort of a ballpark window for just realistically how many weeks or months parents are going to be having trouble finding it, or in-stock rates would start to improve?
Let me first say that the reason we suggest calling your pediatrician is because of this question I just touched on. Because when you're feeding your child formula, typically they don't recommend changing formula necessarily, but there are ways to do it. And if your child has specific needs or is intolerant to certain ingredients, a pediatrician can help advise on that. But obviously there are a lot of other resources through public health sites as well. I would say for the bigger retailers, some of whom the president spoke with yesterday, their number one biggest ask was the flexibility on WIC. And their feeling was that would help them take steps, given the increased supply of these other manufacturers, to help stock the shelves more quickly.
So you guys aren't comfortable giving any sort of ballpark window of time, basically?
As quickly as possible is our objective, Jackie, but it's going to be different store to store.
Okay. And then one more also on baby formula. It seems like when there's a crisis, you often call on the FTC to look at price gouging. I recall this administration doing that with gas prices. It didn't seem to really bring down gas prices and did not increase supply. How's it going to be different this time around with baby formula, and how quickly are they going to be cracking down on people who are hoarding, and what are the ramifications? When are we going to see that play out?
Well, the FTC is an independent agency, so by us calling for them to look at price gouging, they obviously haven't taken a step on oil companies, otherwise you would be fully aware of it. But it is something that we can all watch, even as non-economists and even as non-oil experts. When the price of oil goes down, the price of gas should go down, and that is not what we have seen consistently. I would say as it relates to baby formula, what we know is that we are certainly seeing, and we have seen hoarding happen. And so we are looking for, that to be looked into. And we think that's an issue where if there's caps, and this is something we have been working to institute on the number of containers that can be purchased, that will help. But also we are taking every step we can to ensure that that is tracked and that can be addressed if needed, in the pool of doing everything we can to address this. Go ahead.
And thanks for your service, and thanks for delivering on your commitment to return the daily briefing. All of us in this room are grateful for that. I want to ask you, if I can, about crime that the president's going to be addressing a little bit later. We had one of the mayors and one of the police chiefs here a short time ago. Beyond directing dollars, can you sort of detail the level of concern with this administration about bail reform right now and about some district attorneys being too lenient in their prosecution of criminals? And I guess beyond that, what other points of leverage do you have to encourage stronger prosecution efforts or any efforts to change that?
Well, I would say first on bail reform, on the campaign trail, the president said that cash bail has become the modern day debtor's prison. No one should be held just because they are poor, and a person who is dangerous but has the money to pay bail shouldn't have a get out of jail card. That continues to be his view. What we see is there are a couple of big issues as it relates to crime. We've inherited from the previous administration the largest year-over-year jump in murders in record history in 2020. Our focus from here has been putting more cops on the beat. You heard the police chief talk about that through the American Rescue Plan, backed up by more federal agents to take violent crime off the streets, cracking down on firearm traffickers. 77% of violent crime in the last assessment of data we have is with guns, to get illegal guns off of our streets and stemming the flow of ghost guns, something the president has taken a number of actions on, and investing through the ARP and community programs to prevent crime by interrupting disputes before they spill into violence. I will note, and you heard the police chief just talk about this, but in cities like Detroit and Houston, who have both used rescue plan funds to invest in fighting crime, we've seen declines in certain categories, because our view and the president's view is if you fund and have more cops on the beat working with communities, that is going to help address this issue. I'd also note that as it relates to guns, which is a huge concern of ours, since last summer we obviously initiated these, announced these DOJ-led strike forces. They're an integral part of the president's plan to keep our communities safe. And as I noted, 77% of homicides committed in 2020, the last year we have data, were done with a firearm. Since the launch last summer, the DOJ strike force has already seized 5,100. And one of the steps that can be taken is, of course, to confirm Steve Dettelbach, a very qualified person to lead the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Arms. And the president has also called for an additional $30 billion in new funding in his 2023 budget to fight crime. And that is a step that he is hopeful there will be bipartisan support for.
A lot of questions in the room, so I'll limit mine to two today. The other one is about ASEAN that's here. What commitments has the president secured from the leaders of ASEAN to condemn Russia?
Well, there will be a communique that comes out later this evening. I know communiques are very exciting to everyone, but there will be interest. I'm certain in this one. I will say, Ukraine and Russia would not typically be a major topic of discussion at ASEAN, right? You all have covered them before. You've visited, you've traveled to cover ASEAN summits, and it certainly will be a topic of discussion, and was last night and will continue to be today. So there will be a broad discussion of Ukraine and Russia. The United States in these meetings will continue to lay out our approach to Russia's unjustified and illegal war. We believe the ASEAN leaders are very interested to hear more about our approach, both where things stand and in terms of the next steps. We expect that the leader statement will also have a reference to Ukraine in it as well, but that is still being finalized in the coming hours. Go ahead.
Will President Biden address the abortion rally tomorrow?
He has no plans to address the rally tomorrow.
And separately, does he have any plans to meet with abortion advocates or rights advocates at the White House here?
We are very engaged with women's rights advocates, abortion advocates, and other advocates, as well as members of the Senate and members of Congress. I would note that this is an issue that is much broader than abortion advocates. They are, of course, marching in the streets and having their voices heard and peacefully protesting, and we respect the right to peacefully protest, but 2/3 of the country does not want Roe to be overturn. So this is an issue that we are engaged very broadly with across the spectrum about what steps we are considering, what steps we have the capacity to do, and what we would do if the final opinion looks like the draft that was leaked last week.
The families of Americans detained in Iran have appealed directly to the president for help in getting them out. They don't seem to have much faith or hope that the nuclear negotiations are going along fast. So is he receptive to that? Is there an effort ongoing to free those people?
There is an ongoing effort led by our negotiating team from the State Department to bring every American home who is detained or held in a country and wants to be, of course, home with their families. It has always been a separate channel than the Iran nuclear negotiation talks. It is not in the same channel, but certainly the president is committed to and will do everything possible to bring Americans home who are detained in Iran. Go ahead.
A question of Brittany Griner. Does the White House have a response on her detention being expanded?
Yeah, there was a report on that this morning. So I would say first that while we don't have a comment on this specific development, I would just reiterate that the Russian system wrongfully detained Ms. Griner. We take our responsibility to assist U.S. citizens seriously, and we will continue to press for fair and transparent treatment for all U.S. citizens when they are subject to legal processes overseas. Now, because the State Department recategorized her as wrongfully detained, it means that our special presidential envoy for hostage affairs, it's quite a title, but a well-deserved one, is going to be overseeing this case and leading the effort because it's a deliberative process, and we know from experience of bringing other Americans home, we're just not going to detail what those efforts look like at this point in time.
Last question, you said that the president won't participate in any of the activities tomorrow. Will anyone from the administration take part in any of the protests tomorrow here in
As an
DC?
official representative from the government, I will let you know if there's someone that we have officially representing. I'm certain that people in their private time will participate and attend. Go ahead.
As we sit here, there doesn't look to be a lot of appetite right now for more COVID funding in Congress. There have been warnings, of course, from the White House about what that will mean. Are you able to say what the plan B is? If there is no funding, is there money in the couch cushions to order the stuff that you said you're not going to be able to order, or when? Can you give us an update on when things will start running out in the coming months?
Sure. Well, I would say there is no plan B. While there is, a limited amount of funding that we have to work with, it's very limited, and it will require us making tough choices about what remaining tests, treatments, and vaccines we can get. We are continuing to work the phones, hold briefings, make our case publicly, of course, as you noted, and we are having bipartisan, bicameral discussions about why we need this funding, what the consequences will be if we do not have it, and those are significant. I mean, obviously, more Americans will die needlessly, which is the biggest heartbreaking issue. We're going to exhaust our treatment supply. We'll lose out to other countries on promising new treatments. This is one of the biggest components that is of concern to the president and all of us, because as you know, how we've approached this to date is we have ordered ahead so that we are first in line, and we have the supply needed when there is a better booster or when there's a better vaccine or a vaccine that will treat specific variants, and we are putting ourselves essentially at the back of the line without this funding. Yesterday there was we hosted a global summit. We requested $5 billion for funding to help continue to be the arsenal of vaccines in the world. We will no longer be able to provide that funding. We also will be unable to maintain our supply of COVID tests, and we will be unable to ensure that there will be an ongoing supply of free treatments for families across the country.
Possibly you will cut short previous orders to either because you can't pay for them or because you want to reallocate the money.
We will have to end programs, and some of that will feel abrupt.
Can I pivot and ask a little bit about, as you know, you've got the baby formula challenge right now. Everyone's 401ks are not looking hot at the moment. Maybe I'm speaking for myself. Consumer sentiment today hit a fresh low since 2011, at its lowest point since then. Inflation, of course, is high. Gas prices are surging again. There's a sense right now that there's a lot of challenges in the economy in the U.S. What do you say to voters who are frustrated by that, and in particular those who voted for this president because he sort of promised to be a sort of capable steward, in contrast to the previous presidency? That was sort of the pitch that he made to voters.
Well, I think first we would say to families, we understand there are challenges you're dealing with every day. Costs are too high. It is too expensive to fill up your gas tank. Food is too expensive at the store. And our focus right now is on taking every step possible to address those issues. We know that the president, that the big driver of this was the pandemic and the impact on supply chains, and then the uptick in the pandemic with Delta last summer. Then we had an additional challenge, as you've noted some of these, but with the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, which drove up energy prices, and that is the biggest driver of inflationary costs at this point in time. Now, we saw a downtick a bit earlier this week, but what we would also say to families is, one, we are at record economic growth. The unemployment rate is 3.6%. We're seeing encouraging business investment. Those are all good signs. What our focus is on is doing everything we can to lower costs. And that includes a range of steps the president has taken just over the last couple of weeks, making sure we're lowering the price of high-speed internet, giving farmers the tools and resources they need to boost production. We're also, he led the release of 1 million barrels of oil through the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, issued a waiver for E15 gasoline, so thousands of gas stations in the Midwest could have an additional 10 cents cheaper option at the pump, fix the family glitch. He is mindful and focused on doing everything he can to give people breathing room and lower costs. And what we'd say to Americans also is look at the alternative. We all acknowledge inflation and cost is a challenging issue. What is the Republicans? What are they presenting as the option?
Are you frustrated by this? I mean, he likes to say the buck stops with him. You know, things aren't working. Is he frustrated with the circumstances? Is he frustrated with his team? Is he frustrated that he hasn't been able to get it under control?
I would say when you've served, as the president has, as vice president for 8 years, you're pretty clear-eyed about the fact that leading the country means that the buck stops with you and that every challenge we face is on your desk. And he's very aware of that. Go ahead.
Yeah, you've said that some states have not done this WIC waiver. Which ones?
I can see if we can get you a rundown. That was not meant to be a naming and shaming. There are some states that just didn't take that step when the recall was happened, and we encouraged them to do that in February. So today is an opportunity for the Secretary of Agriculture to say, now's the time to do this. If you want to make sure that people in your state who benefit from WIC are getting helped, this is the way to do it.
Okay, Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, and she tweeted something I will read to you, but several other Republican politicians have also gone along this line. She says, Joe Biden continues to put America last by shipping pallets of baby formula to the southern border as American families face empty shelves. She says this is unacceptable. Do you have a response to that?
Well, we do like facts here, so let me just give you a little sense of the facts on this one. There's something called the Flores settlement, which she may or may not be aware of, that's been in place since 1997. It requires adequate food and elsewhere specifies age appropriateness, hence formula for kids under the age of 1. CBP is following the law, that has been in place and been followed, by the way, by the past every administration since 1997. So this has been a law in the United States for a quarter century. It's been followed by every administration. But I would also note that we also think it's morally the right thing to do. This is a difference from the last administration. It is the law, but we believe that when children and babies I should say, are crossing the border with a family member, that providing them formula is morally right. And so we certainly support the implementation of it.
Just one last question. The governors of Colorado and Massachusetts have sent a letter to the president urging him to urge the FDA to hurry up and consider Moderna's application for a vaccine for children under the age of 5. Would the president do such a thing? Does the administration have any view on the apparent delay in consideration of that vaccine?
I would say the parents in here have a view, and we all are very eager to bring our children and get them vaccinated who are under the age of 5. But science, this is the president's view, most importantly, moves at the pace of science. The FDA is the gold standard for a reason, and we want to ensure that when those vaccines are available, when we are taking our kids, bribing them if needed, to get their shots, that it is safe and we know it's safe. Go ahead.
Jen,
I'll come back. I'm sorry about that. I'll come back to you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
As you know, the anniversary of George Floyd's killing is a little over a week away. As a candidate, President Biden embraced some of the messages about police reform, and later he even promised George Floyd's family that he would get something done on the issue. But now police reform has failed in Congress. There's no executive order, and today he's basically asking cities to pump money into police departments. What is the administration's message for people who had hoped the Biden administration would actually significantly reform policing?
Well, first I would say he's actively considering a police reform executive order and has every intention of doing that. It just takes some time. I understand that since it was a version of it came out into the public, which happens back in January, it feels like a long time, but these take a long time. There's a legal review, a policy review, and he has every intention of doing that. We actually paused because there was bipartisan negotiations happening, and obviously that was always the preference because that would make it more permanent. I would say that it's not just about pumping funding into police departments. It's about ensuring that there are enough cops on the beat to crack down on violent crime, to crack down on illegal guns that are the cause of 77% of crimes across the country. And what he's also done, and the Department of Justice has also done, is implemented federal steps like bans on chokeholds and other steps that the president would certainly like to see implemented across the country and a part of federal law. So he is going to continue to support the funding of police. He hopes Republicans will join him in supporting his budget. Now, they did not support the $10 billion he announced today because they voted against the American Rescue Plan. And he is, but he is also supports accountability, and a police reform executive order will be a part of that.
And pivoting briefly, what advice do you have for Corinne as she prepares to step into your role?
That you can say in public.
I can say we're very transparent here, Brian. I would say that some of the lessons I've learned that I would tell anyone, including Corinne, obviously we've had many discussions about this, would be one, the most important job that you have in this role, I think, tied with another one, but I'll get to the point, is to project, convey the positions, the policies, the views of the President of the United States. And every opportunity you have to speak with him, to engage with him, to ask him questions. So oftentimes, I will tell you, they are questions that you all have asked me in the briefing room or otherwise. It will make you better equipped and even more effective because our job is to speak on his behalf. The second thing I would say, and in my heart I'm a bit of a policy nerd, but I would tell this to anyone, is that the more you know about policy issues and the more you can go in depth on it and spend time digging, pushing, and questioning the policy teams, the better able you will be to answer tough questions, to answer the 12th question, and hopefully provide information to the public. And the last thing I would say is that it can be repetitive in here from time to time. That's not a critique. You are all doing your jobs. But in the age of social media, always provide the context and all the details because you never want to be a meme with one line. That would be my treat. But otherwise, be yourself. And Corinne, as I said last week, is going to bring her own magic, her brilliance, her style to this briefing room. And always, for anyone who comes after me or Corinne, it's to continue to make it better and do better for the president and the American people. Yes.
So once again, today is Jen Psaki's last day here. Last time she's taking questions in this White House press briefing. We'll continue listening in right here for you on Live Now from Fox after some of you go out to a 2-minute break.
Where does the president and the White House does the president see that as something to kind of celebrate? When I look at the original pool and I realize it's an initial tranche of $350 billion, and I know there's different kind of competing priorities here, I'm wondering if the White House sees today as sort of another call to action to states to spend even more on police departments?
That's part of it.
Or is this kind of saying, is he impressed by that they've already spent all this money?
Well, I would say part of it is he thinks that it's important that it has been spent, and we have seen the impact of it in some states, that I mentioned, Detroit and Houston, for example. But part of it is also about the need to spend more. We know $245 billion is what's been spent to date, so there is more funding left from the American Rescue Plan package. And certainly he thinks keeping communities safe, making sure police departments have the resources they need is an important way to spend the money.
I just have a quick clarification on the DPA too. You
Yeah.
said the administration is considering the DPA to ramp
It's
up
one of the
manufacturing.
options under consideration, sure.
I think there's two titles under DPA. One would prioritize contracts and say, companies, you need to develop this. Another would allow the federal government to distribute loans, to distribute actual money to companies so that they can ramp up manufacturing. Is the administration considering that title of DPA to actually give money?
There's also options beyond that about the use of specific there's a range of actions, so that is already effectively happening. And the challenge, which I mentioned before with baby formula, is that it's complex, and you can't just say to a manufacturing facility that makes cereal, you need to make baby formula now. So it's a bit challenging and different in that regard, but it is an option. There are a range of utilities and ways you can use it, and it remains under consideration.
So it's already happening. It's already happening. Title III is already happening.
No. We're already working with manufacturers to increase production, so that's one of the the aspects, or one of the ways to use DPA, but we're already doing that effectively. So that was the point I was making. Go ahead.
Hey, Jen. Thank you. The FDA commissioner a little while ago said that he intends to announce plans next week to help streamline the import of baby formula into the U.S. Is there anything you can preview for us on that front, and maybe explain some of the hurdles that currently exist that this process would be fixing?
Sure. Well, right now, every kind of baby formula that's made in other countries is not allowed to be imported here necessarily. So it's cutting red tape and easing those restrictions. Now, as I noted a little bit earlier, what that may mean is that when moms go to the grocery store, they may see a form of baby formula that they have not seen before, and they may have questions about what that is and can I feed it to my baby. That's why we have a range of resources and hotlines that people can call to get those questions answered. But overall, what it's trying to do is provide more supply so that there can be a range of options and a range of supply on shelves, so that mothers don't have to fear not being able to have formula to feed their children.
And I know you said that the administration has been on top of this issue since this issue emerged with the Abbott plant back in February, and you've been working on this issue since then. So can you explain why something like this, in terms of streamlining the import of products, wasn't done sooner, wasn't done before parents arrived at the supermarket to find empty shelves?
Well, we believe that part of what's happening right now is that there was supply that a lot of the larger retailers had, and it was kind of 6 to 8 weeks where they had that supply and they haven't been able to restock it quickly enough. But we would not be where we are with Gerber increasing production by 50% or Ricketts increasing production by 30% had we not been working on this from the beginning. And I would note that what the retailer said yesterday they need the most is these flexibility on WIC, because that's where they see the challenges coming up. So that is actually something we did the day after, and something that we're continuing to push states to do.
Is there more you think you could have done sooner?
Well, look, hindsight is always 20/20, but I would say that we have, what's important to note, as much as this wasn't being reported on because people were not seeing shortages at the stores as much, there was an announced recall back in February, right? And there were steps we have been taking every single day since then, with the FDA in the lead, to help address any potential shortage.
And lastly, just a quick follow-up on your comments about the images we saw in Israel today. You said that you called these images deeply disturbing of Israeli police beating mourners who were carrying this casket. You said that we regret the intrusion. Do you condemn these actions by Israeli forces, and do you believe that they had any justification for actually beating these mourners and these pallbearers as we saw in these
I think
images?
when we said they were disturbing, we obviously were not justifying them, but I think I will leave my comments at what I said. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I wanted to ask 2 quick policy questions here. On the House floor earlier today, the Democratic Majority Leader Steny Hoyer said, quote, "It is unfortunate that in a time of war that we spend all the time blaming our own president." Just a clarification, it's not the White House's belief that we're at war or we're engaged in any kind of conflict?
I think I did not see the full context of his comments. What I'm betting he was referring to was the war happening in Ukraine with Russia, that obviously the U.S. has a stake in, given the amount of military, humanitarian, economic assistance we've provided. And as I've said before, of course, the Ukrainians deserve the greatest accolades for their bravery and their courage, but the American people also deserve a lot of gratitude for their sacrifices and their support of this war.
And then one more. The president supports the Women's Health Protection Act, which did not pass in the Senate, and of course that would codify Roe. but it would also go beyond that. Some opponents, like Senator Susan Collins, have pointed out that by codifying the federal right to abortion, the bill would necessarily strike down some state laws restricting certain procedures, for instance, banning sex-selective abortions and laws that require parental notifications for minors seeking an abortion. So should we read into the president's support of that legislation that he also supports overturning state laws that would ban sex-selective abortions or require parental notifications?
The president believes in codifying Roe, and there are a range of ways to do that through Congress.
That's not an answer to the specific policy question. Where is the president on these specific restrictions? No one here doubts the president supports Roe v. Wade and codifying it, but there's allegations that this proposed bill goes farther. So where does he stand?
The bill failed. The president supports the bill. Go ahead.
Jen, thank you.
Go ahead, Nadia. Go ahead, and then I'll go to you, Ed. Ladies first.
Thank you, Jen, and thank you for your service, and good luck with your
Thank you.
I have a question and a follow-up. On the question, the Russian ambassador to Vienna said today that under different circumstances, Russia probably could have provided its good offices to the two sides, but not now, referring to the Iran talks. And the EU chief, foreign policy chief, said that there is enough positivity for the talks to resume. Do you believe that Russia is an obstacle to going back to the deal? And do you think that there is actually a chance that we can go back to it?
Well, I would say that our view on the deal is that Iran needs to decide whether it is going to continue to insist on extraneous conditions and whether it wants to conclude a deal or not. We believe that concluding a deal would serve all sides' interests. But while we have certainly condemned the actions of Russia in Ukraine and the actions of a war criminal in invading Ukraine are the biggest obstacle to an Iran deal moving forward is Iran.
And I want to follow up with my colleagues mentioned about Shireen Abu Akleh. And I want to emphasize she is an American citizen.
Yes.
You know, when American journalists are killed in Ukraine, nobody waits for investigation. They pinpoint their, hands to the Russians. Why Israel get away with this? Why not calling for an independent inquiry? Since Palestinians do not believe that Israel is capable of investigating itself. I mean, this journalist was fully covered in a vest, in a helmet, yet she was targeted under the ear. That means it's a professional job by a sniper. And many people believe that it was an Israeli soldier who shot her.
Well, as we understand it, there are investigations by both sides. We've offered our assistance to the Israelis, to the Palestinians, and we are prepared to provide that should they want it. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Two questions. One, do you have a comment on the Texas Supreme Court ruling allowing state officials to conduct abusive investigations of parents of transgender kids?
I have not looked into the specific court case, but I would tell you that any efforts to discriminate against, to bully, to put transgender kids at risk would be something we would oppose. But I will have to check out more about the specific court case.
On the Summit of the Americas, you've mentioned it a couple times that invitations have not gone out yet.
Yeah.
It is assumed that the president of Mexico, the president of Brazil are invited. You recognize Juan Guaido as the interim president of Venezuela. Why is it not assumed he's getting invited? Why the mystery?
There are a range of conversations going about the final invitation lists. I just don't have a final conclusion on those, and as soon as we do, we will make those information available to all of you.
And then just to bookend our time at the State Department, I wanted to ask you about Israel. A broader question on how the president seems to be the first in the modern era not to put quite an emphasis on solving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. He has not appointed a special envoy for the conflict. He hasn't assigned the portfolio to a top administration official. What should we read into that? What priority is it of his, especially as we see these images coming out of Jerusalem today, to personally get involved in dialogue?
I would say first, as it's always been the case, any envoy would be working out of the State Department. It was the case when I was at the State Department, and we knew each other there. And certainly, you've seen the Secretary of State and also the President talk for decades about the need for a two-state solution, how that is the only viable way to end an ongoing conflict in the region. And I would certainly say that remains his view, remains his policy. And but I would point you to the State Department for any updates on negotiations or on engagement. Go ahead.
We are listening in with Jen Psaki's last White House press briefing. We'll be really interested to see if President Biden's going to make a brief pop-in here. A lot of times the presidents do on their press secretary's last days. Of course, it's a very demanding job, so we've seen that with a number of administrations where the press secretary will leave, halfway through a year, 3 years into their presidents serving their administration. So we'll keep an eye out for President Biden. He is also supposed to make some remarks coming up at the top of the next hour about the American Rescue Plan as funding specifically on community policing and public safety programs. I'm going to send some viewers off to a 2-minute break. We'll be right back listening in here with Jen Psaki, tackling some of these top issues across the United States right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Concerns that does the administration have that this will continue as, immigration is pretty much a pretty big policy, that the Biden administration and President Biden himself has said that he would try to overturn some of these policies that were implemented under the previous administration. I guess, how does the president feel about some of these sort of roadblocks that the administration keeps hitting, with judges and the courts not allowing or further delaying?
Well, I would say the biggest roadblock is the fact that the president put forward an immigration bill on his first day in office, and we haven't been able to move it forward. And there have been efforts to move it forward through the Senate, through the reconciliation process. There have been efforts to try to engage in a way. We're very open to engaging, have been very open to engaging in a bipartisan way. There are aspects of his proposal, many aspects that should not be controversial at all. The effort to invest in smarter security, to fix our broken asylum processing system. Those are our biggest obstacles. And what is deeply unfortunate is that the need to implement immigration reform to fix a very broken and outdated system has become so political that there's an unwillingness to engage from the other side on what solutions should be, we can work together on. It wasn't that long ago when there were bipartisan bills that were being discussed and even almost passing. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, so I want to build up on Josh's question here. CPI inflation is 8.3%. We know it's hard to get baby formula. Gas and diesel fuel is now record prices again today. House staffers are getting free Peloton memberships. A Monmouth poll says...
Well, there's a lot packed into that list there you have. I don't know how it's related. It's a potpourri.
Oh, yeah, it is a potpourri. It's a wider view. A Monmouth poll shows that 79% of Americans believe the country is going in the wrong direction. So my question is the president, as the head of the country, as the head of the Democratic Party, out of touch economically with Americans?
Well, there was a lot packed in there, and I'm not entirely sure the root of your question, but I will do my best. I would say first, the president's top priority, and you heard him say this the other day, is addressing costs and addressing inflation for the American people. And he laid out a specific plan to do exactly that. And he has taken a number of steps to do exactly that, including lowering the cost of the internet, ensuring we're taking every step we can to bring down the cost of gas, taking steps to ease the supply chain, something he's been working on from his first day in office. And he has proposed and advocated for and continue to fight for a reconciliation package that will lower significant costs for the American people. I would say the contrast here is what the other side is offering, which, as you've heard me say many times, but it's worth repeating, is a plan by Chairman Scott that would raise costs on 175 million Americans who make less than $100,000. So I would say for the American people, what they can know and understand is we all agree inflation is an issue. We all agree costs are too high. The question is who has a plan to address it.
But on gas specifically, the Interior Secretary testified before the House Appropriations Committee that there was no plan to go forward with a 5-year plan for oil drilling in the Gulf. They need that plan in order to open up leases down the road for that. We saw the Department of Interior cancel a lease sale. So are there signals, to bring down gas prices.
Well, we know the Department of Interior made quite clear that they canceled the Cook Inlet project because there was a lack of industry interest. That's not actually the issue. The issue, if we take a step back, is that leasing and production offshore is a lengthier process, taking up to 10 years. Of the more than 10.9 million offshore acres currently under lease, industry is not producing on 8.26 million acres. That's 75% that is non-producing. Of the 24.9 million onshore acres under lease, industry is not producing on 12.3 million. That's almost 50%. And there are almost 9,000 onshore permits. The issue is not permits. There are plenty of places for oil companies to drill on. They're not. That is the issue. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen.
Okay, go ahead, Patsy.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you for your service and good luck for your next
Thank you.
endeavor. I have 2 questions on the U.S.-ASEAN summit. As I understand, there are no bilaterals scheduled with the president, but he did have quick private time, as we were told, with each of the leaders. I have 2 questions on that. Did the president use the opportunity for his private time to press Indonesian President Joko Widodo to disinvite President Putin from the G20 summit? That's number 1. And number 2, which leader did he specifically press on human rights, if any?
The president never holds back in raising human rights issues. I don't know how long these brief pull-asides were, so I don't know the range of topics that were discussed. And certainly his publicly stated position is that it should not be business as usual at the G20, which is 6 months away, and that he does not, and he believes that President Putin should not be a part of that. Okay.
On the human rights, though, Jen, there's a lot of criticism coming out from human rights activists that the White House hasn't been strong enough in terms of condemning some of the human rights concerns in the Southeast Asian countries. And you've given out statements on the initiatives, you've given out statements on maritime security, in terms of regional security, maritime cooperation, but nothing so far on human rights. So how does the administration...
I stated very clearly the other day on Cambodia that we had past concerns about human rights. We have made those clear, and we never hesitate to raise concerns about human rights when warranted.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
And there she goes, Press Secretary Jen Psaki walking out of the White House press briefing room for the final time here today. Surprised President Biden didn't stop by, but maybe it's because he's getting ready for an event here at the top of the hour. Not only is he going to be meeting with some local officials to talk about the American Rescue Plan, how it can be used to fund increased spending on community policing and public safety programs, but then he's going to be talking about that in some remarks that are scheduled here very shortly. So, of course, we're going to keep an eye out for those shots coming to us from the White House, but wanted to bring you a couple other top stories that we have coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. This is just a piece of news that we had come down earlier here today. If you remember the name Frank James, well, that's because he is the New York City subway shooting suspect. He is accused of opening fire in the subway train just last month. Well, he has pleaded not guilty to terrorism and other charges. He entered his plea Friday in a federal courtroom in Brooklyn. Now, he's charged with committing a terrorist attack or other violence against a mass transportation system and discharging a firearm during a violent crime. Both counts carry a maximum sentence of life in prison. There were 10 people who were shot in this incident. We had the judge begin the proceeding asking James, "How are you doing today?" He had responded with "pretty good." Authorities are the ones who say James drove from Philadelphia and unleashed smoke bombs and dozens of bullets in a train full of commuters early in the morning as it had approached the Brooklyn station. Shooting victims ranged from ages 16 to 60. All of them survived. That's been a shocking part of the story when we first had brought it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Now, authorities said James's bank card, phone, and a key to a van he had rented were found at the shooting scene. Police also said they had found the 9mm Glock semi-automatic handgun used in the shooting and traced it to James. A defense attorney had cautioned at the time of James's arrest not to rush to judgment and noted that James alerted police to his whereabouts. He was arrested in Manhattan's East Village after he called a tip line saying he was at a fast food restaurant in the section of the city. So there were people outside of the courtroom waiting for some comments. They had declined to make any here today, but James, again, had been arrested about 30 hours after that initial attack. His attorneys previously said his rights were violated by the FBI after his arrest. They argued that the FBI agents took oral DNA samples from Frank James without informing his legal team. They also say he was improperly questioned in his jail cell and claim agents had him sign several documents. So the 62-year-old is accused again of setting off smoke grenades and firing a handgun 33 times inside that crowded subway back on April 12th. And he was allegedly during that time wearing a surgical mask, a construction helmet, and a safety vest when he had opened fire again on that train. Always following the latest stories is what we do here for you on Live Now from Fox. Want to bring you just yet another piece of viral video that we had come in here just a little bit ago. This video you're going to see caught on camera a very fiery explosion after a dump truck crashes into a DOT vehicle. Now, there are some details surrounding this story. It happened at about 7:30 in the morning. A dump truck traveling on Interstate 77 in Greene, Ohio, struck an Ohio Department of Transportation vehicle that was on the shoulder. It caused this huge explosion that you keep seeing on your screen there. Now, traffic cameras had captured that. Other vehicles swerving to avoid this fire and smoke as it is billowing up from the grass and the tree line that is along the highway there. An ODOT employee was inside of that vehicle during the time of the crash, according to our media outlets. Now, both the driver of the dump truck and the ODOT employee were taken to the hospital after being rescued from those burning vehicles. This is all according to Summit County Sheriff's Office. They said this in a Facebook post. Now, the Sheriff's Office reported that both drivers had been transferred with life-threatening injuries, but ODOT released a statement Thursday afternoon which said the ODOT employee involved in the accident was now suffering from serious but non-life-threatening injuries. They did say in their comments earlier today, an ODOT District 4 highway technician was struck alongside Interstate 77 in the city of Greene. He was transported to a local hospital, is currently being treated with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. We are extremely fortunate he is alive, as this could have been a much different outcome. Our thoughts and prayers are with him and his family. Now, the current condition of that dump truck driver has not been shared. The crash being investigated now by the Sheriff's Office. Always staying on top of live stories is what we do here for you on Live Now from Fox. What we're going to do is step away for a 2-minute break, and when we come back, going to take you out to the Pentagon press briefing with John Kirby. He did one just a few moments ago. We were in the White House press briefing, so we'll bring the full Pentagon briefing to you here in full after this 2-minute break.
Really? So now we're complaining about our seats?
I'm just making a comparison between the two.
Well, I think it's actually good for us to make you a little uncomfortable. Okay, I did something to this already. I mean, I don't know what I touched. You saw, I just put paper on top of it. So I think I just hit something wrong. Thanks. And I've got it on paper anyway. At least the I got some opening statements here, so just bear with me as I get through them. First, and certainly most importantly, on behalf of the Secretary and everybody here at the Department of Defense, I'd like to express the deepest of condolences to the people of the United Arab Emirates on the passing of their president and our friend, His Highness Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. His Highness was a visionary leader for not just his country, but actually for the entire region. And we're grateful for his steadfast commitment to regional stability and security, and we continue to honor his legacy through what is and what we know will remain a very strong defense partnership with the UAE. Secondly, this morning, I think as you've all likely seen, Secretary Austin held a phone call with his Russian counterpart, Minister of Defense Sergei Shoigu. This is the first conversation they've had since February 18th. And the Secretary urged an end to the conflict in Ukraine, and he emphasized the importance of maintaining communication. I think you guys all saw that we put our readout of that. Now, as you know, we remain keenly focused on the evolving situation in Ukraine and Russia's aggression in the region. And the United States continues its course to stand shoulder to shoulder with our allies to maintain a strong deterrent and defensive posture on NATO's eastern flank. As such, Secretary Austin has ordered the deployment of approximately 10,500 personnel in the coming months to replace previously deployed U.S. Army units serving in the European theater of operation. These deployments are one-for-one unit replacements, which will leave our overall force posture in the region, approximately 100,000, unchanged. The units being replaced will return to their home station following an appropriate turnover of responsibilities. And these turnovers will occur over coming weeks, in the next couple of months even. It'll go into the summer, and it'll be a rotation over time. Specifically, the 101st Airborne Division headquarters from Fort Campbell, Kentucky will deploy to replace the 82nd Airborne Division headquarters in the EUCOM area of responsibility. And that's about approximately 500 soldiers. The 2nd Infantry Brigade Combat Team, 101st Airborne Division from Fort Campbell, Kentucky, will deploy approximately 4,200 soldiers to replace the 3rd Infantry Brigade Combat Team, 82nd Airborne Division in Poland. The 3rd Armored Brigade Combat Team, 1st Cavalry Division from Fort Hood, Texas, will deploy approximately 4,200 soldiers to replace the 1st Armored Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division in Germany. And the 1st Armored Division Combat Aviation Brigade, consisting of approximately 1,800 service members from Fort Bliss, Texas, will replace the 1st Air Cavalry Brigade in support of the United States commitment to Atlantic Resolve. I want to stress, and just I'll stop on that one and remind that Atlantic Resolve is a rotational deployment scheme for the U.S. Army since 2014. So the 1st Armored Division Combat Aviation Brigade that will come in from Fort Bliss, this was a long-standing replacement in place. I mean, the 1st Air Cav Brigade that's there has been there for like 9 months. So like this is the time for them to go. This was something that was pre-scheduled. Lastly, like our previous announcements, these are not permanent moves. These moves are designed to respond to the current security environment. Moreover, these forces are not going to fight in Ukraine. They are going to support the robust defense of NATO allies. Those are the force posture announcements that we have for you today. We'll continue to keep you informed and remain transparent about our support for our European allies and partners. And when there's additional announcements or rotations to talk to, we'll talk to it. But that's all we have for today. And then lastly, just a bit of house cleaning on Monday, the 16th of May, and then Thursday, the 19th of May, there's going to be an increase in helicopter activity in and around the Pentagon and the National Capital Region. This is part of a regularly scheduled exercise, and I just wanted to get that out there now before you start seeing a lot more helicopters and asking me what's going on. It's just an exercise, long planned, nothing to be alarmed about. And with that, we'll take questions. Lita, you're on the phone.
Hi, thanks, John. Two things. One, just on the deployments, you made it clear these are not permanent, but can you say whether or not discussions about any more permanent changes to the force posture in EUCOM are still under discussion, and whether we can expect any announcements on anything like that in the near future? And then I have a second question.
I would not expect any announcements on permanent footprint changes anytime in the near future, Lita. As you've heard us say, the Secretary knows that the security environment is now changed based on what Mr. Putin has done. And so we expect that we're going to have to take a look at the permanent footprint in Europe and make an assessment about that, in the future. But there's nothing in the offing right now.
My second question is on the drawdown funding. The letter last week made it clear that the Secretary believes it's important for Congress to act quickly on the drawdown funding. Can you talk just a little bit about if there is a delay, a continued delay by the Senate to move the bill, what impact does that have? Is there enough equipment in the pipeline that a delay of a week or two won't make much difference? Can you just put that in perspective?
We got about $100 million left in current authority that has not been allocated or announced. And as the Secretary made clear, that we really would like to get the approval for additional authorities before the third week of this month, so that we can continue uninterrupted the flow of aid and assistance into Ukraine. So obviously we continue to urge the Senate to act as quickly as possible so that we don't get to the end of May and not have any additional authorities to draw back to draw upon. But we believe with the authorities we have left, $100 million we have left, that will help us get more assistance into Ukraine, by about the third week of this month, towards the end of the month. So we really would like to get this approved quickly, so that again we can continue to source additional drawdown packages and without interruption. We've been moving at a fairly fast clip here, both in terms of the individual packages that have been approved and how fast that stuff is getting into Ukrainian hands. And we would literally every day there are things going in, and we would like to be able to continue that pace for as long as we can. Courtney.
All right, we are listening in here with Press Secretary John Kirby. We are going to continue to get this Pentagon briefing update here to all of our viewers watching with us on Live Now from Fox after we send you out to a 2-minute break. Of course, they're giving a lot of insight to what that aid the United States continues to provide to Ukraine is going to do when they're fighting the Russian troops. Let's go ahead, send you off to that 2-minute break. Last one of this hour. We'll be right back in that Pentagon press briefing where we left off when you return.
there could actually be a stoppage, or will you stop delivering things? You don't have enough.
Well, I mean, I think specifically we said something like May 19th is the day we really, without additional authorities, you know, we'd begin to not have the ability to send new stuff in. So no decision yet on the 100 million. I think a decision will be coming soon on that. And as we urge the Congress to you know, that by the 19th of May, that we're going to start, it'll start impacting our ability to provide aid uninterrupted. It doesn't mean that on May 20th nothing goes in. I mean, because we're still filling out. The last package is still arriving, so it doesn't mean that, you know, come 19-20 May everything stops. But
you won't have everything
we want
from the last packages by the 19th.
That's correct. But we do want, Court. We would like to have the cushion of being able to fill out additional packages in a completely uninterrupted way, because eventually, if you don't get those authorities soon, if we don't get those authorities soon, I mean, it's possible that there could be a bubble, a period of time at which, you know, there's just nothing moving, and we want to make sure we avoid that. Yeah. Oren, did you have a question?
I was going to ask a non-Ukraine question. I was just wondering, given the current tensions in Jerusalem, if there had been any contact between the U.S. and Israel, either on the U.S. assisting with the investigation into the shooting and killing of the journalist, or has the U.S. functioned as a liaison between U.S. and Palestinian security forces given the tensions?
I don't have any conversations to read out today. We have observed that the Israelis have said they're going to investigate that. We obviously encourage that investigation be as robust and as transparent as possible, but I don't have any additional conversations.
They refused to conduct a joint investigation, the Israelis and Palestinians. Have you tried to bridge that gap?
That would be a question for the State Department. The Defense Department has not taken a role in brokering the investigative process. Idris.
Just back on Ukraine, earlier today, Turkish President Erdogan said he was not in favor of Finland and Sweden joining NATO. Firstly, have there been any mid or senior level contacts between the Pentagon and their Turkish counterparts since? And secondly, does Secretary Austin, I guess, have a reaction? Was he disappointed? Was he happy? I mean, does he have a reaction to you know, a NATO ally saying no thanks?
I would say we're working to clarify, to better understand Turkey's position here, and we'll refer you to the Turks to speak to President Erdogan's comments.
Just a bit more further on that. I mean, without going into the specific comments, given that they have been made, does the Secretary believe Turkey is still a helpful NATO ally, or are they causing more problems at this point?
Of course. I mean, look, Turkey is a valued NATO ally. That has not changed. They're a NATO ally, look, they've been involved and helpful in trying to get dialogue going here between Russia and Ukraine, and they have provided assistance to Ukraine. So nothing changes about their standing in the NATO alliance, and we're, like I said, we're working to better clarify the position here. Yeah, Christina, go ahead.
So there's cake in the hallway down here. JADC2 is having a birthday, first birthday. Is there any update on how that's coming together?
I didn't get any invitation to eat cake.
I know.
Is that what you're asking about? Whether I have an update on the cake?
On JADC2.
I don't. I would refer you to the joint staff to speak to that specifically. But happy birthday to JADC2. Let's see. Poonam.
My question's been answered. Thank you.
Somebody should go get us some cake. I think Friday and everything. I'll bet you they can't eat all their cake out there. Paul Hanley from AFP.
Hi, John. Hi, John. Can you hear me? Hear me?
You. All right, Paul, we'll come back to you. Let's see. Anson from Asahi.
Hello.
I think Paul's still on the line.
Hi. I don't know. I unmute and then it gets muted. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. Can I ask my question? Hello.
Paul, you got me?
Yeah, if you can hear me, I wanted to ask, what was Minister Shoigu, what did he have to say about the issue of Finland and Sweden joining NATO?
Yeah, look, we gave a readout of it, and I just reiterated that. I'm not going to go into any more detail than what we provided. I think I'm just going to leave it there. Anson?
Secretary.
Oh, Paul, I think Paul had a follow-up. Sorry. Okay, thank you for taking my question. I had two quick questions. Previously, a senior defense official said that there is anecdotal evidence of ground troops and officers not following orders. I was curious in what instances are you seeing these officers failing to disobey orders? And then I have a follow-up.
Yeah, look, I'm just not going to get into much more detail at the tactical level in terms of Russian units on the ground. We continue to have indications that the Russians have not overcome their command and control and their unit cohesion issues. And yes, we have indications that morale continues to be an issue inside certain Russian units. We don't have a fingertip feel of every one, but I'm just simply not going to go into more detail than that.
Okay. And then also, a senior defense official recently stated that there are about 105 operational BTGs in Ukraine. Given the extensive losses sustained by the Russians, the Institute for the Study of War has said that the measuring of the number of BTGs is no longer a viable metric for Russian force presence. What is the DoD assessment on the average range of troops per BTG? Has that gone down from the average 800 troops that had been previously seen per BTG? Thanks.
Look, we still the average size of a Russian battalion tactical group is between 800 and 1,000 troops, depending on the mission of the BTG. But a BTG can still be operational and have less than 800. I mean, it depends on what it's being asked to do and where it is in the fighting. And I'm not going to get into, again, a blow-by-blow of every single battalion tactical group that the Russians have in Ukraine. The point is that they still have an awful lot of firepower and forces available to them as they continue to prosecute this war now in a more confined space in the Donbass region. And I think I'd leave it at that. Oh, I already got you, Jim. No. I already got you, Jim. Go ahead.
Yeah, so, which belies the problem. The Ukrainians have been fighting hard for a long time against a lot of Russians. And how are they still combat effective? I mean, what's the assessment of that?
The Ukrainians?
Yes.
Yes, of course they are. I mean, they're putting up a very stiff resistance in the Donbass and in the south. They have prevented the Russians from achieving virtually any of their strategic objectives thus far in the war. Now, look, both sides have taken casualties. Both sides have lost capabilities, whether that's actual hardware or defensive systems. It's a war. And again, that's why we're trying so hard to make sure that Ukraine continues to have available to it the materials, the systems, the weapons to continue to defend themselves. I certainly would not, nor have we ever, gotten into a detailed discussion of Ukrainian order of battle. I mean, I don't think we want to get that into the bloodstream, but they absolutely are mounting a stiff and effective resistance to the Russians. I think it's important to remember that the Russians, as I said just a little bit ago, the Russians still have a lot of their available combat power still available to them. Yes, they have suffered casualties. Some of their units have been depleted, no question. They have lost weapons and systems and platforms, but they still have an awful lot available to them. And this is an area of Ukraine where the Russians are not unfamiliar with, the Donbass particularly. Okay, that's good for a Friday.
Show the Biden shot and then go to break.
And that was Secretary of State John Kirby wrapping up the Pentagon press briefing. We're going to jump to a break, and coming up, we will bring you an update on a school situation that happened in Florida. The school had to go into lockdown. That's coming up here on Live Now from Fox. And here's the latest on an incident at a school. It happened in Florida. We're told that there was a possible lockdown situation. Let's listen in.
Just before noon on Friday, the West Palm Beach Police Department received calls for a vehicle that was driving erratically in the area of Banyan Boulevard. That vehicle was reportedly driving eastbound in the westbound lanes. A vehicle matching the description of that vehicle crashed through the gate, the locked gate at the school, proceeded eastbound, taking out a palm tree, colliding with a breezeway, taking out some beams in the breezeway, and then coming to rest in another overhang. Though it missed a maintenance worker in a golf cart, there were no injuries in that. The driver of that van immediately got out of the van and was acting erratically, running around the in-session campus. School staff and Palm Beach County School District officers acted immediately. We were called. West Palm Beach Police were on scene within 1 minute of the call. The suspect ran into Building 7, which is the auditorium. At that time, there was a struggle. There was some type of fight that ensued between the officers, school staff, and the suspect. A West Palm Beach police officer discharged his weapon, striking the suspect. Additional officers that responded immediately rendered first aid and administered CPR. West Palm Beach Fire Department also arrived. They pronounced the suspect dead on the scene. There were no students in the auditorium where this encounter happened at the time. I'll let the superintendent talk about the operations and the planning from the school district. We don't know who the suspect is yet. We don't know where he's from. Obviously, this is a complex series of multiple investigations. So in addition to the West Palm Beach Police Department, we also have the Palm Beach County Schools Police doing an investigation. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement is also conducting an outside investigation. And the State Attorney's Office, Dave Ehrenberg's office, is also conducting an investigation. A medical examiner will be on scene. They will conduct their investigation as well. So we're early on in this, but I want to reiterate, at no time were any students or faculty injured. The quick actions of every officer and school staff, I think, clearly demonstrates that any threat to our schools is going to be addressed appropriately and quickly.
Was it one shot that was fired?
I don't have the information as to how many shots were fired. The officer, per policy, is on administrative leave, and there are multiple investigations that are ongoing.
This was a West Palm Beach police officer, not a school district officer.
This was a West Palm Beach police officer who responded here within a minute of the dispatch of that call. So we were very fortunate that this suspect did not injure or hurt anybody else. It was very quick actions of everybody involved, from the schools, school police, school staff, and the West Palm Beach Police Department.
Do we know if that suspect had a weapon on him at all?
We're still early on in the investigation, so I have no information as to whether or not the suspect had a weapon. But what I can tell you is an intruder on a school campus crashing through gates, acting erratically and violent nonetheless, is going to be dealt with appropriately.
When you say acting erratically, like what was he doing?
I don't, I'm not going to get into the specifics of how he was acting. He was acting erratically, he was violent, he was running around an occupied school campus, or trying to, when he was subdued, and obviously what happened from there.
Okay. Were West Palm Beach police ever pursuing this van before it entered school grounds?
No, there was no pursuit or any engagement. We responded based on the call for assistance from the school. So we received the call that there was something going on here. Again, that was at 11:58 we received that call. So simultaneous to that, we had the report of the erratic driver. But at 11:58, we received the initial call, dispatched at 12:02, and an officer happened to be in the area, was on scene within 1 minute.
So what happened when that officer arrived? The guy was already in the theater with the school police officer at that point?
The question was, where was the officer and the suspect? So I don't have the exact details. That's all part of the investigation. We have a number of investigations that are happening concurrently. That will all come out in time, but what I can tell you is at no time were any students or faculty injured due to the quick actions and response from everybody involved.
You said there was some sort of altercation.
Yep.
You mentioned staff and you mentioned school police.
The altercation was with the suspect in the auditorium. So that's where that altercation or confrontation, if you will, happened, and that's when the officer had to neutralize the suspect.
So the West Palm Beach officer was arriving on the scene. He sees in front of him some sort of altercation, or does it begin once he arrives?
This happened before our officer responded because this was already in progress. We responded based on the call. Our officer got here. He went immediately to where this was. I can't tell you exactly where on the campus they were, but what I know is the suspect was inside the auditorium. There were students in another part of that auditorium, but they did not witness this. It's my understanding they didn't witness it or see it, nor were they in jeopardy. This was stopped in the auditorium, and there were no students or other faculty there.
Any reason to believe that the suspect was armed or had any sort of weapon?
The question was, is there any reason to believe that the suspect was armed or had any weapon? A vehicle is a deadly weapon. The suspect drove that vehicle through a locked gate at the school, crashed through a breezeway, an entrance, a palm tree, almost striking a maintenance worker. A vehicle is a deadly weapon. As for other weapons, I don't have that information right now, but what I can tell you is, when it comes to the safety of our students and schools, we had to act appropriately.
Were there any less fatal means of subduing the suspect that were employed prior to the shot being fired?
We're early on in the investigation. What I can tell you is this was a violent, erratic suspect. The appropriate force was used to stop the threat.
Was that suspect handcuffed by the original police officer who was dealing with him?
I don't know if the suspect was handcuffed. I don't have that information. What I can tell you is, immediately after the officer discharged his weapon, that other officers immediately began CPR in attempts to try and resuscitate the victim.
So you said that students did not see the cop shoot the guy or any altercation, but they were in that building while this happened, just in another part.
It's a big auditorium. Students were in another part of the building, is what I understand. There are classrooms in the back. This happened in the theater, in the auditorium, not where the students were at the time. And as far as how many students and everything like that, I'll defer to the school district on those logistics.
We know that the guy was driving on Banyan the wrong way, turned down Tamarind right here, and then into the gates. Kind of, this was the route. Where
The suspect was driving the wrong way on Banyan Boulevard, eastbound in the westbound lanes. Came down Tamarind, crashed through the gate. It was a locked gate. Continued eastbound through the breezeway, striking a palm tree, almost striking a maintenance worker in a golf cart, finally striking supporting structures in an overhang where the vehicle came to rest. The suspect got out, started running around the campus erratically, acting violently towards the school staff and officers that responded, and that's basically the information that we have so far.
Attempting like to get into the classrooms? Was he attempting to get into the classrooms as some of the students have told us?
Who told you this?
Students said he was banging on their classroom doors.
All I can tell you is the suspect was acting erratically. If there's more information, that'll be determined through the course of the investigation. This is very early on, so we don't have some of those details, but what I can tell you is the safety of our students, staff, is number one, and that was mitigated today. Brian.
Can you make a comment?
Yes, go ahead, Superintendent.
Yes, good afternoon. First, I just want to assure our parents that all of our students are safe, and also the employees of the school district. So we are working through an orderly dismissal. We plan for these. We have a crisis response plan in place for each school, and we're working through the parent pickup and the dismissal process. With this as being a choice school that's countywide, we have a lot of transportation considerations, so we've brought in early tri-rail, we have buses staged, and we're working through that, but everything is well organized, and I've visited with the students, and everyone's calm and collected at this point.
Did you react to the outcome of no students or staff members injured when you had this happen on campus today?
It's a very fortunate outcome, and this is why we do plan, and this is why we collaborate with our local law enforcement. These partnerships are critical, and I'm appreciative to see West Palm Beach being on the scene within just over a minute.
Yeah, that was good. You're facing a shortage of school police officers right now. I don't know how many you have attached to this school, but was it just one female officer that was dealing with this erratic subject until West Palm Beach arrived on the scene?
I believe so, and I'll verify that for you.
Are there any plans to fortify security here, like with the gate that a car can drive through easier and potentially add more police officers on the campus here in Palm Beach County?
We use a lot of chain link fences. Dreyfus School of the Arts is going to go through a facility renewal, and there'll probably be some changes, but there's no immediate plan to run out and change it. We have gates at 179 schools across our campuses, but they're locked and secured, and this is a rare event.
And then any plans to increase security at other schools here in the county?
We have an increased presence right now, and we will work through that.
Have you spoken to Chief Mooney yet?
Yes, I have. Chief Mooney is on the scene. She is assisting us and working through this investigation right now.
Superintendent, we had a lot of calls into our newsroom from parents confused, not knowing what to do, where to go. Can you comment on the response from the parents? Could it have happened sooner? Could more information have been given to them?
I believe we acted timely. We used the parent link system. There was a series of communications. There's some staging, and we have some work to do to respond and prepare before we can provide all the information the parents would like to have, but we work through as expeditiously as we can.
Is that it?
All right, thank you.
All right, and that was an update from police in West Palm Beach. We're told that a suspect has been shot by police there after that suspect was driving erratically near a school in West Palm Beach, Florida. We're told that the driver of a van crashed into a school there and unfortunately was shot by police. We're told that no students were injured. Now that driver, because that particular suspect was driving erratically, it led to the school being placed on lockdown. However, we have been told that no students have been injured. We're going to switch gears now, and we should be expecting some remarks from President Biden. You can see here in Washington, D.C., there goes the podium, and we will be bringing you that momentarily as it happens. But before that, we are going to bring you some remarks from House Democrats on abortion rights. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Wow, what a turnout.
We can begin.
Okay. They're still coming, but we should begin.
Good morning. House Democrats are here on the steps of the United States Capitol across from the Supreme Court to say to the Supreme Court and to the Senate, hands off women's reproductive health care. Last week, Americans saw a draft option showing the GOP-appointed court is poised to strike down Roe v. Wade, a 50-year precedent held up again by Casey. Already, Republicans across the nation are mobilizing around a dangerous and extreme agenda to criminalize all forms of reproductive health care, including IVF, contraception, and post-miscarriage care. Think of that. Just last week, Senate Republicans lined up in lockstep behind Mitch McConnell and Trump to vote to rip away the constitutional right to health freedom for American women. Now, they want a nationwide ban on abortion. They have said that. Make no mistake, once Republicans shred long-standing precedent and privacy rights, they intend to wage an all-out assault on more of our rights, including access to contraception and marriage equality. As Republicans seek to control and criminalize women's reproductive health freedoms, Democrats are fighting to enshrine Roe v. Wade into law. Thank you to the pro-choice caucus led by Representative Diana DeGette and Congresswoman Barbara Lee, and for Representative Judy Chu, the author of the Women's Health Protection Act, for we were ready when Texas did what it did. It caused vigilantes to go after people who want to be healthy. Judy Chu was ready. We could take up the bill right away. Now, that was last fall. Americans are marching and making their voices heard. Public sentiment is everything. We will never stop fighting for patients and their health care providers to defend the rights of women and all Americans. And now I am pleased to yield to a champion for women's reproductive freedom, Congresswoman Barbara Lee of California.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And let me thank you once again for your continued leadership in supporting our personal liberties, our constitutional personal liberties. And thank you so much for helping to lead this fight. Also, to all of our colleagues today, thank you so much for everything that you do each and every day to protect our democracy and our freedoms. Let's be clear, we are truly facing a crisis moment, with the Supreme Court seemingly poised to overturn Roe and extremists making clear that they won't stop. They won't stop until a nationwide abortion ban is enacted. We're facing an unprecedented attack on reproductive freedom. Everyone here shares the feelings of those across the country. We are angry, yes, that after 50 years of constitutional protections of our bodies, we are now yet again fighting for our rights. Fighting for our rights. This is personal for many of us. It's personal for me because I know firsthand what being denied access to legal abortion looks like. I have personally experienced the fear, the stigma, the trauma, the despair of being denied the care that you need. I know what it's like to have your medical decisions criminalized, to be forced to travel for the care that you need, and to see your future hang on the decisions of politicians rather than doctors. An entire generation of people have only known a world with protections under Roe. Now we know how extreme the Republicans are and the court and how extreme they are. And not one Republican senator voted to even consider legislation that protects our rights to make our own reproductive health decisions.
And those are House Democrats making remarks on abortion rights. We're actually going to cut that for now and bring you more of that a bit later. Right now, President Biden getting ready to make remarks on the American Rescue Plan and public safety across the country. Let's go ahead and listen in.
We want to talk about what they're doing to reduce violence and to keep our communities safe, and how more communities can follow their lead to reduce crime and ensure public safety as we head into the summer. You know, I've worked on these issues for a long time when I was a United States Senator and as Vice President. So this group of leaders, Democrats and Republicans representing big cities and rural counties, we actually know it works. We all agreed, as I've said from the outset, that the answer is not to defund the police. The answer is to fund the police with the resources and training they need to protect our communities. Investing in crime prevention and accountable community police officers who walk the beat, know the neighborhood, and who can restore trust and safety in the neighborhoods. That's what it is. When you know who owns a local liquor store, or know who the pastor of the church is, it makes a big difference when you know the community. And that's been my approach from day one. That's why we designed the American Rescue Plan, not only to beat the pandemic, but to rebuild our economy, but to restore public safety. And we understood the challenge from the beginning. Communities were facing a rising tide of violence that coincided with this pandemic we went through the last 2 years. And it was happening at a time when state and local budgets were under tremendous strain. Because of the pandemic, so many people laid off, the revenue's not coming in, they're firing everyone from police officers to school teachers to first responders. But before the American Rescue Plan, their budgets were in deep distress in the states and localities. One study found that before the rescue plan was passed, 27% of the mayors in America were having to make deep cuts and layoffs in law enforcement as well as other areas. So we made sure that the American Rescue Plan provided substantial resources to keep that from happening. Through the law, we provided $350 billion. Let me say that again. $350 billion directly, not to the legislatures, directly to cities, counties, and states, independently of one another. Money that could be used to hire back police officers, to invest in proven strategies like community violence interruption and prevention programs, and to keep their cities and counties safe and ease the burden on law enforcement. Because of that funding, states and cities were able to add back 460,000 jobs, including police officers, in addition to firefighters, educators, and other critically important roles. And by the way, not a single Republican member of Congress voted for the money for law enforcement, public safety, to stabilize these budgets. Not a single one for the states, the cities, the counties. Not one. But I think we're finding they're showing up now because they're realizing this is going to make a difference and beginning to make a difference. Across the country, state and local leaders answered the call. And already more than $10 billion of the American Rescue Plan funds have been committed to violence prevention and public safety across America. In fact, in 2021 was one of the strongest years on record when it comes to federal support delivered directly to state and local governments to address and prevent crime. And folks, standing here with me today, leading the way, in Detroit, my buddy, and he is my buddy because you may remember, those of you who have been reporting from the White House for a while, that Barack Obama said to me when I was vice president, go fix Detroit. Not a joke. And the poor guy spent a lot of, where were you, Mike?
I'm still here.
I spent a lot of time with this guy, Mayor Mike Duggan, and Police Chief James White. They're using these ARP funds to modernize police training facilities, to invest in retention of police officers, gun violence prevention efforts, gunshot detection technology. In Tulsa, Mayor Burnham is using the Rescue Plan funds to help recruit police officers and training for bonus. Put your hand up so we know who we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
There you are. Okay. In Kansas City, Mayor Q, known as Mayor Q, Quentin Lucas, and a police officer, Joe Mabin, are here. They used the ARP funds to avoid cuts and layoffs that would have threatened public safety in their city. And they put $12 million into their violent crimes division. And while freeing up resources, they began hiring 150 new police officers. In Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Police Chief Murphy Paul is using ARP funds to purchase 200 additional patrol cars, while investing $3 million to implement proven strategy to reduce gun violence in communities. to produce prevention programs. In Tampa, Mayor Jane Castor and the police chief, Mary O'Connor, they're using ARP funds to modernize the city's fire prevention capacity, including with new fire vehicles. In Toledo, Ohio, Mayor Wade is using the ARP funds not only to avoid layoffs, but to add 100 police officers in the next few years. In Mercer County, Pennsylvania, a county I know, largely rural, we're the largest town and home of 16,000 people. The county commissioner is here, Timothy McGonigal. Timmy was, I shouldn't call you, excuse me for calling you Timmy.
No, they all call me that.
I've always called you that. We're talking about, I grew up with Michael McGonigal, was one hell of an athlete. Anyway, but Tim is using that $12 million ARP funds to install a county-wide radio system connecting 911, police, fire, ambulance services for the first time. It's going to make a big difference in terms of the public safety writ large. And in Houston, Mayor Sylvester Turner, who I've spent some time with, and Troy Finner, who is the police chief, they're using ARP funds to improve mental health services, domestic violence, and response efforts, because they realize that when there's a domestic violence problem, it's not always necessary to send a cop with a gun. You have to send someone who can talk people through things. And funding a community reentry program of police overtime pay, so an additional 125 officers can be present in areas where violent crime occurs most frequently. And across the country, more than 300 communities are engaged in the efforts like these. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, to every governor, every mayor, every county official, the need is clear. My message is clear. Spend this money now that you have. Use these funds we've made available to you to prioritize public safety. Do it quickly before the summer when crime rates typically surge. Taking action today is going to save lives tomorrow. So use the money. Hire the police officers. Build up your emergency response systems. Invest in proven solutions. We have an expert here with us who's one of the best, who's best at those solutions. Reggie Moore. Reggie's heading up a new comprehensive statewide violence prevention program in the state of Wisconsin. A program that's grounded as what's known as community violence intervention. Community violence intervention is about using tested messages, community leaders, community members to directly work with people who are the most likely to commit gun crimes or become victims of those gun crimes. And it works. They intervene before it's too late with public health and safety approaches that work. And your Governor Evers, has invested $100 million in the rescue plan to expand these efforts across the state of Wisconsin. So thanks for everything you're doing, Reggie. I appreciate it. And more states and communities are going to do the same thing. We need more of these programs. And we need states and communities to invest in things like jobs and training for young people, summer programs, drug treatment and mental health programs, housing, criminal justice reform, reentry support for people coming home from after incarceration. As I said in the cabinet room, you know, the idea that when you get let out of prison after serving your time, you get 25 bucks and a bus ticket, and you're going to end up under the same bridge you came from before. But you should be entitled, if you've served your time, to everything from Pell Grants to food to food stamp, the whole deal, to be able to take advantage of changing your life. And my administration is investing in those elements. The cities, the counties, and the states should be doing the same thing with the money they have, because they are demonstrated ways to reduce crime. The bottom line is this. Across the board, we're making sure the communities have the resources available to them that they've never had before, so they don't have to make tough choices between and among doing these things. Reduce violence and ensure safety. And it's up to the cities, the towns, and the counties to spend the money, and spend it now. It's there. It's been appropriated. We know the challenges we're facing as we head into this summer. We need to meet those challenges with a sense of urgency, which this group is doing. Local leaders across the country, including the folks that are here today, are demonstrating exactly what works with innovative efforts and proven strategies. Every single community in America should join them. And as you do, I want every governor, mayor, and county official to know my administration will continue to have your back. Let's get this done and get it done now. I want to thank you all. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it.
Finland joining NATO, sir.
If you ask me something about I just spoke about, I'm happy to answer your question.
Do you think you need to invest more money in police across the nation? Would you push for more investment?
Yeah, we have plenty out there. The thing is that the governors have to loosen it up, make it available. Mayors have to make it available. It's there. It's not a question. You had a question, sir.
My question is, do you condemn the police force in Israel for their actions at the funeral of the Palestinian American journalist?
I don't know all the detail, but I know it has to be investigated. I don't know all the detail.
Then would you go to support reporters, sir?
If I can, I'll ask you too first about what we're doing here, if you can. There are some concerns about leniency of prosecutors right now. What you have in terms of leverage to help enforce them doing more to hold criminals accountable, and separately your concerns, if you have any, on bail reform. Then I have a separate one, if I can just allow it. A lot of parents are watching about baby formula. If you have a message to those parents that you can share while they're listening.
Well, 3 questions. I'll answer the baby formula question because all of a sudden it's on the front page of every newspaper, and it's important that I be responded to. But look, with regard to the leniency of prosecutors, that has, on balance, not been the biggest problem in the leniency of prosecutors. In the past, the hardest process has been the intensity of prosecutors, people getting long sentences for crimes that are, anyway. And so, and bail reform, I think bail reform and the negative side of bail reform is vastly overrated. The idea that if you have no ability to make bail because you're poor, it should relate to the severity of the crime and what the problem is related that you're accused of. With regard to the issue of formula, we've done 3 things, and I know Jen Psaki spoke to this today. Number 1, we're releasing guidance today to all the states of the possible flexibilities in the WIC program, the Women, Infant, Children program, because they're very sort of strict guidelines that when you walk in, if you have a WIC, you can go in and purchase a certain amount of formula, but you can't purchase more of it. The problem is the packaging issues are becoming a difficulty. And so we've changing it so that the WIC program, you can buy what's on the shelf, so that they're not it's the top issue raised with me. So the flexibility to have formula in stock should not depend on whether you have it packaged exactly what meets the requirement for for people on the WIC program. Secondly, the FDA just issued a statement. We worked on it. I was on the telephone. And by the way, that on the WIC program, when I spoke to Walmart and I spoke to the major distributors for an hour or so yesterday, the day before, I can't remember, they wanted to have this flexibility because they didn't want to be violating the law. Secondly, the top issue for retailers raised with me. Secondly, the FDA just issued a statement about importation of formula from abroad. The FDA has been looking at will be working with manufacturers to facilitate the incorporation of formulas from abroad that, in fact, in places like Europe, where we can get more product on U.S. shelves. That's underway. I think we're going to be in a matter of weeks or less getting significantly more formula on shelves. And the FDA is also going to ensure we can import and still maintain the high safety standards. And the third thing that is, there's more to say about each of these, but the third major thing we're doing is that finally, any parent who has a serious question about where the particular formula they need, because there's very different formulas. Some are very precise, and if they don't get the exact right formula, the impact on the child is extremely negative. We have set up a system whereby you can contact HHS and go to www.hhs.gov/formula. It just launched this website to help parents find resources, obtain formulas, including contact with companies and food banks and health providers that in fact may have access to the particular formula they need. This is a process. We're working on it very, very hard. There's nothing more urgent we're working on than that right now, and I think we're going to be making some significant progress very shortly, all the way in the back.
Mr. President, Republicans have said that your administration should have anticipated this baby formula shortage before. Are you satisfied with your administration's response so far and some of the steps that you and your administration are taking now, including loosening these import requirements next week? Should you have taken those steps sooner before parents got to these shelves and couldn't find formula?
If we'd been better mind readers, I guess we could have, but we moved as quickly as the problem became apparent to us. And we have to move with caution as well as speed, because we got to make sure what we're getting is in fact first-rate product. That's why the FDA has to go through the process.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'm so sorry to take you to so far. I'm going to ask a question about Africa, because recently you sent your Deputy Secretary of State to Africa. She visited 3 countries, Gabon, Angola, and South Africa. So in Angola, she spoke with President Lorenzo, and when she gave her report to the media, she said that she's been seeing in Angola many progress in terms of human rights, fighting corruption, and also better business environment for the America's investor. Are you aware of what is going on in Angola, Mr. President?
I'm aware of it. I'm waiting for her report. I've been on the phone with the president of South Africa at length on those same issues, and I've been on the phone and been in contact with other African leaders. There is a need for a significant increase in focusing on human rights and not abusing human rights, but there's also a need for us to, what we're doing is trying to figure out how can we help African countries accommodate the changes they have to make in terms of to deal with their environmental problems as well as dealing with infrastructure problems. And so I convinced the G7 to agree that we would put together a program where we would, the advanced economic nations of the world, would provide the kind of resources without any strings attached to increase environmental capacity as well as dealing with other problems in African nations. There's 1 billion people, and so we're working very hard to try to get hold of that.
Are you visiting Africa soon, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President.
I'm only going to keep them standing here another few minutes.
No worries, Mr. President. I'll make it quick. Mr. President, I just
they
want to
came
ask
to the press conference, right, guys?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time. I just want to ask you, what further executive action are you considering to do police reform? We know that's pretty much stalled in Congress for right now. And I also want to ask you another question, if I can, on foreign relations. You spoke with both of the leaders of Sweden and Finland today. What's your message to President Putin after those, essentially those threats that he gave, at least to Finland?
With regard to the second question, I'm not going to go into the detail of my private conversations with the President of Sweden and Finland, except that we had a good conversation and they expressed their interest and desires relating to security. And there are more to report on that shortly. With regard to the first question was what again?
What additional action are you considering on police reform? We know your administration.
What I've done by executive order is done what I can, insisting that on police reform for federal officers, no chokeholds, no knock warrants, etc. That's going to continue. But one of the things I've decided to do, the best way to get the reform done as quickly as possible is to go local and to make sure we invest in the police departments, the local and county and city police departments. Because one of the things we talked about in the cabinet room is that I don't know any cop who likes a bad cop. I mean that sincerely. I grew up in a neighborhood in Claymont where you became a cop, a firefighter, or a priest. And I'm not joking. The guys I know in the police forces, the last thing they want is a bad cop, a bully, a thug being on the force. So the idea that somehow there's this overwhelming desire to protect a bad cop, it's the leadership's role to make sure they find them, get rid of them, and if they violate a crime, prosecute them. Thank you all so very, very much. Thank you, guys.
And that was President Biden urging local officials to use funds from the American Rescue Plan, and that's for police departments and public safety. He is hoping it will help fight crime. Now, coming up here on Live Now from Fox, what Illinois is doing to help fight organized retail theft. That's up next after the short 2-minute break. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Now here is Illinois Governor Pritzker. He signed into law a new bill that is meant to crack down on organized retail theft. Let's go ahead and listen in.
J.B. Pritzker.
Thank you, Alderman. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Alderman Riley, and good morning to everyone. This morning is about Illinois taking another important step to fight crime and to advance our public safety. Nationwide, coordinated retail robberies are on the rise, including right here on Michigan Avenue. It's a dangerous trend for store employees and customers alike. And thanks to a broad bipartisan coalition in the General Assembly, Illinois is taking action to disrupt these organized retail crime rings with the bill that I'll sign into law today. Let me be clear, this is not aimed at a low-income parent desperate to feed their child. It's not about a kid making a short-sighted mistake. This is about a multi-billion-dollar industry of organized criminals carrying out sophisticated theft operations to turn a profit on the resale market. In December alone, Attorney General Kwame Raoul's Organized Retail Crime Task Force retrieved $1 million worth of stolen goods from storage units not far from where we stand today. No, this is not about the one-off shoplifting incident. It's much bigger than that. This is about the safety of our communities. It's about preventing militarized storefronts and empty commercial corridors. Attorney General Kwame Raoul has been a terrific leader in our collective work to forge a smarter and better public safety that keeps our residents and our businesses safe. I want to recognize him for that, as well as President Don Harmon, Speaker Chris Welch, and sponsors Senator Susie Glowiak-Hilton and Representative Cam Buckner. They built the coalition needed to bring this bill across the finish line in the legislature. And none of it could have happened without Rob Carr and Chauncey Rice and the Illinois Retail Merchants Association, as well as law enforcement and business leaders across this state. This legislation is the latest step in Illinois' efforts to advance a better vision of public safety. We're deploying an unprecedented statewide investment in community safety, $250 million to disrupt cycles of violence in our neighborhoods. We've also enacted the most comprehensive reform to our state firearms laws in over a generation, including universal background checks to keep guns out of the hands of those who shouldn't have them. We substantially increased mental health and substance use treatment that so often leads to interactions with law enforcement, and we coordinated 911 and 988 services to make sure that those experiencing behavioral health emergencies receive the care they need. And earlier this week, I signed laws reinvigorating the Violent Crime Witness Protection Act and launching a victim-centered co-responder pilot program to pair victims and witnesses with trauma-informed social workers. I look forward to furthering our commitment to building a public safety system that works for all of us, including ensuring the victim rights advanced today are carried through our justice system. Today we take another step in the right direction, and then our work continues. With that, I have the honor of introducing a true leader in safety and justice, our terrific Attorney General, Kwame Raoul.
Thank you, Governor, and I'm proud to stand here with you today for this effort and all of the efforts you have been advancing and the legislature has been advancing to fight crime within the state. I really want to give a strong shout out to Rob Carr and the Illinois Retail Merchants Association for the work we have done together, many late nights or early mornings that blended into the next morning at the state capitol. To the Speaker and Senate President and our sponsors, Senator Glowiak Hilton and Representative Buckner, I thank you for the effort. It was a very challenging effort to move this through the legislature. Now, I really need to be honest with you. A bit over a year ago, I did not know what organized retail crime was. I would have easily mistaken it for ordinary retail theft. I was approached as I was at a conference out of state and presented with a presentation that showed me criminal warehouses that if you were to walk into it, you would think that you were in a hardware store. Showed me video of very brazen, violent acts, not necessarily in urban areas like we've seen on North Michigan Avenue or at the Oakbrook Center, but in rural areas, at big box stores and smaller mom-and-pop stores. And one of the things that we've done is we've traveled around the state after creating an organized retail crime task force, educating not only retailers, but law enforcement. Educating law enforcement because law enforcement, like me, might have mistaken some of these acts as isolated acts, organic acts of retail theft, when they're actually very well coordinated crimes that involve a manager of a crime ring, an organized crime ring. And it's important to note that organized retail crime is very much linked to other dangerous criminal activity, such as human trafficking, gun trafficking, drug trafficking, in some instances terrorism. The proceeds of organized retail crime can go towards funding some of that activity. In the old days, you're familiar with maybe small groups engaging in retail theft and pawning items at the pawn shop or at the flea market or in the back alley. But now there is a tool available to these crime rings that makes it a very profitable endeavor, and those are the online marketplaces. These crime rings utilize the online marketplaces to easily resell these items and be able to fuel some other criminal activity that they're engaged in. As the governor mentioned, this past December, our task force was successful in recovering what we thought was at the time $1 million worth of items, but it was actually millions of dollars worth of items. We have other ongoing investigations working with both federal and local law enforcement partners, and it's important to note that no one law enforcement agency can solve this problem, because this problem does not restrict itself to a municipality or a county. It goes across county boundaries, and that's in part why this legislation was needed, to give both my office and Cook County and county state's attorney's offices authority to prosecute crimes that may cross county boundaries. But it doesn't even restrict itself to state boundaries, and that's why I'm engaged with attorneys general. I co-chair a organized retail crime working group with Georgia Attorney General Chris Carr, because it is a national problem. It doesn't restrict itself to states with big municipalities like Illinois. Rural heavy states suffer this problem just as to the same extent that Illinois does. And so with that, I'm really thankful to the legislature. It's always good to visit my old colleagues in the legislature, but not necessarily till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning at the Capitol. But we did the work, and we advanced the bill, and hopefully Illinois shoppers, employees, and retail establishments will be safer for it. One last thing I need to say, that this is not only a criminal issue, that we're not only approaching this from our criminal lens. This is a consumer protection issue as well. Because what you have to understand is when these items are stolen and put on online marketplaces to unsuspecting consumers, and not some of these items are food items, and if they're not stored appropriately, if it's baby food, for instance, and not stored, it becomes a consumer protection issue. If it's a new appliance being sold as a new appliance with no warranty, it's a consumer protection issue. So we've told online marketplaces, we've invited them into the kitchen to cook up the recipe to fight this organized retail crime activity. But if they don't come into the kitchen in good faith, they're going to be on the menu. We're very serious about it. Online marketplaces have the intellectual resources to sell you products when you don't even know you want them. So they have the intellectual resource to get criminals off of their platforms. With that, I want to pass it on to Representative Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. General, and thank you, Governor Pritzker, for your leadership on this, President Harmon, Speaker Welch, for taking on the mantle of getting this done, to Senator Gloria Hilton for your work as well. It was a pleasure to work with you on this bill. Cracking down on organized retail theft will not only strike a blow against organized crime, it will provide vital relief to small businesses in this community and around the state. After a deadly pandemic and challenges arising from inflation, theft and destruction of their property is the last thing that small businesses need. Codifying this legislation is just another step the Democrats are taking and have taken to address public safety challenges in our communities. I thank Governor Pritzker for doing his part in signing this bill into law. Creating a new offense will allow prosecutors to target smash and grab criminals who work in groups to profit by hurting their neighbors and neighborhoods. We're continuing to ensure that law enforcement has the tools they need to do their jobs by creating a fund dedicated to ending these crimes. Alderman Riley talked a little bit about having tools in the toolbox to deal with this. This is better tools for a better fight. This legislation also creates the Inform Act, which regulates online marketplaces and helps prevent the sale of stolen goods online, as you heard earlier. Listen, nationally, we know, as the Attorney General said, this is a problem. nationally, $15 billion in tax revenue is lost to state and local governments because of organized retail crime. That means less money for schools, for violence prevention, for roads, for bridges, for hospitals. This is necessary work, and once again, Illinois is leading, and we are the tip of the spear of getting it right. I would like to take this moment now to introduce Senator Susie Gloriak Hilton, who was the Senate sponsor of this bill, who I was privileged to work with on this legislation.
Thank you. I'm Senator Susie Gloriak Hilton. I represent the 24th Senate District, and I was the chief sponsor in the Organized Retail Crime Deterrence Initiative. As the governor officially signs the Organized Retail Crime Act into law today, Illinois is enacting one of the most comprehensive crime-curbing efforts in the nation. We need this now because this type of crime has increased in the last few years with the use of social media to organize and to recruit and to plan and then resell this stolen merchandise. This law is an effort to reduce the frequency, magnitude, and severity of organized crimes in the retail establishments across the state. We've all seen those video images of the smash and grabs. In Oak Brook, where I represent, shoppers and employees found themselves in the middle of a crime spree. The Organized Retail Crime Bill addresses systemic concerns raised by law enforcement, prosecutors, and business advocacy groups to bring the ringleaders to justice. This law permits prosecutors to bring charges against offenders regardless of where the crime takes place. Our Attorney General explained how it's cross-jurisdictional. Each jurisdiction could have the opportunity to prosecute the entire crime. Filed under House Bill 1091, this law codifies a legal definition for organized retail crime and provides prosecutors with new resources to charge the individuals who are plotting, recruiting, and stealing for profit. As organized retail theft becomes more prevalent across the country, in Illinois we are working with prosecutors and law enforcement to update the practices and make smart investments to combat the uptick and prioritize public safety for residents, workers, and the entire community. I want to thank Attorney General Kwame Raoul and his team. What we've done in the state budget is to increase their funding so that they have the resources in order to do this important work. The Illinois Retail Merchants Association, I want to thank them for their partnership. They did work long into the night, many nights with me doing negotiations on this. I appreciate all the work that they did. Deterring retail crime starts with supporting law enforcement, with holding the ringleaders responsible, and making it tougher to sell those stolen goods. I thank the governor for his support, and I would like to introduce President Harmon, who was very instrumental in helping me to negotiate this and move this forward. Thank you.
Good morning, all. This new law goes after large-scale smash-and-grab outfits preying on our businesses. It sends a clear message that there will be swift consequences for those conspiring to take advantage of our retailers. I want to thank Senator Susie Gloriak Hilton for her leadership and dedication and incredible determination in making sure that this law happened. Beyond the work in the Senate and the House and with the governor's enthusiastic signature today, I do also want to join the chorus in thanking the Illinois retail merchants and our former colleague in the Senate, Attorney General Kwame Raoul. Without their creativity and constructive compromise, this bill would not have happened. So I thank everyone else for making this a reality, and it is my privilege to present my friend and colleague and partner, the Speaker of the House, Chris Welch.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's an honor to be here and stand here with my colleagues in the General Assembly and with our dynamic leader of the state, the governor of this great state, J.B. Pritzker. Being here today to watch the governor sign another critical piece of our public safety package is one that I'm really proud of. I specifically want to thank Representative Cam Buckner, who chairs the House Black Caucus, Senator Glowiak Hilton, who is a neighbor of mine in the western suburbs, the Illinois Retail Merchants Association, my friend the Attorney General, Kwame Raoul, and many others who prioritized this really important piece of legislation. The work began putting this bill together last November, December. Those long nights the Attorney General talked about really went on for months to make sure we came to a good solution. And this really is a good solution. And it's thanks to that collaborative effort that we have this comprehensive and holistic approach to combating this rise in organized retail crime. When we created the House Public Safety Working Group, I knew that that group's listening sessions with advocates and stakeholders across the state would be instrumental in the creation of legislation that would respond directly to the needs of our communities. This is an example of that. Good legislation is always the result of listening to the stakeholders, the people who are in the trenches. We listened, we heard, and we responded. We heard from business owners and entrepreneurs and organizations like the Illinois Retail Merchants Association about the uptick in organized retail crime and the harm that it was causing to the people of this state and the hard-working business owners. And we worked together with them at the table to find the solution. We worked together to get this comprehensive approach, and I'm proud that the governor is ready to put his pen on the solution. Thank you, Governor. Thank you to everyone who got this done, and specific thanks to Rob Carr, the Illinois Retail Merchants, and Chauncey Rice, who's next here at the podium from the Illinois Retail Merchants Association. Thank you all.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm Chauncey Rice with the Illinois Retail Merchants Association, and it's an honor to be here today to represent over 23,000 stores from every corner of the state, from the nation's largest retailers to small mom-and-pop businesses, as Governor Pritzker prepares to sign into law one of the strongest and most comprehensive measures in the nation to address organized retail crime. As we all know, and some of us have unfortunately experienced, brazen thefts have been on the rise across the nation and unfortunately right here at home as well, with organized mobs descending on stores and communities all across the state. These brazen acts not only place retail employees and customers at risk, but also deprive local municipalities and the state of much needed tax dollars. So to be clear, this law does not target petty retail theft, as the governor mentioned earlier here today, but this targets ringleaders of organized retail crime who often use proceeds from the sale of stolen goods to fund other illicit activities, including human trafficking and even terrorism. So this important piece of legislation will help to combat these unlawful activities by addressing the problem from multiple angles, such as providing prosecutors with more tools to hold bad actors accountable, requiring more oversight of third-party marketplaces where stolen goods are sold, and providing stronger rights for victims of organized retail crime. So on behalf of our state's retail community, Governor Pritzker, we thank you for taking swift and decisive action on this issue, and Attorney General Kwame Raoul, we of course offer our deep appreciation for your partnership and steadfast leadership throughout this process. And last but not least, we'd like to thank legislative sponsors, Senator Susie Glowiak Hilton, thank you, and Representative Cam Buckner, thank you as well. You guys helped us shepherd this through the legislation by working in a collaborative and bipartisan fashion. So again, thank you all. Thank you for your time. And with that, we'll have the signing of the bill. Governor Pritzker.
And there you see Governor Pritzker signing a new law, a bill into law that targets retail theft. This is after looting that took place in 2020 and has impacted a number of businesses, small business owners, and retail establishments in the state of Illinois, and of course a number of businesses in Chicago. We're going to take a short 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. After the break, we'll bring you Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, at a summit that's meant to strengthen relations with Southeast Asian nations.
Welcome to everyone. I'm looking forward to the time we will spend together today, and I welcome you. You will see the President later today, but I cannot emphasize enough the importance to the United States of being a part of this august group and the work that we have done together over the years and will continue to do. So I will formally welcome the leaders of ASEAN nations to Washington, D.C., and I thank you all for being here. We in the United States value the importance of this summit. It is a signal to the world of the strength of the United States-ASEAN partnership. Southeast Asia is a priority for our entire administration, and we have many priorities in common. At this lunch, we will discuss two of them: the issue of global health and maritime security. Later today, we will meet again to discuss climate, clean energy, and infrastructure. And later, of course, you will meet with President Joe Biden. As you all know, last year I decided to travel to Singapore and Vietnam early in our administration to demonstrate our commitment to Southeast Asia and to strengthen our partnerships in the region. I remain personally very focused on deepening our relationship with ASEAN and all of your nations. And I will once again make clear the United States has an enduring commitment to Southeast Asia. Our administration recognizes the vital strategic importance of your region, a role that will only grow with time. And we recognize ASEAN's centrality in the region's architecture. As an Indo-Pacific nation, the United States will be present and continue to be engaged in Southeast Asia for generations to come. Our partnership with ASEAN also directly affects the prosperity and security of the American people. On the issue of prosperity, resilient supply chains in Southeast Asia benefit American consumers. When global supply chains are flowing, more goods are available and prices, of course, come down. Southeast Asia is the fourth largest market for American goods, and our economic relationship supports more than 600,000 American jobs. On the issue of security, when I was in Singapore, I visited the Changi Naval Base and met with American soldiers and sailors, on the USS Tulsa. Their presence is a demonstration of our work with our allies and our partners to ensure free and open shipping lanes and to defend the international rules-based order. The United States and ASEAN have shared a vision for this region, and together we will guard against threats to international rules and norms. To that end, one of the main topics of our lunch will be maritime security. We stand with our allies and partners in defending the maritime rules-based order, which includes freedom of navigation and international law. When I was in Hanoi last year, we discussed strengthening the partnership between our Coast Guards. I also believe we must significantly grow our partnership with ASEAN as a whole. To that end, I am pleased to announce that the United States will provide $60 million in new regional maritime initiatives led by the United States Coast Guard. Among those initiatives, we will deploy to Southeast Asia a new cutter as a training platform. This is intended to benefit all nations in the region as we conduct multinational training missions to assist in building your capacity. We will also be sending additional personnel, including technical experts, to the region. On health, COVID-19 has had a profound impact on your countries and economies as it has had on ours. We have done a lot together in the past 2 years and have made remarkable progress. The United States is proud to have donated more than 115 million vaccines to ASEAN members without conditions. As I said yesterday at the COVID summit, complacency is not an option. We must respond together to the current threat and prepare for the future. As long as COVID is present in any one country, it affects us all. We will continue.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, always worldwide here for you, bringing you top stories and headlines from all over the country there. That was Vice President Kamala Harris making some remarks earlier today at the U.S. ASEAN Special Summit. So let's take a look at just how the weather is, though, before we go to a quick 2-minute break, showing you temps from across our great country here. You got 81 in Miami, 88 in Chicago. Ooh, that's going to be a steamy one. You know, it's going to be humid there. Only 67 in New York right now, and we got some temps there, 86 in Los Angeles, and you can see the rest of the country right there. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here. Stay right here with us. Live Now from Fox continues in just 2. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to a little bit from the UN Security Council this morning. This is a Russian Federation talking about how they think the war in Ukraine is going, and also bringing up some false claims about the U.S. as well.
From Ukraine or from the United States, as was confirmed by Mr. Markov. Preventing this dangerous activity is possible only through our special military operation. Since the previous meeting, 2 months have passed and we've received much new evidence. All of these materials we have placed on through the Security Council, and I'd like to draw your attention to the most salient pieces of information here. As comes from the documentation on Project 3007, monitoring of epidemiological and the environmental situation with the proliferation in Ukraine of dangerous waterborne diseases, Ukrainian specialists, under the supervision of American colleagues, have regularly carried out. The aim here is to establish the presence in them of specific dangerous pathogens, including cholera, typhoid, hepatitis A and E, and to evaluate the way in which they spread through the water in order to draw conclusions on the ability of these pathogens to incapacitate. Then the collections of these samples were sent to the United States. We have a logical question. Why? Why is a collection of dangerous pathogens being collected by the United States, which might then spread through the waters of this region? Even a look at a Ukrainian map of the water sources in that country is enough to understand that the results of this scientific experiment might be used to create a biological catastrophe, not only in Russia, but on the whole through the waters of the Azov and Black Seas and in Eastern Europe, including Belarus, Moldova and Poland. The documents say that the Kiev regime is trying to receive access to the technical means to deliver dangerous bioagents through the air. Last year, the Ukrainian side asked the Turkish manufacturer of drones, Baykar Makina, whether it was possible to equip the drone Bayraktar with an aerosol equipment that would allow it to spread aerosols, more than 20 liters of them, over a distance of 300 kilometers while in flight. A copy of this letter was disseminated by us on the 19th of April in the document collection that we had then. This system, given the distance of the flight, would represent a real threat of the broad use of dangerous bioaerosols across the territory of the Russian Federation. There is information that in January this year, Ukraine, through intermediaries, received more than 50 such devices equipped with systems to spray biological and chemical substances. On the 9th of March this year, 3 such drones equipped with 30-litre containers and spray systems were found by our military in the Kherson region. A further 10 were noted at the end of April in Kakhovka region. Our Ministry of Defense has received shocking evidence that a number of projects which the Pentagon is carrying out on Ukrainian territory represent risk to the life and health of volunteers, Ukrainian citizens. The documentation on the project UP8 stipulates that when there are small incidents with the people involved, then these must be reported to the US Bioethics Committee within 72 hours. And when there are serious events, including the death of the volunteers, within 24 hours. In other words, these experiments from the outset stipulate that they might be lethal, even though in the official project documentation it simply says that there's a standard procedure to collect blood. What kind of blood samples are being taken when the subjects might actually die? There is also evidence of the direct involvement of the political establishment in the United States in financing the military and biological activities in Ukraine through subcontractors from the Pentagon, such as Black & Veatch and Metabiota. The aims, however, were far from scientific. In a letter from the Vice President of Metabiota in particular, it says that its aim in Ukraine was to guarantee, and I quote, the cultural and economic independence of Ukraine from Russia, end quote. To put it mildly, this is an unusual objective for a biotech company. In previous meetings, we informed the Security Council that in Ukraine, with the financing and direct involvement of the US Ministry of Defense through its Defense Threat Reduction Agency, there is a network of biolaboratories that are carrying out various pieces of military biological research. According to preliminary data, this network covers Kiev, Odessa, Lvov, Kharkov, Dnipropetrovsk, Kherson, Ternopil, Uzhgorod and Vinnytsia. In this list, we can now add Mariupol. There are 2 biolaboratories in the city where we found evidence of the speedy destruction of documents that confirm that it was working with the American military establishment. The preliminary analysis of the documentation shows that in Mariupol, it's being used as a regional center for the collection and for a passport system for cholera pathogens. The samples that were collected were sent to the Center of Public Health in Kiev, which has the function to further then send on the biomaterial to the United States. This activity has been going on since 2014, as confirmed by the documents covering the distribution of the samples. There's also a health epidemiological laboratory in Mariupol, where we found a document suggesting that a collection of pathogen were destroyed, and that document's from the 25th of February 2022. According to it, there was work with cholera pathogens, also pathogens for deer fly fever, anthrax, in other words, with various potential bioagents. Part of the connection of a veterinary laboratory wasn't destroyed in a hurry. Their specialists found pathogens which aren't really usual for veterinary illnesses, such as typhus, paratyphus, and gas gangrene. Last time,
Listening just to a little bit there of the Russian Federation talking about how they feel the war in Ukraine is going, continuing their false claims as well. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll get an update on the New York City subway shooter suspect. He was in court today. We'll have the very latest for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here today. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. Our next story here, we are getting an update from New York City on the latest with the suspect accused there of the subway shooting. And we'll have the very latest right here. Let's go out to Fox 5's Antoine Lewis joining us here on Live Now from Fox with the latest here as the suspect was in court today.
Was in court today. I want to let everyone know we're doing this talk coming to you from our newsroom, which is why I have my mask on, but in keeping with our in-house COVID safety protocol. So I hope everyone else as well. But yes, the suspect, Frank James, was in court today, 62 years old, his first appearance, more or less, if you will, since being indicted by a grand jury last week on charges that include 2 at the terrorist level.
Mass shooting suspect Frank James appeared before an Eastern District federal judge Friday, arraigned on charges connected to last month's subway shooting in Brooklyn. James is accused of boarding a Manhattan-bound N train on April 12th and setting off a smoke bomb before opening fire on innocent commuters at the Sunset Park station. 10 people were shot and more than 20 others injured. The shooting victims ranged in age from 16 to 60 years old and all survived. The NYPD launched a manhunt, with James eventually being taken into custody the next day after he called 911 to turn himself in, having been recognized by alert New Yorkers as police were also closing in. In court documents, the U.S. Attorney's Office called James' alleged actions premeditated, saying he rented a U-Haul on the morning of the shooting and drove it from Philadelphia to Brooklyn in an attempt to carry out carnage on a larger scale. Authorities recovered explosives from the scene. They also found his bank card, cell phone, and a key to that van, which was later discovered abandoned. Prosecutors have charged James with 2 counts: committing a terrorist act against a mass transportation system and discharging a firearm during a crime of violence. Both charges carry the possibility of life in prison. Prosecutors asked that he remain in detention and not be granted bail, to which Judge William Kuntz agreed. Kuntz also determined that James was competent enough to stand trial. Frank James pleaded not guilty to both counts. He'll be back in court on July 25th. Reporting from the Eastern District Federal Courthouse in downtown Brooklyn, Antoine Lewis, Fox 5 News.
And here's Antoine right here live with us right now.
And as you might imagine, a lot of attention given this case, given the magnitude of what happened. When that shooting happened on the 12th, we ourselves were here. When I was sent out to Brooklyn, not to the main scene, but to where the trains had stopped, where they were disallowing trains to go into Manhattan from Brooklyn. It was just total chaos, a lot of shock. It was the biggest disruption to the New York City transit system since 9/11, and you can only imagine what was going on that day. So it was of that magnitude. And again, he had a Glock, and it was just firing at people, at subway riders, commuters, that morning. And it was the height of the morning rush, when all this happened, like 8:20 in the morning, when it was going on. So a lot of attention was there. The courthouse had several outlets that were there, not all just limited, here to Metro New York, but certainly around the world, given the interest, of this story. Mike?
Yeah, absolutely. This was one that really captured not only New Yorkers with the rest of the country, but really around the world as well. I think a lot of people looking at this case now, seeing that, okay, the suspect, he called the cops on himself to alert them of where he was, and now pleading, not guilty. I think a lot of people just find that, okay.
Well, of course, the reason for that is to allow for a defense strategy. And I won't go down a legal rabbit hole because I'm not a legal expert, but just having known how these matters go in court cases, they enter that because then it gives them, the defense, the chance to try to plan things out. Interesting point that you raised about that, though. However, the judge did find him, as we said in the piece, competent enough to stand trial. Judge Kuntz asked Mr. James, the defendant, several questions to determine if he understood the documents, if he understood what arraignment meant, if he understood the magnitude of the charges, if he understood that he had the right to an attorney and that anything he said can be held against. All of that, went through all of that, and he was assertive, he was affirmative, the suspect, the defendant, and answering those questions and saying yes. And the judge now continued this again. He'll be back in court on July 25th.
All right, and we know you guys will be right on top of it. Antoine Lewis with Fox 5 New York City. Thanks so much for breaking it all down for us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Stay safe.
You too. And of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for joining us. We're going to slide away for another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on this Friday edition of Live Now from Fox. Oh, no. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Well, we got some good news here for you on this Friday here. Taking a look at the viral situation that happened in Florida on May 5th. This was a driver that had a medical episode, and, well, the good Floridians came to the rescue here of this driver, and they were able to stop it there as it was going through the intersection. They were able to get people's attention to not continue through there. But the most amazing part of this video is that they're finally able to get it stopped when people came out of their own cars to stop this vehicle and get this driver the help that they needed there. Well, today they were celebrated as heroes in Florida. We want to play that out for you right here on Live Now from Fox. They also get a nice reward for their heroic duties.
Rivera, and asked him if he could see if there was red light camera video from that intersection at Woolbright Road and Congress Avenue. And a couple days later, Sergeant Rivera called me and he said, "You are not going to believe this video." He said, and I hope it's okay that I'm saying this, but it made him tear up. And at the point that it made Sergeant Rivera tear up, I knew that this was going to affect all of us. And I think it's safe to say that it has affected all of us. So he sent me the video, I watched it, and we talked about perhaps reaching back out to Melanie and seeing if there was a way that we, as the police department, as the city, could honor these good Samaritans that just stopped what they were doing and put their lives at risk to help someone that they didn't know. And that's what brought us here today. The power of social media, the power of community, the power of our traditional media, that's why we're here today. So I would like to introduce our interim police chief, Vanessa Snow, who is going to talk about what's going to happen next. But thank you all so much for being here. Good afternoon, everybody. What a wonderful Friday the 13th. Okay, so Stephanie laid out for you what brought us here. So I have to tell you, I am very honored that we could be the gathering place to put all of our heroes together. Lori, you are our team captain, and here are your teammates. So what I'm going to do is get out of the way, but we do have a couple of announcements we would like to make. As you can see, there's some really generous gifts that have been provided by our community. Christ Fellowship has provided gifts for you. We have something in appreciation for you. And in our partnership with our greater community, Royal Caribbean is donating to each of you, and you, Lori, a 6 to 8 night Caribbean cruise and a $2,000 gift card. So congratulations for that. So what we'll do is call you each up individually, give you an opportunity to tell us your experience of what happened on May the 5th, because we want to hear from you. So with that, where is Janet Rivera? There we go. So do you want to come up here? I'll hold it for you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry, I'm kind of nervous. I was on the road with one of my coworkers. She's here too. She was in front of me, and in front of my other coworker, and she tells me, I see her going top of the sidewalk, and I'm like, that's strange. Why she's going there? She never does that. She just go to 95. So I went there. And I see her, and my other coworker in front of me, she's like, Janet, she's having a seizure. I'm like, oh yeah. So we stopped, and I stopped in the middle of the street. I got my other coworker next to me that I take home, and she's like, something's going on. So I'm like, okay. So I'm like, okay, I put my car in parking. I'm like, Maida, you okay? I put it in parking. And then I just open the door and I start running. It's only an instant of me. I really don't know. I didn't think about my life, you know. I just like saw her going to the other car, and the other car was gonna hit her. I'm like, oh no, she's gonna get hurt. But you know, I tried to do my best.
Okay, where's my friend Juan Chavez Jr.? Please tell us your experience.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I'm not the one for speeches. I was not expecting to speak at this. I'm very sorry about that. As everyone knows, or that knows me, I don't like this to be the center of attention. I didn't want any recognition for this at all. But the moment I saw this young lady running across the street behind a car yelling, she's unconscious, she's unconscious, there was no doubt in my mind that I needed to do something. So I just put my car in park and then took off running, which after I saw the video, I didn't even know there was a video. After I saw the video, I thought, that was pretty stupid, but I mean, whatever. So I got to play real life Frogger. But it's amazing how everyone came together to help someone that was in need without even knowing the person. I really appreciate everyone else's help. I couldn't have done it by myself. She couldn't have done it by herself. So that's about it. Oh my God, I don't got enough hands for this. Thank you.
The bag will help you. Michael Edelstein. Michael Edelstein. For you, we have a certificate, a challenge coin, and here are your other gifts if you'd like to speak to the group.
Yeah, I'm stunned to be standing here. I was in the right place at the right time. The only comment I wanted to make was there were a lot of other people involved in this. There was, outside of the video, a lot of people just thought those people, there was like at least 20 people, stopping traffic, giving helpful hints, so to speak, about what to do. I was the fool that jumped in front of the car and then tried to punch the window out. So there's a lot of comments about the idiot that did that. But
everyone wants to know how your hand is.
My hand's fine. I went to my Aikido class afterwards and it was fine. It did move the window a little. It was like it was a Mazda. If it was a Mercedes, I'd probably have a broken hand. Yeah. So thank you, and I just was in the right place. I'm blown away. This is so. It just seemed like nothing. I got in my car and left and forgot about it. It's just like, so thank you.
Where's my friend David Formica? Here we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm the person that came out of the Honda Civic and the backhand. I play a little tennis and golf, so maybe that helped out at that moment. But I guess what immediately comes to mind, I think someone touched upon it, is just the teamwork. Perfect strangers just coming together, and what a beautiful thing it was to see, and how amazing Janet to sound the alarm. That's the most important thing in a crisis, is to sound the alarm and get things in motion. And her bravery and courage was just so amazing. And the other thing I just wanted to touch upon is the city of Boynton Beach and the radio stations and fire departments just accentuating the positive. I think that's so huge in this day and age. It's so easy to latch on to the negative and the awfulness that's happening around us. But for what you guys are doing to accentuate this moment, it's out on YouTube, this incident and others, and all you have to do is just open your eyes and be aware of all the amazing things happening around us. And I think that's so important. So anyway, thanks everybody. Thank you for. Very nice.
All right, next up is Davida Peel.
Hello, everybody. Well, you really don't see me until like the end of the video when I kind of walked on the side, but this isn't my usual route home. So like I was telling, I believe Stephanie, thank you, that this wasn't my usual route. I had been putting off going to Home Depot for all week, and I was like, I'm just gonna not get on I-95, I'm gonna take Congress home. So as you see, when the white car starts to back up, I'm behind that car. I use a few choice words that I will not say now to the people that were blowing, because I noticed when Janet started running across the street, help, 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 and I was like, okay, something is wrong. I thought it was an accident at first, and then I was like, okay, something is wrong. So I'm like, okay, I can't stop a car, so I can do something else. And the lady in front of me, she had kids in the car, and they were opening the door. People was trying to fly around. So I was like, well, let me try to help stop the traffic, make sure the kids are safe in the car. Whatever happens, and I thought about it on Mother's Day, as a matter of fact, about her, and I was like, I just hope she's okay, because it could have been much worse than what it was, but because we all banded together, no matter how big or small what we did, she got to celebrate Mother's Day, and she could have ran into the pole, she could have ran into the gas station, anything could have happened, but she got to celebrate another's Mother's Day. But I want to also say before I go, that it is food drive tomorrow for the Postal Service. So if anybody has any food that they want to donate tomorrow, just put it in the bag and we'll pick it up. Thank you. No problem.
Okay, Marco Bartolone. Yeah. Hi, you.
Hi.
Hi.
This is Adelina.
Hi, Adelina.
She's almost 3 and she's a little bit shy. So, I got to say, when I first saw what was happening, I kind of had a different perspective on it. I saw a lady chasing a car through an intersection in South Florida, waving her hands, and I thought, wow, she's really mad at that other lady. And then I saw her waving her hands, screaming for help, and I thought, oh wait, maybe she needs help. So I was just minding my own business at 7-Eleven, and I see this lady run through the intersection, and I thought, I really can't stop a car. But then I see Chavez in his uniform running across the intersection. I thought, well, with a couple people, we could probably stop the car. And then I thought, I'm not getting in front of that car. But I ended up getting in front of the car anyway. Anyway, I feel like I just did what anyone would do. And like, so cliche to say that, but I couldn't have done anything differently, you know what I mean? So just want to say thanks to everybody else that helped. Lori, we love you. And God bless everybody. So, thanks.
No, I'll give it to him after. Robin. Okay, Robin, come on up. Robin Fox.
Okay, I'm on the verge of tears already. I really did nothing. I observed from across the street all these amazing people doing an amazing thing, and at the very end, I come in to put my hand on your throat and feel a pulse. It was an honor to see this happen, to bear witness in real time to this happening, and I'm so glad that everybody gets to see it. It was amazing, and you know, I don't want to say thank you, but thank the world at large for this happening, and it feels so small. Thanks.
Thank you. So you might think that Lori would be next to have some words, but I wanted to take a moment and pause and thank again the community at large. What you may not realize is that this video has been seen not only nationwide, but worldwide 40 million times. That's amazing. And it speaks to the character of our community. And the fact that you are here to celebrate with us is very special. I do want to recognize that we have some dignitaries in the room with us who have come to celebrate. Interim City Manager Jim Stables, our Assistant Fire Chief Javaris Prince, and our Assistant Mayor Angela Cruz. Would you, any of you like to say some words? Would any of you like to speak?
Just keep rolling.
Okay.
Most vice mayor would like to speak.
I wasn't really planning on it, honestly.
Neither were any of us.
First of all, I want to thank our heroes for your courage and your bravery. You guys have shown that from one moment to another, you really showed your hearts and how dedicated you are to the community and to other people. And you are amazing human beings. So thank you so much for that. Thank you to our police department for putting this together. We're so grateful for all of you. And as our assistant interim chief stated, these actions really show, you know, your character and the character of the people who live in Boynton Beach. So thank you all. We appreciate you. Have a great day.
And right there, that amazing story there from those heroes all stepping up for that driver. That it's exactly what you want to see, and nice of Royal Caribbean coming through and getting those honored right there in the proper way with a vacation as well, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. When we come back, we are going to take you out to Texas, get the very latest on updates with the border surge. What's going to happen if Title 42 does end? We'll have the very latest here coming up in just moments on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here today. The U.S. is now preparing for a mass migration event as Title 42's hearing begins today. The court decision could change the future of America's borders as that order allows the U.S. to turn away undocumented migrants to expire on May 23rd. Ahead of the decision, the Texas National Guard is conducting drills along the border to prepare for a so-called border surge, and that's where we find right now Fox's Caroline Elliott with the very latest, joining us live today in Mission, Texas.
Good evening, Mike. From this spot in the city of Mission, Texas, you can see directly into Mexico, and that's where the Texas National Guard tells us that thousands of undocumented migrants are just waiting across the border for Title 42 to officially expire so they can cross. Now, to prepare for the possibility of this event, the Texas National Guard is stepping up patrols to send a warning to undocumented migrants wanting to cross. The Texas National Guard's main concern right now is that criminals and cartel members could easily blend in with the crowds, as the DHS predicts up to 18,000 migrants could cross the border daily if Title 42 ends.
42 expiring is a significant concern for all of us, and on that day, if it does expire, we believe that we could see significant illegal cross-border activity, and not just within migrant activity, but with the criminal elements that are associated with that large of an exodus across the border. And that's what we're most worried about.
To prepare, the Texas National Guard is setting up a command post along the river here. Video shows crews setting up new tents and adding detainment camps for criminals who try to cross. Right now, the Texas National Guard is also watching for a spike in criminals smuggling drugs across the border.
Send the more nefarious criminal activity onto the edges, and they'll exploit seams where we may or may not have enough coverage. And that's what the deliberate operation that we're doing here today is, make sure that we can account for those seams and those edges so we can catch those bad actors when they try to get across on the edge of the distraction.
Now, some lawmakers expect the court could delay its decision, but who knows for how long. Remember, we only have about 10 days before Title 42 officially expires. In Mission, Texas, Caroline Elliott for Live Now.
All right, Caroline, thanks so much for that update. It looks nice and cool there in Texas, right?
Absolutely not. It's near triple digits today, so it's been a hot week for sure. I'm sure the Texas National Guard is not having fun patrolling these areas out in this heat.
No, they have a lot of work to do right there, especially if it all ends. Caroline, thanks so much for the update. We appreciate it right here live on Live Now from Fox this evening here for us. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Everyone stay right here with us. More to come from across the country when we come back.